Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special edition of Through the Years, the podcast that normally reviews Ring of Honor show by show from the beginning, that normally has a numbered episode. None of that. We're throwing it out the window. We're doing something we've never done before. We might never do again. We are doing a special episode devoted to a career retrospective of one person, and that is the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. My name, as always, is Trevor Damon, and I am joined, as always, by the man who came up with this idea many moons ago. We have been talking about this. I have been stressing about this for months. Matt Feuerstein, just like you invented the podcast, you invented this episode, so you will be steering the ship after this. I am handing the wheel over to you the way it should be, the way it used to be on your original podcast, List 'em and Learn, which we might be doing some listing and learning tonight, too. So, it should be, dare I say it, a good or great time.
Yes, we will have both of them in one way or another. I thought that if there's any wrestler that, if you've listened to this podcast, really defines the fandom of both Trevor and I, it's Bryan Danielson. I think it's fair to say that Trevor, for you, he is one of your favorite wrestlers, if not your favorite wrestler, and one of the most important wrestlers, and one of the wrestlers you followed the most closely for your entire, let's say, adult life. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, he is. I will say, I was thinking about this. My thoughts on favorites have changed as I've gotten older and wiser, or some would say dumber. So one person might be me that would say that. But anyway, I would say I used to have strong favorites. And now as I've gotten older, I've realized between music and food and wrestlers and everything, it's I don't have one favorite because I realize depending on what mood I am in my life, it could shift even one day to the next. But I will say if you want to know the wrestler who most often over the course of my life has been my favorite the most often, it's Bryan Danielson. And also the wrestler, I guess I'll get into this later when I give my thoughts, that I do feel the most personal connection with in different ways. It's Bryan Danielson.
Yeah, and that's definitely true for me too. I'll talk about this moment when we get there. But in 2016, when Bryan originally retired from WWE, I posted on social media, I said, almost every great live wrestling memory that I'd had in recent years involved Bryan Danielson. And it's not exactly true. It's been years since, and I've gone to a lot of great wrestling shows. But it's still pretty close to true that my best live wrestling moments, my favorite live wrestling memories involve Bryan Danielson. That's in addition to all of the memories and great moments that I experienced watching him not in person. But I just feel like there's just some sort of attachment that I have to him, not just emotionally, but also just my wrestling viewing just coincided with a lot of important milestones for him. And the reason, of course, that we're timing this to be put out now, which is in the November of 2024, is he just retired. And I think, most people believe it is not going to be a retirement. He pretty much said as much, that he plans on wrestling forever, but that he's done as a full-time wrestler, that he doesn't want to be a contracted full-time wrestler anymore. And based on what we know about his health problems, whether it's a bad neck or, all sorts of other issues, being a 40-something-year-old man who's put himself through the ringer in wrestling for many years. We don't really know what the rest of his career is going to look like, and we know that he's going to be out for a while, at the very least. And technically speaking, he is retired. So we thought this would be a good time to do it, because it's possible that by the time we're done with the show, he's back, maybe not. we're going to have a lot of time to talk about Bryan Danielson over the rest of our recording life because we're not finishing the show anytime soon. But I will say it's good timing for us to talk about him now because we're at a span in our ROH reviews where he's not on shows for a while, a few months. And a few months in ROH time is like a year for us. So we're not going to be talking about him a lot in our recordings, so it won't feel so redundant for us. We'll come back to him. He'll be back. But this is like a good time to really sum up our thoughts on what he means to us, what he means to wrestling, give a little bit of a recap of his career. Not a comprehensive one, but I go through the major beats of his career so we can just give our thoughts on them and why they matter to us. Does that sound good to you, Trevor?
Yes, absolutely.
And we're also going to be joined throughout the show by some of our friends. A lot of our friends that have been on through the years before are going to chime in with their own thoughts about Bryan Danielson, which makes this extra special. And we thank everybody who helped us out on this because, it's going to be really cool. So I'm going to start by just sort of giving I don't know if I was a thesis statement for what I was thinking about when I pitched this, and still feel this way, which is I think what makes Bryan Danielson important and stand out among wrestlers of his generation, he sort of defines something unique about this era, and I almost consider him as somebody who grew up in the 90s. That's when I first was, became like really culturally aware. He sort of reminds me of the musicians and the bands that I was first really, really into, and they tended to be alternative rock bands that in another era would not have been famous. They were sort of, anti-fame was sort of in vogue in the early 90s, and it makes me think of obviously another person from Aberdeen, Washington, Kurt Cobain, who was obviously extremely uncomfortable with fame, and somebody that I don't think anybody would have ever, when his first album came out in 1989, would have expected him to be famous. And the 90s sort of represented this bubbling up of the underground that came out of just changes in the music industry throughout the 80s. And that made it different from the 70s. And I sort of think Bryan Danielson is that same thing. He represented a culture of indie wrestling that in some ways didn't really exist previously and felt extremely underground to the point where I think people like us who followed it closely felt a good deal of ownership of it. And there was this push-pull of like rooting for those wrestlers, so I'm going to say guys. It was mostly guys. There were some women who came along, but even indie wrestling at the time, wasn't so kind to women. But indie wrestling, he represented those guys that we wanted to succeed, but also we wanted to keep for ourselves, and they represented sort of a counterculture. And they eventually, a few of them, became the dominant culture. And it's just, I just don't think that the only other guy that I think gives him a run for his money in terms of who would represent this phenomenon is CM Punk. And, I think for a lot of reasons, Punk is a way more complicated figure than Danielson. I think Danielson's career is easier to track. His virtues are a little bit more consistent. So I don't know.
He's
Trevor.
way more divisive than Punk is Mr. Divisive. Danielson's kind of like, you might not love him as much as other people, but it's hard to hate the performer or the person.
Yeah, no, for sure. But Trevor, does that ring true to you? What I said about what Danielson sort of represents, what he signifies?
Yeah. It's interesting in the sense that, I was going to say, you comparing him to another Aberdeen resident, Kurt Cobain. Would you say that means the U.S. Indies are sub pop, and then WWE is like the major labels that gets it, signs all these guys up and kind of absorbs it, and then the scene kind of dies out eventually?
I mean, but, sort of it's not a perfect analogy, but it's a frame of reference that makes sense to me in my head because it's something that I watched in real time in both cases. But yeah, I mean, I think more or less that's what I would say.
But yeah, I agree. Like I was thinking about this, and your opening statement kind of touched on that to me. That Danielson's very much a wrestler of his time. Like his style and his talent could have been, great in other eras, but like the career he had is very much shaped by the times he lived in, and it couldn't be like I think I am not like closing the door that I will see another person like Bryan Danielson in my lifetime in terms of someone that wrestles a similar style of a certain of a similar talent level, another, shortish white guy, very good technical wrestler who's just really good in the ring. Like that I could see. I can't see them having the same career Bryan did because the conditions aren't there. Like the indie scene that kind of fostered him and that he became like one of the leaders of, and that movement, it doesn't exist today, and it didn't exist 10 years or even like 5 or 6 years before he came along, and I was thinking if Bryan Danielson came along today, I think there's 3 career paths from that are like reasonably possible, and I think they're all dramatically different than the one he actually had. So I'm going to just run these by you. What do you think about these? So like, I think possibility 1, if a guy like Bryan comes along today, or if Bryan Danielson exactly came along today, I think his first possible career is he goes to WWE, and he goes in their developmental system, and that wouldn't be crazy because Bryan signed almost immediately into WWE's developmental system in his actual life, in his actual timeline. But maybe, he goes through the NXT process and maybe he learns different habits or things, or maybe he just stays. And I feel like if that happens, if he just immediately goes to NXT, doesn't like build a reputation and a skill set on the indies, I think his upside would probably be like a career similar to Chad Gable's right now, which is like mid-card, undersized guy. Everyone recognizes as a talented wrestler, will probably continue to be in WWE for more years to come, but I don't see him having like the career heights of Bryan. Second possibility I would say would be he signs very quickly with AEW. He has like a Daniel Garcia on the high end, Nick Wayne so far on the low end type career where he shows promise on the indies. AEW snatches him up almost immediately. And he faces kind of the challenges a lot of these guys have faced in AEW, which is inconsistent pushing, fighting for so much time, having to basically the amount you get to wrestle being way reduced both in the time of your matches and, the amount of matches you have in a month. And then scenario 3, which for me would be the best case scenario, would be he has a career more like Will Ospreay has had in the last 5 to 10 years, which is he wrestles in the indies, he builds up a name, he decides to go to the New Japan because he really loves it. I know New Japan today isn't the New Japan of 5 years ago, but he has like a 5 to 10 year career in New Japan. He loves it. And as he hits his 30s to mid 30s, he does what a lot of guys have done, whether it's Omega, Ospreay, whoever, and he decides to cash out. And then he goes to either AEW or WWE, in which case he does probably have a much better career because, again, if he goes to AEW after that point, he probably has a career similar to Ospreay now where he's more prominently featured, bigger matches right out the gate. And maybe the best case scenario for him in WWE would be a career more like, say, when AJ Styles jumped from New Japan to WWE, right? Again, bigger. So to me, I see like those 3 plot lines. And to me, none of those careers would be as satisfying, at least to me as a fan, as the one he actually had.
Yeah, well, I mean, the big thing is, on the scenarios you laid out, there was only one where he'd really have been allowed to have these great, interesting matches in the early stage of his career the way he did in reality, which is that maybe that New Japan route, right?
Yeah.
Like, and probably not even then he wouldn't get the freedom. There's just something about the fact that Bryan got to work on the indies and all sorts of indies and like the kind of, led in some ways the evolution of the indies and got to go to this, kind of this scene in Europe and do Japan in not like I'm not going to say it was low pressure, but like he wasn't in main events a lot of the time, maybe a little bit later in his Noah run, but he just got so much room to grow and also be put as a main eventer in some of these indies that he just got to be somebody that you just I don't think are allowed to be as a 20-year-old, 21, 22-year-old wrestler now. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah. I mean, the indies were like the indies when Bryan came up was like the perfect time for fans like us and for a guy who like him, where it was the one era, this kind of golden era of the indies, where there was a lot of talented wrestlers that were in the indies. So you had a lot of really good opponents to work regularly, but for a lot of reasons, there wasn't a lot of pull from Japan or at that time the one predominant company, WWE, to sign you up. So they would have years there, which was, I know for a fact, was frustrating for them, right? Like you would hear Punk and Joe and Bryan complain about it at different points about like feeling like they're doing such good work and they're not getting a shot to rise up. But like the advantage of that for them as wrestlers that developed was they just kind of got years to cook and produce great work and build reputations. And
Yeah.
I just don't see that in the modern environment. That no longer exists.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this environment that Bryan Danielson kind of cut his teeth in. The indies. Let's talk about the indies. So I'm not the greatest expert in wrestling history, but here is my understanding of it, which is that, for decades, territorial wrestling, ruled the roost. Like there was the territory, the main territory in, basically every region of the United States and, other parts of North America as well. And I know there were always small promoted wrestling shows, like not shows that were part of the big, televised promotion that ran the arenas in any different territory. But indie wrestling as sort of its own genre of wrestling, I feel, based on my understanding, did not really exist until the late 1980s. I know there were outlaw territories, but like the idea that I'm seeing indie wrestling, which is converse to big league, major league wrestling, it's as its own thing, not just kind of like, just a little show in the neighborhood, but like this is its own sort of sub-genre of wrestling, I feel like didn't really become salient until WWF started going national and became a juggernaut in the 1980s. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, and it's no coincidence that the indies rose as competition waned, right? Like when the territories really started to die out, the indies kind of started to grow to fill that hole, and you had places that became like major, I guess we call them major indies, like Smoky Mountain, and I guess you could say it's the biggest indie of all, ECW. And it's not a coincidence that those came in like the early to mid 90s, that ish era when, it was finally kind of clear that, okay, like the indies are almost all but wiped out. I mean, the territories, and it's just WWF and WCW. And I don't think, it's a coincidence that the kind of what I would call like the golden age of indies, where it became even more supercharged with talent, that was, was in the early 2000s, right after ECW and WCW went out of business in short order, where you had this massive flood of talent. Like you had this all of a sudden, like, WWE only had so many spots. They were absorbing a lot of talent from those two major companies. And so it allowed them to kind of like indulge their size biases even more. And you had all these wrestlers who probably came up during like the wrestling boom, who had just started learning and were like, all of a sudden, wow, there's way less jobs for us. So if we want to wrestle, we kind of have to forge this new environment. I mean, even we've talked about it, even ROH's existence in some ways comes from ECW's death, where ECW grew into kind of like a dark horse third place promotion, and RF Video was all about selling those ECW tapes. And when they died, in part their pivot to like filming more indie shows and eventually starring ROH was like, we need a product to replace what's gone.
No, for sure. And like, I think, because I mentioned like the 80s is sort of when you got indie wrestling as sort of its own attraction. The 90s is when indie wrestling started developing an identity, which is a place. I mean, most indie wrestling throughout the 90s was still just some local guys doing a show in a school gym or in a church. Occasionally, they would get the wrestler who was on WWF TV, 3 years earlier, kind of just getting a paycheck, right? But throughout the country, you started getting people that were like, okay, these guys are allowed to do things and experiment, and maybe they're not big, and maybe they're not sized in the way that would allow them to be pushed on television, but they're gonna get our attention. And so you started getting Sabu, and you started getting Lightning Kid and Jerry Lynn and people like that. And they started to get reputations just as indie wrestlers in the U.S. And, some of them would get over to Japan and Mexico and things like that. But really, they would get their reputations in the U.S. on the indies. And eventually, they also started getting signed up. None of them ever were really pushed to main eventer in the big two. I guess Waltman came the closest, and it took him years. But that, I think, was on such a small scale in terms of the volume of people that really broke out of the indies. You had a lot of, you had more and more as the decade went on, the people that were famous just for the indies. By the end of the decade, you had Reckless Youth, you had Michael Modest had a name for himself, Scoot Andrews, Christopher Daniels. Did I already say him? But it was really, like you said, after ECW and WCW died. But it's not just that. That's obviously, I'd say, the biggest factor in what allowed there to be a kind of this glut of talent that was just available for indies to book. But I think what also happened was the internet. Because the internet created a larger version of a fan that had always existed. The hardcore insider fan that was super critical and wanted a specific type of wrestling, wanted work rate, right? That wasn't brand new because of the internet, but it created a huge subculture of that type of wrestling fan. Created, message boards everywhere, all sorts of match review websites, star ratings became not just the domain of Dave Meltzer. And so there became an incentive with the internet, the technology, and then eventually this home video and DVD market to a small promotion to say we could sell to this specific audience and give them this type of product that WWE is just never going to be interested in giving. And, why should they be? But we're going to give you a product where it's like the attraction is guys, usually smaller guys, having longer, more technical, but more creative and less restrictive wrestling matches. That wasn't the only thing that was a draw in the indies. There was lots of fun, ideas and characters and personalities. But in the early 2000s, that was a novel way to promote wrestling. I don't know how much wrestling had really been promoted with just that in many, many years of you are going to buy a ticket to our show or buy a video of our show because we have great wrestling matches. So the idea of promotions doing that, obviously Ring of Honor being first and foremost, but not just Ring of Honor. I mean, in different eras, you certainly IWA Mid-South tried to go that route. PWG had a different vibe, but certainly it sold a lot of its videos on the idea of great matches. Later on, of course, you had Evolve and things like that. But, a lot of the smaller indies were doing it too. So I think that new environment, that new type of fan, or at least the expansion of the amount of people who were that type of fan, led to this environment that led to what we call the golden age of the indies.
Yeah, absolutely. And it changed, like the fans' taste changed too, right? Because just like the wrestlers, were left out to dry, when, ECW and WCW died, we as fans were left out to dry about that. And so I know for a fact, like I've said about myself, ROH kept me as a wrestling fan when I started to see the decline of WWF and feeling like, man, there's not much left to me. I started looking more to foreign wrestling, but especially to U.S. indie wrestling. And I had never watched U.S. indie wrestling until then. And I feel like there was, obviously looking at the numbers, not a huge amount of people, but enough to make it a scene, of people who were going like, I still want to watch wrestling. I want to watch the kind of the quality of wrestling I'm accustomed to. And if it's not on WWF, I'm going to have to go looking for it now. And, I think more people, and with, like you said, like the internet was a big part of that. It made it easier than ever, even though it wasn't nearly as easy as it is today. You still had to buy tapes, but you could go online and read people's reviews of people who had bought those tapes, and then, there was websites to direct buy them from the source.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, that's how Ring of Honor got started. We've talked about it on Through the Years before. RF Video needed something to fill the hole that ECW left, and so they created ROH. Inspired by the rise of these new hot indie stars and the King of the Indies tournament, and we'll talk about that in a second. But that sort of led to it, and where Bryan Danielson fit in there, well. I think, my understanding by listening to interviews from him is he wasn't really like, when he started in wrestling, he didn't think that he was going to be this like traveling, wizard of wrestling that everybody was super excited to see. He was like, oh, I like Dean Malenko. I want to wrestle like him. And also Shawn Michaels has a wrestling school. And so, he told his story about the Dean Malenko wrestling school that he put a deposit down to, then it closed. He never got his deposit back. But eventually he ended up at the Shawn Michaels Wrestling Academy in, I believe, San Antonio. Is that where it was?
I believe so.
Yeah, and so he ended up down there, and he ended up in this fairly legendary first class with Brian Kendrick, Spanky, with Lance Cade, and with Shooter Schultz. And they were the big four. They wrestled down there in the TWA. They wrestled each other mostly. They had a very short little run in FMW very early on, just because I guess Shawn Michaels, it was a favor to Shawn because he was doing refereeing down there. But really, what the bulk of his early career was, he got this developmental contract right away, thanks to Shawn. And that whole crew was sent down to Memphis for a developmental run in the WWF developmental system. And again, looking at the results, because I haven't seen a ton of this stuff, but a lot of it was American Dragon, which is what he went by at the time, versus Spanky, American Dragon versus Lance Cade, American Dragon versus Shooter Schultz, couple people who popped up every once in a while that, like, I'm looking at the results, like there's a guy named Fabulous Rocker, and it looks like at one point Danielson wrestled in a tag match against Pete Gas, Jack Dupp, Scott Vick, and Seven. So it wasn't just those other guys. But what I did see from watching this was he did get a chance to show some personality. Those guys were involved in angles. They did get to cut promos, which makes sense, right? It was the WWF developmental system. So I think a lot of our early exposure to Danielson was after this, and he wasn't really doing the mic work and the shtick. But it is worth noting he did get a chance to learn that stuff very early in his career, and I think maybe a lot of people didn't realize that. Have you seen any of Danielson's run in developmental?
I went back, I watched a tiny bit of it for this episode, but I mostly got distracted by the incredibly awkward early promos he had in that.
Yeah.
Where, he always talked about, we always have said that Bryan was like, underrating himself and people underrate his charisma and stuff, but it was very funny to see some of those early stiff, there's still see a little bit of Bryan in those promos, but yeah,
I mean, and
ton,
also he was like 19, right? At the very beginning, he might have even been like 18. So he was really young during that time.
Yeah, I mean, and Bryan, I think, was one of the, I don't know where exactly I should say this and talk about this in the timeline. I guess I have a couple things to say, but he was one of the, I think, great, good, almost immediately wrestlers in history.
Yeah, well, he talks about how his first match with Spanky was terrible, and I did not see his first match with Spanky. I'm guessing it wasn't good because it was their first match, but I'm betting that it's one of the best first matches that two completely untrained guys have ever had. Not untrained, but inexperienced guys have ever had. But that run ends. He gets released from developmental right around, the time that WWF buys WCW and ECW. And they start cutting developmental, and the Shawn Michaels kids are victims of that. And I showed you an interview that Bryan did with, I guess it was local news in Memphis, where he talked about what he was going to do after that. And this was in, I guess what it was, May or June 2001. It was like early 2001, like the first half of the year. And he said that he was moving back in with his mom in Washington, and that he was going to go to school and become an English teacher. And that's just what he thought he was going to do with his life. He thought he would wrestle on the indies locally in Washington, but in ECCW. But he did not seem confident that wrestling was going to be his future. And I find that so interesting, considering at that point, he had already been a major figure in the Super 8 tournament, and he was clearly already great if you watch him from that point, considering his experience level. So it's very interesting to see. This happened a few times during Bryan's indie career where he kind of just assumed, like, oh, this is as far as I'm going to get. It's just so interesting to see that, because I bet you a lot of the top wrestlers wouldn't have thought that.
Yeah, it's I'm just trying to think of what to say here with him.
You saw that interview. You saw that interview, right?
Yeah, I did.
It's charming, definitely. Although he does say that he likes reading Ayn Rand, which come on, young Bryan, come on, sir. But
yeah.
But
no,
I'll forgive him for something he said when he was 19, or 20. But yeah, I mean, it's just like that was my takeaway from that interview. It was just like, man, he is so wrong about what he is.
Yeah, it is fascinating to me, like the number of times in his career until he gets to WWE that he talks about like potentially giving it up. Like there's that point, which you just kind of discovered. And then there was multiple times where he was like, maybe I should join the Peace Corps. And then there's another time, where, I think it's in 2005, that time where he does leaves for the British tour, where I think he expressed frustration with I'm not getting offers from WWE or TNA, and I've, really established himself. But then he goes he does that British tour he really loves, and he goes back to Ring of Honor and really commits himself. But then there was another time, I think he mentioned this in his book, where I think it's in 2008 or 2009, where he's like, I was just realizing my financial future stuff, where I was like, I was going to make one more effort to contact WWE and try and get signed there. And if not, I was not going to quit wrestling, but I was going to scale it down and again, go to college. So until right before he gets signed by WWE, he keeps having these crises and these thoughts of this might not be this is still something I love, but this might have to be something I either give up or scale greatly back, as I have to eventually pursue a regular life.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, thankfully he obviously saw more in his ability, or someone did, that encouraged him to travel for wrestling, and that starting in, it looks like August of 2001, he mainly does wrestle in the Pacific Northwest. A lot of matches for ECCW, but then, again, he had already made a big name for himself at the Super 8 tournament in February of 2001, and that was when I think he really started having his series of matches with Low Ki that became legendary, and he ends up getting called back for this King of the Indies tournament, where, according to Dave Meltzer, and I guess according to Bryan in his book too, he really makes an impression on some of these legends. Nick Bockwinkel in particular, the legend has it, sees Danielson in an early round match. Donovan Morgan was supposed to win the tournament, but instead Nick Bockwinkel tells the promoter Roland Alexander, "You got to put this American Dragon kid over in the tournament or you're crazy." So, much to Donovan Morgan's chagrin, American Dragon beats him, beats Spanky earlier in the tournament. He beats Doug Williams. He finally beats Low Ki in a very, very, very highly regarded match at the time, and wins a Super 8 tournament. And I feel like from that moment on, he's one of the most sought after people on the independents for sure. And I think people are really starting to turn their heads in his direction. And one person who saw Bryan Danielson during this stage of his career, one of the few people that I've spoken to that have live, is the legendary, we're so honored to have had him on our show, Phil Schneider. And he's going to talk a little bit about seeing Bryan Danielson very, very early on in his career.
I'm Phil Schneider from the Death Valley Drivers, Segunda Caída, The Ringer, GQ, author of Way of the Blade, 100 of the Greatest Bloody Matches in Professional Wrestling History, author of the upcoming Way of the Blade 2, which is about AEW, and which I got to talk to actually Bryan Danielson a fair amount for that book. I wanted to talk about the first time I ever saw Bryan Danielson live, which was February 24th, 2001, at the 5th annual ECWA Super 8 tournament. And this was we rolled relatively deep with Death Valley Driver writers and guys on the board. Pete Stein was there, Reverend Ray was there, Phil Ripa, the late, great Dean Rasmussen. We all came in to Delaware for this show. We think this was either the second or the third Super 8 I'd been to. Been to ECWA a fair number of, at least a couple times before that, and then became a pretty big regular there for a while right afterwards, because the group of guys that they brought in for this tournament, they started booking pretty regularly. And I think part of the context for this match was, East Coast independent wrestling in the late 90s, early 2000s, sort of post ECW, was pretty dire. Like, you would go to these shows and the best thing you could hope for was like a stiff Tom Brandi chop, or like, oh, maybe Axel Rotten's going to drop an elbow on somebody, or maybe Mark the Shark Schrader might throw a nice looking Northern Light suplex before blowing up 3 minutes into a match. I mean, it was not, you had to search pretty long and hard to find anything even resembling above average pro wrestling on these shows. And sometimes you'd see Mike Quackenbush would show up. Mike Quackenbush was okay. And then you had Reckless Youth. So there were some guys, but there wasn't anything like the boom that was coming, and no real signs that it was coming. And Low Ki had a bit of a reputation up to this point as a guy you'd want to see. But same thing with Reckless Youth was in this tournament too. Tony Kazina, these were guys we had heard of, but you weren't really expecting this. And I didn't really know very much about American Dragon or Spanky either, they wrestled in the first round of this tournament. And I actually kind of have a real memory of saying, telling these guys before the tournament starts, Low Ki's really cool. This American Dragon guy, I remember seeing him from some Shawn Michaels tapes. He kind of sucks. They really should have brought in the Board of Education. So I have just a long reputation of proper predictions about how good a wrestler is going to be. I'm like, this guy's not very good, but maybe it'll be okay. And then, as this tournament went on, we just started to go, holy shit, this is really something. Dragon, Spanky was tremendous. Loki was in there just stiffing people. And it built pretty clear that those two were going to be in the final. And by the time you got there, you were just so excited because these guys were doing stuff you just didn't see other places. Clearly inspired by like watching Japanese tapes and now everybody is, and now all wrestling is, it's too much tape watching. But back then it really was, these guys seemed like they were coming up, the first wave of generations of guys who were sort of watching wrestling from all over the world and seeing what the, guys were doing in Battle Arts and Michinoku Pro and New Japan and bringing that into what wrestling was going and built this really up. And then when they, went after it, it was just like, I haven't seen anything like this live. And this is out of control good. And these guys are the next guys. These guys are the next generation of guys like Malenko and Guerrero and Benoit who came up through ECW and WCW, 5 or 6 years before. And it's just really, really impressive, really fun to watch. And Dragon just, leaped out of the ring as a guy who's just doing things that you don't see from other people at that time. And the match itself was really good. I mean, and then I became almost like a deadhead. I went to the ECWA Dragon a rematch with Ricky Steamboat as referee. I flew to California ostensibly to visit my parents, but mostly to go to the King of the Indies, where they had another matchup that really, that a lot of people say launched ROH, that tournament, and they had a third matchup. And for a while there, I was seeing all of them. I went to see them in ROH, and it was just one of those things like, if these guys are in a place that I can watch them wrestle, I'm going to borrow a buddy's car or catch a ride with somebody or find a way to get to a place and check it out. And it really was like a real fits, something like they always say that your favorite bands or your favorite ever is your favorite band when you were in your 20s. And, like in this time in like 2001, I was like 25 and single and had no kids and could theoretically follow around indie wrestling for the hell of it. And it was kind of a real, a special time for me. And Bryan Danielson was a special part of that. When I interviewed him for GQ, sort of, unsolicited, he kind of said, hey, I want to, say I really was sad to hear about Dean passing, and what you guys did really hyping us up in the beginning days, that really, really helped my career, and it really meant a lot to me. So, it's funny that you tend to think that the stuff you do goes out in a vacuum. Who the hell even reads it? But it's nice to hear that, that we've had a little role in sort of hyping him up and getting him to the point where he got, and now he's, retired sort of, and, goes down as one of the greats of all time. And I'd like to think you could see a little kernel of that in Delaware in 2001.
Thank you so much, Phil, for sending that in. That was so interesting and so cool to hear. So that, of course, brings us to Ring of Honor, because a lot of people say that the King of the Indies was the inspiration for Ring of Honor. And, some people dispute how much of a one-to-one connection there was, but I know that Gabe Sapolsky has said it certainly was part of it. And so we get, really, I think, the vast, vast, vast majority of early Bryan Danielson matches that I've seen, and I'm guessing that you've seen, which is this Ring of Honor run that we've been reviewing, for a long time. And I think in that first year of Ring of Honor, he really was, low-key was the star, but Danielson was the guy that was like, you're just going to see like such quality. I almost feel like maybe people, when they watched a Bryan Danielson match or American Dragon match in 2002, they were not expecting to be blown away the way they were blown away by Low Ki, but they were expecting to see something that was so solid and just the excellence of execution, for lack of a better term, so crisp, so well thought out, so stiff and tightly locked on holds. Just, he did mat wrestling, I'd say, in a way that stood out from every other American wrestler at the time, even the ones that were noted for their technical wrestling. There was just something about the way he did it that made it, I don't know, I think there was just such a beauty to the way he wrestled back then. It's kind of hard to explain, but I think it's best exemplified in the match that he had against Low Ki at the second Ring of Honor show, Round Robin Challenge, just where they kind of tried to mix what at the time was thought of as like MMA hybrid style with the pro wrestling big spots. And it was just something that American wrestling didn't do at that time. And it's crazy to think back now as I look to see how he really didn't have a ton of experience to really like say where it's so obvious where he picked up the ability to do this stuff. I don't think he'd been to Europe yet. And other than that FMW run, I don't think he'd been to Japan yet either. So it's really remarkable to watch Danielson in that first year of ROH before he got to do all that stuff and see like just how advanced he was at wrestling and putting together great matches.
Yeah, and this is why I want to go to, I guess, make my point about Bryan Danielson himself has said, he wasn't that good when he was young and people didn't recognize him. And like he famously did that in like the last year or two in like some conference or like media thing. And Tony Khan was right near was like, no, people were talking about you because Tony Khan, of course, being a big internet nerd, ran in those circles. And like, I just want to point out, like, I looked this up just because I wanted to make sure I got this right. The Death Valley Driver, which Phil Schneider, who we just had on, was a writer for those anyone that's younger that maybe doesn't know, the Death Valley Driver video review was like an online community. It was like kind of an online zine that also eventually spread like a message board and a community of a few guys who reviewed basically wrestling from everywhere. And they were like just some of the most voracious wrestling fans in terms of they watched everything. They watched the major leagues, they watched the indies, they watched Japan, they watched, Joshi, they watched Mexico, but they also watched like the scummy small indies in like those countries. And, it was, a small group, but it was like influential. There was wrestlers and promoters who would be reading those boards and often under different names and things like that. And for a window of time, they did the Death Valley Driver Video Review 500, which was a takeoff on the Pro Wrestling Illustrated 500, where they would rank the 500 greatest wrestlers. And they did this basically 2 times a year, November and May, every year from like 2000 through to May 2003. And I just want to read out, this is, and again, these were people who, like, if you watched who was on that list, it's wrestlers from everywhere. Again, these were some of the most, but I just want to point out, November 2000, Bryan debuts on the list as American Dragon. He was number 284 out of 500 people. So remember this. Bryan had only, graduated wrestling school and started wrestling in December of 1999. So we're talking about less than a year in, he's on the list at 284. May 2001, so 6 months later, he's 42. November 2001, another 6 months later, he's 19. May 2002, the next list, he's number 8. November 2002, he's number 9. He falls back. May of 2003, he's number 1. So this is a guy that's, in a teenager, he's already on the radar. He's barely into his 20s, and he's being considered by some of like the biggest wrestling nerds who watch the most stuff, like one of, if not the best wrestler in the world. And, most of the stuff comes before Ring of Honor, and I think that really and one other thing I just want to quickly say when we're talking about this era about like how I said, I think Bryan's one of the great young wrestler, gets it almost immediately, is when people talk about like the other like really wrestlers that picked up pro wrestling almost immediately. They're guys like Jun Akiyama, Owen Hart, Brock Lesnar, Kurt Angle, Matt Riddle, even though it's always weird to mention Brock Lesnar and Matt Riddle now, but they were picked up wrestling very quickly. And all those guys had something in common, which was they all did amateur wrestling. And there's a connection, amateur wrestling does not guarantee you'll pick up pro wrestling really quickly or at all, like look at Gable Steveson, but it seems to really boost your chances. And Bryan Danielson, to my knowledge, was not an amateur wrestler. He did like a little bit of track and field and football, I think, but he was just a wrestling fan, a pro wrestling fan. And he just picked it up so quick. And by people that were watching, he was recognized, you know. And yeah, when you watch his early stuff, it's his technical wrestling that's so good. Like a lot of times you see young wrestlers, I know I'm drawing on, but I just want to say, like, I know a lot of times when you see young wrestlers and you see they've got potential where you like, they can do really incredible moves, or they've got really great athleticism, or they just have something striking about their personality. And there's a lot of young wrestlers where you can tell they're going to be something, but they're like unfinished projects where you're like, they've got big holes in their game, but like there's some raw talent there that's so visible. You know, if they just like brush up on the other things and get more experience, they'll reach it. Bryan was such a solid, like, you know, the technical stuff, the precision, the execution of the fundamentals, you know, the confidence he had in the ring, the selling, like all those things, like he was a different kind of really great young wrestler.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just, you know, it's hard to explain other than just some people are just really, really apt for certain things. He had great talent. Like that's all there is to it. And the desire to execute well, at this. And you know, he kind of throughout 2002, he built his legend on the indies more and more. He went to more places. I mean, there were more, you know, local indies that were booking him. You know, he was at, did a lot of shows in Jersey at the time. He was still working in the Pacific Northwest for ECCW. He was getting involved a lot in APW, and I think he became the trainer at APW for a while. Some other West Coast promotions like Epic and things like that. And then finally, in late 2002, he had a tour of Japan, New Japan. He wrestled for a tour for about a month and a half over there. He's had a good little run. I haven't really seen any of his 2002 New Japan stuff, or at least if I haven't seen it in a long time. But he came back, continued to have great matches in ROH. You know, I still think that his AJ Styles match from ROH in 2002 in November is the best match those two guys have had against each other. That's still my opinion. He started this great series against Paul London, had a 30-minute Iron Man match against Doug Williams. He got back into WWE for a few dark matches. If you ever saw the early Bryan Danielson against John Cena match from, you know, whatever one of those shows, Jacked or Metal or whatever it was, that's from that like late 2002 or maybe early 2003 era, which is you know what we're talking about. But and you know, he continues to go back to Japan, but the one match that I think that everyone remembers from that like late 2002, early 2003 period is this match he has with Paul London, Epic Encounter 2 out of 3 falls in April of 2003, which was another match which I think added a different dimension to this whole like, these guys are wise beyond their years. You know, and we've talked about this a lot, you and me, that in another universe, if timing would worked out a little bit differently, we could be having this same tribute show to Paul London. Like that's how good Paul London seemed back in 2003 when he was wrestling American Dragon Bryan Danielson at the Murphy Rec Center, and they had this like 40-minute like 2 out of 3 falls. Like it was a mix of old school and new school. You know, you could just see like they were doing more with less. They weren't like maybe like going for like these like state of the art submissions, but they were just keeping it simple. But storytelling and the struggle were just so advanced. And it's like, yeah, guys that are this young and don't get as much time to work with veterans as you might, you know, in an old territory, shouldn't be this good against each other. And they just were. Like, it was just like, you know, you watch that match, and because it was so simple, it's not like a match where it's like, oh yeah, these moves are outdated. You know, it's like, that's a match that will always stand the test of time because it's basic, but so well executed. And I think that's another example of just how great Bryan Danielson was at that time. And then finally, I think one of the one missing piece in Bryan Danielson's overall, you know, technical wrestling game, I think is almost totally filled in after this several month run he has in 2003, where he is in Europe, England, Germany, right? It just seems like a place that's a perfect fit for Bryan Danielson, and he spends months there. And when he comes back, I think he's a whole different level of confident. Do you have any thoughts on the pre-England Bryan Danielson versus the post-England Bryan Danielson?
Well, it's amazing because I don't know if it's that England run, but that's another way Brian's life. We briefly, I think, maybe alluded to it, but another way Brian's life could have changed, because he's on the record in his book and elsewhere as saying that working the British circuit, which is the vacation circuit, where you go to these small towns and work almost every day, and you do a bit more comedy, and you're just always on the road, and you're always working. You're working for a lot of families and tourists. Brian has said that is some of the most fun he ever had, and if they paid him just a little bit more, he would have stayed there forever. And we talk about we talked up top about the changes in wrestling, how young guys today, it's good for them in the sense where they don't have we talked about Brian, all these times Brian kind of thought, oh, I can't really make a living out of this. The future prospects of building a life around this, is crazy. I might have to leave. And a lot of talented indie wrestlers had those crises of faith because there just wasn't many big full-time jobs being offered to them. The good thing about now is you show promise, you get signed to a decent living pretty quickly now. I mean, a guy like Nick Wayne gets committed before he's even legal age to sign. But the bad is you don't get near as much experience once you get locked into these systems that are all about TV and are pretty much almost eliminated house shows. And when you think about how many wrestlers got the opportunity, even the 2002 when you had, or in 2003, in those years, where a really top tier indie wrestler, if they're really hustling, might be able to work Friday, Saturday, Sunday every weekend. But how many wrestlers, unless they went on tours to Japan, got to wrestle almost every day for weeks? And how could you not learn there, right? How could that not just be a massive boost to your development, no matter what the style, what the place, just getting that many reps?
Yeah, it's crazy that that style of coming up in the business is basically completely closed off, right? What companies work that off? I guess just Mexico, right? Even Japan has less volume of shows than it used to, right?
Yeah, and it's insane because when I don't know if you remember this, but when I was watching Ring of Honor at the start, and the indies started to rise in the early to mid 2000s, one of the big criticisms from people in Fierce was these guys are only working 2 or 3 days a week. That's not enough experience for the young generation. Where are they going to be like? And it's a lot of these young guys these days, if you get signed to NXT or AEW, if you're not working the indies in AEW to supplant that, if you're not allowed to or just don't have the drive to, you're dreaming of a day where you worked Friday, Saturday, Sunday in long non-TV matches every week. It shows you how much it changed, because it used to be, in Brian's day, he was the guy where it's his generation isn't working enough, because in the old, 20 years earlier, he would have been on the territories working a loop,
Yeah, for sure. And, but as we saw, he certainly did continue to get so much better. And I think as soon as he came back from that England tour, we saw him in ROH. He showed a little bit more personality on some of the shows he was on. And that's also when he starts to get a little more playful, I think, in his presentation. Shortly after that, I feel he shaves his head, or at least cuts it really, really short. He, I feel starts to sort of have this almost wackier persona. I kind of see 2004 as being Bryan Danielson's real experimental year. The first couple major Danielson matches I ever saw were the match from the Era of Honor Begins with Low-Ki and Christopher Daniels. And the Epic Encounter match with Paul London. But then after that, the next match I saw of his was a match that he had at Ring of Honor Reborn Stage 2 against Homicide. And this was a different version of Bryan Danielson. He was shaved head, sort of way more old school in terms of his mat work and his presentation. And he kind of presented Bob Backlund a little bit. And I feel like that was by design, and he was sort of experimenting with the sort of stuff he would do in between these much longer tours of Japan that he was having in 2004. But like he had that famous match with Jack Evans at Survival of the Fittest, where the whole match was just him bending Jack Evans in half and loving it. Then he won the Survival of the Fittest later that night and had a match with Austin Aries that was pretty unique in terms of the moves that he was doing. He started wrestling in ways where it's like he was always doing something new in his matches. And then, of course, the most experimental, and to me, one of the most legendary matches of all was the 2 out of 3 falls match he had against Austin Aries at Testing the Limit, which went almost 75 minutes. And at least the way that Bryan tells the story, the idea was that it was going to go almost 3 hours, right? Where it's going to be 2 1-hour-long draws and then almost to a draw in the third fall before Aries got the pin on Danielson, which would have been as experimental as it gets. But you've actually, I think, questioned whether that was really seriously in their mind that night. They certainly, Bryan consistently says it was. So I tend to believe him, but like there are reasons if you watch that match to think that maybe he changed his mind very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, because I just feel like I was talking about this to you in private the other day. I was just thinking, like, you watch that match and it doesn't feel like it's paced to go 3 hours. Like, full disclosure, one thing I considered, even though this show's more Matt's baby than mine, I considered trying to ask if I could get Bryan Danielson to do a brief interview. Then I kind of just decided against it, and kind of the time ran out for that. But because I do know some people I could ask, but I don't know Bryan. But the thing I would have been most curious to ask in such a nerdy thing would have been about this match, because I would have been like, what were you how did you think you could accomplish a 3-hour match? Like, it blows my, and what was Austin Aries thinking when Bryan comes up to him and says, "Hey, I'm thinking we should work almost for 3 hours," and he says yes. Is it a yes? Okay. What is he thinking? And it's just, but yeah, that's a big thing about this era of Bryan is he was a guy who, it is amazing to think that he was not even really in his mid-20s yet, and he was already in the position where he was being in the matches that put other guys on the map, almost on the veteran thing, because the Survival of the Fittest match and the 2 out of 3 falls, those were the matches that kind of really set Aries up for his ROH title run that started at the end of the year and really put on the map to some people, although he was gaining recognition apart from Danielson before that. You could even look at the Paul London match, another match where the 2 out of 3 falls one, where here's this guy that's really gaining ground, but then he has kind of the match that brings him to a new level against a guy who's a similar age to him.
Younger, even.
Older, I'm not.
Yeah, Danielson is younger than London, and also, I think several years younger than Aries.
And the other thing I think we should mention during this era, the 2004 era, was, he was working New Japan at this point, which, and then we'd see, when Liger comes to Ring of Honor, he works Liger. But also, during this whole era, Danielson had been working in the Inoki dojo, the U.S. dojo that they had for a while, where some wrestlers did. And Danielson talks about how, he tells this story where, he wanted to get to New Japan at one point, and so there was tryouts at the dojo. And at this point, he did not live in California where the dojo was, and so he drives down and he's training for. He's working as a trainer for APW, I think, for Roland Alexander, and that's where he's making his living, and then doing indie wrestling to supplant that on the weekends. And so he drives down to the Inoki dojo to do this tryout, and I think it's Shinya Makabe, the future Togi Makabe, is there, and he tells everyone that you can't just think that you will get a job on one tryout. You have to keep showing up. And so Bryan just decides, I'm going to move down there. And he asks, could I live in the dojo? And I don't think anyone was. It was this idea, could I just have a cot here and live here? And they're yeah. And so Bryan starts training MMA. They were doing MMA classes every day, cardio every day, everything, wrestling every day, pro wrestling every day. And that's another example where, I mentioned him getting all the reps with Britain for those short tours. Not that they did a ton of those things, but then just how many wrestlers got to basically like work the same indie schedule of the weekends, but also like live in a dojo and train.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that's just building him up in this era.
Yeah. And like, he's sort of, self-deprecated when it comes to his ability as a trainer, but he definitely had a decent amount of chances to do it at a very, very, very young age. So I'm sure whatever gaps he had in his ability happened to be from the fact that even though he was amazing, he was not that experienced himself at the time. It's weird to think that in wrestling they do that though. Like people that are, have only wrestled for a few years sometimes become trainers. It's interesting how that happens.
Well, look at all the guys at the ROH wrestling school, right?
Yeah,
like Bryan was a trainer there, and
Aries and Punk, and Delirious.
But I was just gonna say, like Bryan, like I wanted to touch on quickly. You said like Bryan has always said he wasn't a good trainer, and he's really self-deprecating. But I don't necessarily like. Sometimes really people that are great or something aren't the best coaches or trainers because they can't really verbalize. And I know Bryan has said like he just had a hard time like. They needed to be really motivated. Like he wasn't good at like instilling motivation. Like if they didn't have the drive, he wasn't going to be like the rah, pick it up. But so I have no idea if he's a great, if he is self-deprecating too much or not. I do know there's a clip of him giving a speech on the Wrestling Road Diaries documentary he did right before he left for WWE with Colt Cabana and Sal Renard, where they document the three on the road. And one thing they do is a training seminar. And I thought they have a segment where he's just giving a speech to some people on a little teaching thing they did, and I thought he gave some really frank, really good, like plain, straight to the heart advice about making this a career and what you need to do. So that's like an argument for maybe he could have been a better trainer in some respects than he says he was. But then I was just seeing the other day when I was just looking up stuff, the opposite of Nigel McGuinness was on episode of the AEW, like Unscripted or whatever, I forget what's called, the podcast they have, and I guess in the last year, and he recounted a story where like in 2003 or 2004 when he was starting out in Ring of Honor, Nigel asked Bryan, like, what can I, like, you're one of the top guys here, what can I do to become a top guy? And he says, Bryan just said, I don't know, and walked away. I just think, okay, maybe he wasn't the best at giving advice. Like, because Bryan's so nice guy, so it's just, that seems like a very, like, matter of fact, like, I don't know. And just leaves. Like, I just love imagining, and then that made me think, you know what, maybe he was right, that he wasn't a great trainer or, like, advice giver.
Well, at least at that age, but yeah, just continuing on with, so during this era, Bryan works a lot for IWA Mid-South. He works in the very famous 2004 Ted Petty Invitational tournament where he ends up losing in the finals in a three-way with Samoa Joe. They lose to AJ Styles. Goes back to Japan. He has, what a lot of people are considering one of the best ROH matches against Samoa Joe. One of 40-minute title defense that Joe had. Joe's second longest title defense to that point after the first CM Punk match, and then right before the second CM Punk match. Gets to wrestle Jushin Liger in ROH, which is a really big spot to be put in. Goes back to Japan, and when he comes back, that's when Danielson starts to get even a little bit more experimental with his look by shaving his head completely and growing out a bushy beard, which Bryan Danielson with a beard, who would have thought it? But starts wearing a cape or like a robe to the ring, and like he really changes his persona a lot. He starts wearing kick pads and incorporates that a little bit more into his arsenal again, because he had done that earlier in his career, but kind of got away from it. And I think that 2005 is, that run is an interesting time, because he has like that 2 out of the 3 out of 5 series with Homicide, which I thought was a little bit disappointing. One of the only things I could really say about Bryan Danielson's ROH career that was disappointing, even though the matches were mostly pretty good. There's a lot of brawling and stuff that, which, I'll talk about later, which is the one place I think it took Bryan a few years to get the hang of is brawling. I don't think he was quite there yet in 2005. But then he goes away for his second big run in Europe during the summer of 2005. He goes to England and Germany, and I think I'm looking at his cage match, and I think that some of the shows he went to were probably so small that a lot of them don't even appear on the cage match. If you look, it's not that many, but he was there for a few months and was probably working like every single day. So I think that was another big evolution, because when he gets back from that, I think we get really the next evolution of Bryan Danielson. But before I get to that, since we have been talking so much about Bryan Danielson on the indies, I did want us to hear from somebody that encountered Bryan on the indies and definitely has his own stories to share, and that is the great friend of the podcast. You know him, you love him, Joe Sposto. So, Joe, take it away.
Hey, Trevor and Matt, it's Joe Sposto, Diamond Joe Leonard F. Chikarsson, call me what you will. But thank you very much for asking me to be included in your Bryan Danielson Ring of Honor retrospecticus. As this comes out, I'm sure Bryan will have already been back, defeating the dastardly, whatever the new Blackpool Combat Club is called, and leading a team of Dark Order, Private Party, Iron Savages, and I don't know, let's bring back whatever Brandy's group was called initially when she was a baddie. She's leading all of them against them. But anyway, we're talking about Bryan Danielson, we're talking about Ring of Honor. I had the pleasure and honor of being on a lot of the early shows for you guys, because I was a lot of the early Ring of Honor shows. That 2002 to 2007-ish period of time. And, obviously you wanted me to talk about some of my favorite Bryan Danielson moments. And the two that I would have to point to, one would have to be the 2 out of 3 Falls match that he had at Epic Encounter in April of 2003 with Paul London. Now, Bryan himself still on the come up, but it was something that was a little bit more slow and gradual from the very beginning of Ring of Honor. Whereas Paul London was, at that point, 3 months away from being picked up by WWF, and his ascent really didn't start until just that prior October. And this was the match that I think made Paul London not just a superstar, but a megastar that WWE wanted a piece of him. And, that I think was a credit to what Danielson can do to get a talent over and not lose any of that luster on himself. And that's the best match. My favorite Bryan Danielson moment, and there's been a lot of them, would have to be the match that he had with Alex Shelley at the Arena Warfare show at the ECW Arena in March of 2006. So it's a heel versus heel match, kind of, sort of. And, Bryan is positioned at that point. Shelley's in the embassy. And there's so many people that point to Danielson's career and say, oh, he didn't really connect with fans until he got that run in WWE, which would have been like 2010, 2011. But you go back and you watch this match, and Bryan gets just as much out of yelling at kids in the crowd. This is a very early, if not the first, I Have Until 5 referee, for all the stuff that he does in ring physically, that he gets across with what he could do as a competitor, as someone who connects and can get people invested in just his actions and his interactions and so forth. So all of you people that say Bryan wasn't a complete performer until he got to WWE, I say he was a complete performer in 2006. Again, thank you very much for having me on, and looking forward to many more. And I don't know, next time there's a Peli Primo retrospective, give me a call. Tukey World Order.
Thanks so much, Joe. That was a lot of fun to hear from you. But I want to talk about now is this Bryan returning from Europe in 2005, because this is when I finally get to see Bryan Danielson live, and it just so happens that it coincides with probably the most important moment of his career to that point, which is him winning the Ring of Honor World Title at Glory by Honor 4 in September of 2005 in Long Island against James Gibson right before Gibson went back to WWE, and in a really, really great technical wrestling match, like, one of the best I had ever seen live. And, I was really excited to see Bryan Danielson live for the first time. I did not realize the journey we'd be on, but I think if you've been listening to Through the Years, you have heard everything that we've had to say about this title reign, but it's probably the most legendary run of Danielson's career. So, Trevor, I ask you, despite the fact that we've talked about it to death, to just give your quick thoughts on the Bryan Danielson Ring of Honor World Title match, the World Title reign that people still talk about to this day.
Well, this was a big point for me as a fan of Ring of Honor and Bryan Danielson and stuff, where he had, we talked about this at the time in more depth on Through the Years. So if you haven't listened, you can go back and listen to those. But he, Bryan had always been pushed as a significant player in Ring of Honor, but by the nature of him having Japan commitments and, occasionally going on these Europe tours, he was more like a guy who was there like half at the time, he would leave for bursts. He wasn't like a guy like a Homicide who was there for almost every show. And so there was a certain limit to how far he was going to be pushed and in what ways, like he wasn't going to be champion before that. And there was that period when he went on that British tour where I think that was one of the times where he talked about maybe I got to go to the Peace Corps, and he, he's kind of reevaluating things. And so I was somewhere I was like, one of my favorite wrestlers might be like leaving wrestling or going to wrestling that I can't really access. And then to have him come back and, we didn't know behind the scenes at the time, but knowing that that Gabe told him like, look, I'm going to commit to you if you commit to me. Bryan talks about in his book, Gabe said like, I never really saw you as the top guy, but Punk had just left and stuff. And it's like, I'm going to push you in that role. And I think that world title reign to this day is the only time a wrestling company ever unabashedly pushed Bryan Danielson as the man. And he mentions that in the book. And I think even though, I say that sometimes people will go, oh, the WWE stuff. But it's like even there, when he won the world title, that was only by basic fan revolt, Punk leaving, all these things happening. And even then, they had already kind of earmarked he's going to get crushed by Brock Lesnar in a few months at SummerSlam in, what ended up being the John Cena role when Danielson got hurt and couldn't do that match. But we talked about that 2006 run where on rewatch, a lot of people consider that the greatest run he's ever had. I think we would both disagree now on rewatch, and it's still great. It's maybe just a little bit less, but I think that run has the fun of it. The magic, isn't it the great matches? And there are great matches and great performances. It's him discovering this character, the best in the world, more cocky, arrogant, maestro of the ring type character. And also the fun of, it's the only time in his career that a major promotion or a prominent promotion, whatever you want to qualify Ring of Honor as, gave Bryan Danielson the ball for a sustained run with no end date. Just here you go. And
yeah, I mean,
I think there's a joy in that apart from the wrestling. And I think that's part of why people remember that time so fondly now. It's not just the quality of wrestling. It's the time where he got pushed to the top.
Yeah, and it's sort of like he felt like an old school territory world champion, right? That was sort of the vibe that he gave off, of just and having all these different matches and being the heel when, most of the time when it was suitable, but occasionally working babyface when the opponent called for it. And he started, really showing what he could do on the microphone at this point. We had thought for a while that he was underrated as a character, but he really, really relished taunting those live crowds. And, eventually, even by the end of the year, started cutting good, non-live promos for the ROH Video Wire, especially when he had his shoulder injury and he had to, emote about that. And of course, he started this feud or rivalry with Nigel McGuinness that, I'd say very unexpectedly carried over for, almost 2 decades after that. pretty remarkable, but had some absolutely incredible matches during those times. Those matches with Nigel McGuinness in particular, still hold up and are still talked about to this day, even on television. Matches with Kenta, Jimmy Rave, Alex Shelley, a lot of those matches, an hour-long match with Samoa Joe that's pretty polarizing. A lot of those matches are still talked about. I'm, very fortunate that I got to be there live for a bunch of them. And not only when he won it, but also when he finally lost it to Homicide. I was there for that too. And it was an incredible moment built up by the fact that Danielson was this legendary champion at this point that Homicide had beaten. And, I don't think that I would have guessed that Danielson would have gotten to the heights he got to, but simultaneously, I don't think I would have guessed that this would be the last time that Bryan Danielson was ever presented as the top star in his promotion for an extended period of time. I thought that would happen again. It's interesting that it didn't, and that his career still remained as legendary as it did. But certainly a great run. And I think probably no one better to talk about Danielson's ROH run, which we're not done talking about yet, but I think no one better to bring that home than our man in Ohio, Mr. Jeff Schwartz. Jeff, let's hear what you got to say about the American Dragon.
Hey, it's Jeff Schwartz from an honorable mention, and you can find me on Twitter at Mr. Jeff Schwartz 0. Thank you, Trevor and Matt, for inviting me to share some words on a guy who wanted to once be called Lloyd Boner. Professional wrestling is at times a really rotten and unethical place to find joy in. Undoubtedly, there is one true professional wrestler who in my 34 years or so as a fan has never made me question this adventure that has been my pro wrestling roller coaster. Bryan Danielson, the American Dragon, the greatest professional wrestler to ever exist, ever. I will confess, pro wrestling is subjective 99.9% of the time. 0.1% is in fact not subjective. If you told me Bryan Danielson wasn't the greatest wrestler of all time to ever perform this art form, you would be wrong. I vividly recall the first Bryan Danielson match I saw at Jersey All-Pro on a VHS tape I had traded for from the late Andy Joyce. He wrestled Steve Corino. And it was the same story Bryan has told and reinvented his entire career. Underdog versus grizzled old villain. And by old, I think Steve was still in his late 20s. 2001 was a year for professional wrestling that changed me. I saw Danielson, CM Punk, and The Amazing Red for the very first time. 3 wrestlers I credit for completely changing what I viewed as possible in pro wrestling. There is no way around it. Without those 3 gentlemen, I am not the wrestling fan I am today. When I saw The Era of Honor Begins, I was convinced this gritty world was what I wanted wrestling to be, what it had to be for me to stay locked in. Danielson shined in the main event 3-way with his fluidity that only seconded his crisp execution of moves, his placement. The American Dragon against Low Ki on Round Robin Challenge, show number 2, was mind-blowing to the point that the VHS tape actually would always stop on rewind because I watched the match so many times. Over the last 23 years of watching the American Dragon, I got to see him evolve from a great professional wrestler to the most complete performer in the history of this business. It's not hyperbole. He is truly the most complete professional wrestler of all time. He should have made 5 times the money of a Steve Austin or The Rock. He laps them both infinitely. I was honored to be in the front row for both matches that Bryan had with Nigel McGuinness in Cleveland. To this day, they're the 2 best wrestling matches to ever occur in the Rock and Roll City. Though many have tried, everyone has come up short to equal the skill and ranges of emotion created by Danielson and McGuinness inside the historic Gray's Armory. It is not lost on me that the greatest professional wrestler of all time and most underrated professional of all time, Nigel McGuinness, combined to create magic in the 38 times they shared a wrestling ring. The largest compliment I can give Bryan Danielson is that he is equally hated as a heel as he is loved as a babyface. That is even more remarkable because there is no drop in match quality no matter which side of the fence he's on. This is evidenced by the role reversal scene in McGuinness versus Danielson at the 6th anniversary show for Ring of Honor in Manhattan that I was in the front row for. In my opinion, it is the best match I've ever seen Nigel have, and arguably the best Danielson match in Ring of Honor. A match for the ROH Mount Rushmore, befitting of being displayed next to a Joe versus Kobashi, or Joe versus Punk 2, or Joe versus Punk 3. I do have some favorite matches aside from Nigel. There's the Kenta match at Glory of Honor 5 Night 2, the Jimmy Rave match at the 4th anniversary show, Alex Shelley at Arena Warfare, Austin Aries at Testing the Limit or Survival of the Fittest, the MJF Iron Man match, CM Punk in FIP, and you gotta trust me on that one, it's worth going out of your way to watch. When Danielson left for the WWE, I definitely had pause for concern. However, in the long run, even the folks at WWE were smart enough to realize just how special Bryan Danielson is. I will not use the name they assigned him because I believe it to be ridiculous. However, I do believe that that run at WWE and the moment he was crowned world champion at WrestleMania 30 symbolizes that anything is possible for anyone in life. No matter what circumstances life throws at you, you have to put in the work, keep banging your head against the wall, and eventually you're going to break through. That is the overall life lesson of Bryan Danielson. Anything is possible. The WWE run naturally came to an end with creative failure after creative failure, and sadly, Danielson was injured. He had to retire in one of the most moving moments in wrestling history. But through the powers of magical healing, that is the creation of All Elite Wrestling, Bryan was magically cleared to wrestle again, and eventually was freed from the handcuffs of World Wrestling Entertainment. And he debuted at All Out 2021 in Chicago, a moment I too was honored to be at ringside for. I can't encapsulate just how wide the smile on my face was without comparing it to Jack Nicholson's version of the Joker. I was so relieved that he would be able to wrestle the way he wanted, the way the best wrestler in the world should wrestle. I was ringside for matches against Kenny Omega, Hangman Page, Jon Moxley, and so many others. I got to feel that same energy that I felt at Ring of Honor from Bryan Danielson, but this time with perspective as a mature grown-up, and I'm so grateful for that. The final countdown is as iconic as an entrance in 2024 as it was in 2005. The song my beloved Cleveland Guardians play with 2 outs in the 9th inning brings the same type of joy to me when I see that goofy smile that Bryan Danielson sometimes has to grit his teeth to hide. I've often wondered just who has been able to get him to break out of that teeth grinding and just laugh. Likely Colt Cabana or Claudio Castagnoli. Naturally, any sports fan looks for the GOAT. I've seen the LeBron versus Jordan argument for a long time. Same with Ali versus Mayweather and Tom Brady versus Jim Brown. But there isn't that argument in professional wrestling. It's the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, and then everybody else. Selfishly, I don't know what the future holds for Bryan Danielson, but I hope if anyone can find a way to wrestle forever, it's the American Dragon. He may not be my favorite wrestler of all time every day, because I change my opinion on that label like I do my underwear. But if there is one person above all to be declared the greatest, most complete professional wrestler of all time, it is without a doubt the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson.
Thank you very, very much, Jeff. That was so great and from the heart, and we really appreciate it. And love it every time you're on the show. And definitely listen to an honorable mention archives, and we were hoping that show comes back. But in the meantime, so Bryan, after that, it was one of those times where he goes away for a while. It's really the first time. This is the era that we are currently reviewing on Through the Years, the Bryan-less Ring of Honor of 2007. But he does come back, and he comes back as a heel. He comes back kind of in a little bit more ass-kicker mode, but he very quickly transitions after a run of Noah, which we had a couple of during this time. I neglected to mention we were talking about his title reign because of ROH's relationship with Noah. But Bryan eventually starts getting transitioning back to being a babyface. It doesn't happen overnight. It's sort of a gradual thing. It starts, I think, with his first match against Takeshi Morishima, who was the ROH champion at the time. Another match I was there for, and it's just, I think, an absolutely incredible, incredible match, an incredible spectacle, and amazing crowd heat, such intensity. But I think the match, and by the way, I thought this live before I knew anything more about this match, but one thing that does add a lot to this match's legend is that in this match, Takeshi Morishima accidentally detaches Bryan Danielson's retina and leaves him, unable to see in one eye, in tons of pain. Early in the match, as Bryan Danielson works this epic match, kind of a prototype for matches he would work a lot later in his career as an underdog babyface, fighting from beneath, getting hope spots, getting close, but not really getting all the way there. But just an incredible match. But the fact is that he did that with a detached retina. And, we'll see that throughout Bryan Danielson's career, that he just works through these incredible injuries. Actually, we didn't even mention the year before where he wrestled almost an hour after dislocating his shoulder against Colt Cabana. This is just something that Bryan does. And a detached retina sounds horrifying. And to have one of the most incredible matches of your career during it, it's amazing to me. And he doesn't even really take much time off. He's back less than a month later in an eye patch, which will not be the last time we saw Bryan in the eye patch. But that I'll never forget that detached retina moment and that match. And I'm not even trying to say that it was a good idea or that he should have done it, but it sure is an incredible story. It's almost like the Mike Tyson flu game.
Yeah, and it's. I might have more reason to talk all about this a little bit later, particularly that match.
Yeah, makes sense. As things go on, I think, we get to the point Bryan continues his feud with Nigel McGuinness. I think some of the best matches that Danielson and McGuinness have are actually in 2006 and 2007. He has another series of matches with Aries. Has a lot of these really cool short brawls, and I think this is when Bryan becomes a great brawler, is in 2007 when he starts wrestling Morishima a lot, and he just beats the shit out of him and kicks him repeatedly in the nuts and gets himself disqualified, and just a totally different side of Bryan. But I think Bryan finally solidifies himself as a babyface again, and sort of the face, the representation of Ring of Honor in this match he has against Nigel McGuinness at the 6th anniversary show for Ring of Honor in February of 2008 in Manhattan, which is one of the great story matches in Ring of Honor history that plays on so much drama and wrestling zeitgeist. So just to tell you a little quickly about how the story of this match is, so the year before, in June, Bryan and Nigel had this great bloody match, incredible crowd heat, nonstop action. It aired on the ROH pay-per-view Driven, but the match ended with them butting each other in the head multiple times. Bryan busting himself open during these headbutts after Nigel had busted himself open by headbutting a ring post in their famous London match the year before. So they had this match, very headbutt heavy. And then a couple weeks later, Chris Benoit murders his family and kills himself. And suddenly CTE and concussions become the talk of the wrestling industry. And in a way that makes me uncomfortable, and I'm not sure that I, to this day, approve of the way they handled this. They turned Nigel McGuinness's history of concussions into a storyline where fans had acted disgruntled that Nigel had to miss some matches after he won the title, and he turned it around on the fans and started talking about his concussions. So they have this match at the 6th anniversary show where Nigel agrees to defend against Bryan Danielson if Bryan Danielson promises to stay away from Nigel McGuinness's vulnerable, concussed head. And so they work the match like that, where Nigel is a dastardly heel at this point. He cheats. He tries to escape. But Bryan is virtuous. He does not go after the head. He sticks to his word. And it ends up costing him the match as Nigel, in the end of the match, headbutts Bryan a few times, locks him in an arm submission, and beats him. Just whether you're uncomfortable with the storyline, it's a very well done piece of storytelling and a very different kind of match than you saw from these guys. And, I think that's the match where Bryan finally transitioned to, I think, what is his final phase of his Ring of Honor career, which is just, he's the icon of Ring of Honor. He's not the top guy ever again, doesn't win the world title back, gets a few more title shots, but he's always on the card. He always is solid. He works all the new up-and-comers, works Davey Richards. He teams with Austin Aries a few times. He works some more Noah tours. But ultimately, he's just in the same spot in Ring of Honor for the next year and a half, basically, until he finally gets a shot in WWE. So do you have any thoughts on that, like that last couple years of Bryan Danielson's run on the Indies and in Ring of Honor?
Well, he basically kind of becomes what Samoa Joe did after his world title run, right? Because Gabe Sapolsky at the time did not, I don't think really believed in having a repeat world champion, that you don't go back to that. You find other things for them to do. Although, strangely enough, I think we just talked about through the years, we found that quote from like the Observer or something that said at the time that before Bryan got hurt, the initial plan was in late 2006 for Danielson to lose the title at Final Battle of the Homicide and then to win it back a few months later. So that does kind of cut against that. But what we saw with Joe is after he had this great world title reign, he was kind of entrenched as the man, where those fans were going to love him and see him as like a legend, even though he was still a young guy who only was in the promotion for a few years. And he was still going to be in major matches, but he was never going to be the world champion again. And even though Gabe doesn't book the entirety of the rest of Bryan's tenure, he gets fired partway through in Ring of Honor. Like, Bryan does kind of settle into that role, I feel like, of Joe, which is, the most beloved guy who has had the best career in the promotion, that you're still one of the big draws that you love, but he's not going to be the title holder ever again.
Yeah, and as great as Bryan was, I do remember thinking at a certain point that, like, I did want to see him try something new. Like, I did feel like there was a little bit of staleness. Like the crowds were not reacting. Like, they still loved him. He was a legend. It wasn't like his matches were getting the same reactions most of the time that they had been getting for most of his run. Like, it was a little bit of like the same environment for too long. Even Bryan Danielson could get stale. And I guess just as that happened, opportunity called, and he ended up getting signed by WWE in the summer of 2009. And actually, I'm not planning on doing this much, but I did, just for this moment, want to read from the Wrestling Observer newsletter and read what Dave Meltzer had to say in his article when Bryan Danielson was signed by WWE in August of 2009. So, if I may, Bryan Danielson has reached an agreement to join WWE. Danielson, 28, arguably the best technical wrestler in the world over the past several years, was the top star in ROH for much of the promotion's 7-year history. When Danielson didn't renew his contract several months back, when they were trying to lock people up long-term after signing the HDNet deal, the WWE was always considered a possibility. Over the past week, WWE has gone after some ROH talent. Because most were under contract, there were limited moves that could be made at one time. With the word being, it was due to HDNet moving ROH television to Mondays, which WWE considered their night. That part I didn't even remember. So, kind of goes into some of the history. Says, Danielson was named the Observer's most outstanding wrestler for the 3rd straight year this past year, and had been voted best technical wrestler for 4 straight years. Oh, just you wait, sir. He had consistently had probably more great matches of the past few years than anyone on the U.S. wrestling scene. But, at about 5'8" and 185 pounds, he's small by WWE standards. With the exception of Rey Mysterio, nobody in that size range has ever truly gotten to be a top star in the company. The Danielson situation is unique. He had signed with WWE in 2000 coming out of the old Shawn Michaels wrestling school when he, Brian Kendrick, and Lance Cade, were the top graduates, although he picked things up the quickest. When Michaels attempted to run a local regional promotion out of San Antonio with television, it was clear that his top star and best wrestler from day one was the masked American Dragon, with the wrestling war hot and heavy and both WWE and WCW being aggressive at first, signing any prospect. WWE put him under a developmental deal. After Michaels folded his promotion due to financial losses, Danielson was sent to a WWF developmental promotion in Memphis, where he became a protege of William Regal. When WWF pulled out of Memphis, he was among the list of those cut, which was a controversial decision at the time. And so I'm going to skip a little bit ahead to Dave's thoughts on Danielson's prospects in WWE. He says, the problem is that his style works best in long matches. And WWE, unless you are a headliner, you don't get long matches. His size and look will make it difficult to be a headliner in WWE. He easily could wind up as a prelim level wrestler, similar to Jamie Noble, who has a more comedic personality, but whose size has doomed him from really getting anywhere in WWE. Danielson's style is based on incorporating both legitimate moves from MMA and melding several different styles of pro wrestling, such as a touch of European and heavy Japanese oriented. It's the perfect style for ROH fans, but in many ways it's the opposite of the WWE style, which is geared toward a more limited set of moves that are already over. ROH style is based on innovation, and WWE style is based on familiarity with the audience. Danielson would have been a better fit for TNA a few years back. For whatever reason, when TNA was emphasizing the X Division, the people in charge saw Danielson as lacking charisma and never made an all-out effort to get him. Today, since the X Division guys have largely been either on the treadmill going nowhere for years, or, in many cases, are less over than they were years ago, and it has not been emphasized, on the surface, he's not the type of wrestler they would push, just based on them never making a big play. So, a couple more. It says, for Danielson, at this stage of the game, because the style he's expected to do on the indie scene is tough physically, it's probably the best business move. He was able to make a living for years while being able to do the style of wrestling that he likes, but at this age, it does become the time when you have to think about being able to make a good living with your talent. But the jury is very much out on where his career goes from here. Plenty of great independent wrestlers don't make it on the big stage, sometimes because the crowds don't take to them, and just as often because they don't fit management's notion of marketable, which in WWE is often a very narrow vision. Just the fact he was this good for so long with neither major promotion beating down his door tells you that none of the major decision makers in the sport have been sold on him, even though he's a superstar at the level he's been working at for years. From a WWE standpoint and the perfect example, Danielson is best reminiscent of the kid in one of the seasons of Tough Enough, who was in the best condition at the tryouts, but only made it as an alternate, and then won all the physical drills and picked up wrestling the quickest, and was still cut early because he wasn't big and looked too much like a normal person. WWE is very much about taking people who they feel have a good look for television, like most avenues in Hollywood, and then teaching them to wrestle and act. The mentality is not about getting people over who are outstanding at performing in wrestling. However, fans can dictate things to a degree. WWE did make people like Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero, and Chris Benoit into major stars, but all had the advantage of coming in with established names and with major national rival promotion. Without it, Mysterio would not have had a chance coming in cold. CM Punk largely made it on fan reaction, but comparisons with Danielson are unfair, even though both started as independent stars and made names in ROH. Danielson's a far superior wrestler, but Punk has a unique look, and more, Punk's best trait is he has great confidence in himself, and it carries over to his promos. And I think, he says, Danielson's best bet would be to be put into a tag team where he would get a regular television exposure and then sneak over on talent in some ways, like Bret Hart did in Another Generation. It's not a lock, as that didn't work for Paul London and Brian Kendrick, even though they had a run where they were a great tag team. My sense is he'll be someone who takes time to click with the audience, and it is entirely possible he'll never get the chance. And there's always the risk of being remade with a career-making or career-breaking gimmick. But if he were to get the opening, he's probably someone who, barring injury, could have a long run, and slowly his talent could rise himself to a good level. So I know you've probably seen that prediction or that analysis by Dave in 2009, but I don't know. How does that hit you when you hear it?
I mean, I didn't think Bryan was going to really make it in WWE. I didn't think Punk was going to make it in WWE. You know, which shows you how important those guys were about breaking this barrier. Because before them, I don't think Dave is necessarily wrong in using London and Kendrick as guys, as like signs of where he could end up, because that was kind of the ceiling. Those were like the early test balloons for like what small guys from that indie scene how they were going to be treated and used, and how far they were going to go in WWE. And, it didn't go out great for them. And then even when we get to it, like when Bryan starts in WWE, like the way he got pushed in Tough Enough and things like that, it very much felt like it's going to be the same thing. But I would say, I guess maybe the things Bryan had on his side were amazing talent, and eventually happening on like a gimmick that caught people's attention, even the people in WWE's higher ups, but also that Kendrick and London went to WWE early, and the indies and Bryan's the reputation of the indies and what they meant, and the fan base of the indies and Bryan's reputation in them all kept growing with those extra years he had, and so I think that may have helped him a little bit. It may have also hurt him a little bit, because there were some people in WWE during the era he came in that were like looking to disprove things, about indie guys. There was this feeling like, you haven't proved anything till you come here, and we're kind of going to prove that, you're just an indie darling, and indie darlings are overrated. So that's what I'm kind of thinking about that. And just, I'm still amazed he made it as well as he did. Like, for all the grousing I have about ways he was used in WWE, I never would have predicted that he had the career that he did in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was more bullish on it than Dave was, just because, Dave's thing was, the style that he wrestles is better in long matches, and I immediately said, this guy is so fucking talented. There's no way you can tell me that he can't do a great job working their style. But, whether he would get to the heights that he got to, I don't think any of us expected, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I do think that this is the moment where, Danielson and Punk sort of become, Nirvana, right? And that before Punk got over in WWE and before Bryan got over in WWE, WWE had an incredible bias against indie wrestlers. They thought they didn't know how to work. They thought that they, were all midgets and didn't look the right way. And, thankfully Paul Heyman was there to get Punk a little push early on, and then Punk's talent did the rest. But wrestling was remade by these two guys in a way. Like WWE has, promoted and pushed and gotten a lot out of so many indie wrestling stars in the subsequent years. And obviously AEW is a promotion that's completely built on indie reputations. So I think that this Bryan Danielson getting signed, because, Punk was the first one. And at this point in 2009, Punk was finally getting his first, real chance to show who he could be introducing the straight edge gimmick and turning heel and stuff. But Bryan solidified it. And when he finally got over, it was like, all right, it is the ROH generation that's going to carry even WWE into the future. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But of course, after Bryan gets signed, he has to go on a little bit of a farewell tour. And it's a situation where he wrestles a lot of the people that you'd want him to wrestle, whether it's new people, he has some final matches against Davey Richards. I got to be there for his last match in ROH against Nigel McGuinness. And another one of our friends, Albert Ching, got to be there for his last match in PWG, incredible match against Chris Hero. And Albert's going to tell us a little bit about some of the experiences he had seeing Bryan in PWG back in the day. So, Albert, my good friend, take it away.
Hello, Trevor. Hello, Matt. It's your good friend, Albert Ching, talking to Bryan Danielson, one of my favorite wrestlers, and surely one of the favorite wrestlers of many members of the ThROH The Years Nation. And I feel very fortunate. I've gotten to see a lot of his big matches in person. I've got to see a lot of them on TV as well. That's probably a little bit more common. But in person, I saw him at Ring of Honor multiple times, each time with the aforementioned Matt, which makes me even luckier. And I also got to see a lot of his big WWE matches live. I saw him beat John Cena for the championship in the main event of SummerSlam 2013. Don't look up what happened directly after that match. It was a little bit of a bummer for Danielson fans. But I also got to see him come back in 2010, also at SummerSlam, after that weird period where he was released for a couple months because of choking Justin Roberts with his tie. And I saw him against Brock Lesnar in 2018 Survivor Series, which was a really incredible match. And I was very close for that one, so that was super cool. And I got to see him lose to the Great Khali in 2 minutes during season 1 of NXT. But Matt gave me some fairly specific instructions that he wanted me to talk about my PWG memories of Danielson as a resident of the Southland. That's what we call Southern California. I got to see him at PWG a handful of times. Not that many, but definitely some very special experiences there. The first time I saw him at Pro Wrestling Guerrilla was Battle of Los Angeles 2008. And that took place in September of 2008, which of course was an election year. And again, the previously aforementioned Matt told me that if I got the chance, I should ask Danielson who he was voting for in the presidential election. If I got a chance, during intermission or after the show, not during the matches or anything. And I did. And, I got to meet him and I talked to him and he was cool. And we had a nice conversation, and I asked him who he was voting for. Not really thinking at that time that that's kind of a weird question to ask a wrestler. But he had an answer, and he didn't seem to think it was weird. He just, answered very casually, and he said he was probably going to vote for Ralph Nader, which was an answer I really respected. And then also during that tournament, the other thing that really sticks out to me as a great memory is a very funny spot. At least I thought it was funny, where Chris Hero was about to do the surfboard hold on him, which is of course a very go to beloved Bryan Danielson move. And like as he was in the midst of applying it to Danielson, Danielson said, "Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare." I just thought that was very funny. Then I also saw him there at PWG about a year later, this time in the world famous American Legion Hall in Reseda, California, because Bola that year, the previous year, was in the Burbank Armory. This was in Reseda. The only time I saw him in Reseda was against the similarly aforementioned Chris Hero for the PWG Championship, and they had just an incredible 45-minute match that Danielson did end up winning, which was right as he was about to leave the independent scene and go to WWE. So he won this great match and then announced that he was, in fact, vacating the title, and it was then decided at the Bola 2009. So those were three, I guess, really good memories of Bryan Danielson, who just might be the best to ever do it. And the other two best to ever do it are, of course, Matt and Trevor.
All right, so after all that, Bryan does go to WWE, goes to FCW, actually. And I think, I'm looking on Cage Match, because I want to confirm this, but I think he only has one match under the FCW banner. I want to double check that just to make sure I'm right. Okay, so looks like he has two matches in FCW, both in three matches in FCW, both in January. Two of them, or one of them is against Kaval, or two of them are against Kaval, actually, who is low key. So they were smart to put those two guys together for the first time in a while. And then one of them is against Tyler Rex. Oh, and then another one is against, he's at the NXT Battle Royal. I guess he also does at some point in FCW. But really what he ends up doing is going right to this new thing they call NXT. And boy, was this an interesting experience. I don't know how well you remember the original NXT, Trevor, but I'm sure you remember the major points of it, which is, for our young fans, the original NXT was not FCW. It was not a developmental promotion. It was a wacky TV show in which quote-unquote rookies were paired with quote-unquote pros, or was that what they were called? Is that what, I forget. Was that what,
I forget what, but
yeah. And
I've locked a lot of this out of my brain.
Yeah, and they had to do wacky challenges and wrestle matches, sometimes against each other, sometimes against other people. And so Bryan Danielson became, at this point, Daniel Bryan, which, I don't know, did you have any feelings about that name when you first heard it?
I still don't like it. I mean, I guess I get that it's it's a way to kind of retain some of the name value from the fans that loved him on the indie scene, but it's just never trust a person with two first names, Matt. Why would you willingly do that to yourself?
That's right. Yes, and yeah, the other thing is it just sounded like a joke, like Bryan Danielson, I don't know, but whatever, I understood it. I got used to it over the years. By the time he was done in WWE, I was pretty used to calling him Daniel Bryan. It wasn't painful for me, but it was also extremely nice to get to call him Bryan Danielson again. But Daniel Bryan was paired with The Miz as his pro, which really did feel like a little bit of a slap in the face, but I guess that was sort of the storyline they were going for. And they walked this weird line with Bryan where they acknowledged that he had a very renowned run on the indies, but they also used it to mock and ridicule the indies. On the first episode of NXT, Bryan got to do a promo. He was the first person that they highlighted on the show. The Miz told him he had no charisma, so he went out and did a promo. And then he got to wrestle Chris Jericho, who was the I think the WWE champion or the World Heavyweight champion. He was one of them at the time. It was not a long match, but Bryan got to be competitive. It seemed like a pretty decent start. But then as things went along, it was basically just Michael Cole and The Miz mocking Bryan or mocking Daniel Bryan, calling him a nerd, making fun of him for being vegan, making fun of him for not watching TV, doing weird little gimmicks, and worst of all, having this months-long losing streak where he just lost every single match. It became a major storyline point. And then eventually, at the end, he was eliminated. He got to cut a couple of promos, including a very interesting one where he was like, oh, what's the deal with this Daniel Bryan guy? There was this guy in the Indies that kicked everyone's ass. And he actually mentions Bryan Danielson. And I feel like it was pretty exemplary of the idea that, like, they just had no fucking idea what direction they were going in, because that was dropped almost immediately.
I think Bryan has said that was like an ad lib from him.
See, like, that's interesting too, but so what was he going for? Like,
they were just telling him. Yeah. I think it might have been almost his mindset was like, I'm not going well here, so fuck it, you know.
Yeah, it could have been that.
I'm just gonna.
But of course, like, they sort of had a rash, hotshot angle that seemed very promising, right at the end of that NXT show, which is all the NXT rookies, you know, who would eventually become the Nexus, basically destroyed the ring. Beat the hell out of John Cena. Danielson suddenly seemed reinvigorated because he almost seemed like the leader of the crew in that beatdown, right? He got in John Cena's face. He said, "You're not better than me." He knocked him out with a kick. It seemed like they were gonna, like, do something with Danielson. I mean, I guess it was Wade Barrett who was the winner, who would be the leader, but definitely Bryan was very featured in that segment. But as the legend goes, as part of the segment, Bryan, who was used to being on the Indies where violence was celebrated, he, as part of the angle, took then WWE ring announcer Justin Roberts' tie and choked him with it. And that led to a lot of sponsors, or at least one or two really important sponsors, being very upset during this very PG era of WWE. And so, shortly after, less than a year after Bryan was signed, he was fired from WWE. And I think most people at the time thought that this was just sort of like a heat dies down thing, and Bryan will be back pretty soon. But I don't know. Was there any point where you were like, oh, I guess he's done?
I mean, the NXT stuff kind of just maybe confirmed to me, like, the trajectory of, oh, he's going to be maybe a more prominent, but he's going to be Spanky. Brian Kendrick. He's going to be Paul London. A quote we'll get to later, I believe, where we have some other friends on it for a segment later that we've pre-recorded. You know, we talked about, how Danielson is famously called, you know, when he went to WWE, he ended up having to learn that, like, he considered WWE parody of wrestling, you know, of pro wrestling, and you know, some WWE fans have gotten mad about that and stuff. But the quote I want to bring up that I think really jives all of this was, Bryan has noted that, and he said this did not make me feel good at the time, but when he went to WWE, William Regal, who, you know, has now become very entrenched in WWE, told him, I actually wrote it down because I just wanted to get this exactly, because it's a quote that in some ways is more damning. Okay, I got it here. Bryan wrote this in his book. He said, William Regal warned me, quote, "Your wrestling career is what you did before this. Anything after is just a bonus." So, I mean, that shows you how someone even in WWE, who was a big, you know, a mentor to Bryan, a big booster of him, like, basically telling him, like, this is you cashing out, kind of, you know, like, don't have hopes. You know, maybe something happens here, maybe it doesn't. And I feel like a lot of wrestlers, you know, in the years since have kind of had that sometimes, where when they go to a major company in their mid to late 30s, they kind of view it as, well, I had my run where I had the creative freedom. I did a lot of great work. And no matter how I'm getting used now, I'm just cashing out and getting enough of my holy to support myself post wrestling. And the difference was, it almost felt like Bryan was going to be entering that possibly, except one, he was much younger and still had lots of his prime in theory to go. And two, as Bryan has famously talked about, when he got released for the tie choking incident, Vince McMahon called him up personally and talked to him, you know, sorry, pal, but, you know, sponsors that had to happen and stuff. And Bryan, like, talks to him and replies and is kind of relieved and is like kind of happy and shocks Vince and is like, to tell you the truth, he's like, Vince, I'm going to make more on the indies in the next few months than I was making in WWE. And Vince is shocked by that. Like, he doesn't realize at that point what a really hot with some exposure indie guy who's really hustling can do.
And I'm sure immediately Vince thought, I have to put an end to the possibility of that ever happening to somebody, right?
Yeah. And so in a way, like at this point, you know, it was kind of like he was getting the worst of both worlds, where he was it was almost like you jump to WWE, the NXT stuff happens, you feel like, okay, he's cashing out, but he's not really making great money, and he's not really at the end of his career age-wise. And so in a way, there was hope when he got released, where it was like, it sucked they lost this opportunity, but, you know, maybe there's something else for him now, you know, maybe Japan.
No, for sure. And like, but I do think it was very quick to where the news came out that, oh, he's going to be back. And he got to do some fun stuff on the indies. You know, got to go back to DGUSA, wrestle Shingo Takagi. Got to wrestle Jon Moxley during this little back on the indies run, right, for the first time. But he was back in WWE pretty quickly. He came back at SummerSlam, kind of a big moment. Got the main event, a pay-per-view, like on the babyface side, was a big surprise reveal. But very quickly after that, he settled into into this like mid-card babyface, back to Michael Cole, spending all of his time making fun of him, nerd, virgin, all that stuff. I guess one of the side effects of this was he got to kind of like do these little goofy angles with the women, and you know, started doing some interactions with Brie Brie Bella, who ended up, of course, being his wife and the mother of his children. But you know, I don't know how Bryan took this at the time, because he's a guy who could roll with it, and he still got to have some good matches during this period. But boy, did it piss me off to see them treating Bryan like this. It was like almost like too on the nose of like how they would disrespect a wrestler like Bryan. And yeah, I'm still kind of annoyed about how Bryan Danielson was treated by WWE before he got a chance to, quote, get over. And like, you know, I think it just kind of speaks to what you say, where like he gets bumped from WrestleMania, right? He's supposed to wrestle Sheamus in 2011 at WrestleMania 27. They get bumped to the pre-show and then barely have a match, even on the pre-show. Loses a lot. He got a run as U.S. champion, but you know, didn't last that long. And then something interesting happens, which is in the summer of 2011, CM Punk cuts the pipe bomb promo, and kind of changes everything. Like the amount of attention they get for that, the amount of attention WWE is starting to get, it grows a lot during that period, right? It's not like a boom period or anything, but it did feel like they had the chance, if they capitalized correctly on it, to create a bigger boom than they had in a while. They, of course, did not capitalize it. But the night of CM Punk's big title win and the legendary match with John Cena, they give Daniel Bryan the Money in the Bank briefcase. And it's kind of funny because, like, we've seen over the years, they give that briefcase to people that, you know, they're not planning on making top guys all the time. So it's not like a huge deal necessarily, but it was something. And Bryan got to keep wrestling. And continuing his losing streak while carrying the briefcase, until finally he cashes in the briefcase on the Big Show late in 2011. He wins the title. He creates this moment where he celebrates way too enthusiastically, says, yes, yes, yes. He gloats about it. And suddenly we have a brand new phase in Daniel Bryan's career. He becomes the guy who says yes, and the smarmy heel champion, gets AJ Lee as his side. I feel like this is something where people maybe did not expect, but also thought that if they were going to imagine Bryan Danielson having success in WWE, this was probably the ceiling that they imagined, right? Him getting like a little heel run and getting to do a little shtick, and probably most people thought, okay, well, this is it. This will be where he ends up. But what did you think of just this new version of Bryan Danielson?
I mean, I was mixed because on one hand, he wasn't getting what I wanted from him. Like I would have like in WWE, I started, you realized even when he was getting pushed, he was always going to be pushed as an underdog. He was always going to be pushed as a small guy, where on the indies, his size, often he was going to be pushed as the front runner, as this guy who, you had to be scared of him, who had a mean streak, who was like the real guy. And I just thought like he's good in that role, but I felt like it was limiting. But so I was like sad where I was like, personally, I'd like to see more from him. I'd like to, just various things. I wish I could have seen him on the indies again, in Japan, somewhere else. But at the same time, I was happy where he did, he wasn't quite Punk at that point, but he was breaking through that barrier we talked about, where he was now getting pushed more than I ever thought he would, even at that point, and more pushed than the guys we talked about that kind of set the bar before him and Punk, which was, again, London, Kendrick, guys like that. So it was like a mixed feeling where it's like, well, yeah, it's not everything I want, but it's more than I thought you'd get, And I think it's also worth noting, I believe he said, like, him winning that Money in the Bank ladder match was like a last minute decision because they were delivering on like 2 or 3 choices in that match.
Of course it was. WWE in 2011, of course it was a last minute decision.
And they finally decided that, well, it'd be a contrast to, Alberto Del Rio having it on the other brand and all this stuff. And, in terms of like character and size and stuff. And so more than like, we believe in this guy, it was more just, well, we got 2 of these and we already decided on the one we really care about. So what are we going to do here? And okay, we'll give it to Bryan. But even then, again, that was an upgrade on what I expected from them.
Yeah, for sure. And then, things, the world turns in odd ways, and things upgraded even more than you might have expected in the strangest way possible. Because as part of the presentation of Bryan Danielson, or Daniel Bryan in WWE, they often like to humiliate him. And one of the ways they humiliated him was that he had another match with Sheamus, this time for the world title that he was the champion with at that moment at WrestleMania 28 in I believe it was Florida, right? Was it Miami? That WrestleMania was.
I'm horrible on memory on stuff like that.
I think it was Miami that it was in, but I will double check that just because. Yes, Miami. So they have the opening match, and as opposed to the great possible show-stealing match that people expected, Danielson got kicked and lost in like 18 seconds. And the purpose of that was to, like I said, humiliate Danielson and get him to be chanted 18 seconds at repeatedly by the crowd. But instead, something else happened. The crowd picked up, first of all, they were mad. They wanted to watch Daniel Bryan against Sheamus. And instead, they got this bullshit. So they basically low-key hijacked the first hour of that show by chanting, yes, 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 which was Bryan's new catchphrase. And then the next night on Raw, one of those famous post-WrestleMania Raws with the international crowd, they spent the whole night chanting, yes, 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 yes. And suddenly Daniel Bryan was the most over wrestler in the company on that night. And to the point where they brought him out for a dark match. He wasn't even booked on the show. They brought him out for a dark match after, and he told the crowd that he had got a new t-shirt thanks to them. Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly, yes, yes, yes was the phrase that followed Bryan Danielson, for the rest of his career. And, probably saved his career in some ways, right? He got to continue being a top-level heel, got to feud with Sheamus, got to feud with Punk, had some of his best WWE matches against them during this point. He got to be this, got to have these soap opera storyline with AJ Lee, and they got to have a wedding on the on, what was it, the 1,000th episode of Raw, or it was one like milestone episode of Raw that happened in the summer of 2012. He was a focal point. Again, not the version of Bryan Danielson that we wanted to see make it to the top in WWE, but a version that, nevertheless was more featured and more over than we would ever expect. And still as a heel until he got paired with Kane, and they became Team Hell No. And again, they did a lot of like wacky segments with an anger management therapist and hugging it out in the ring. But eventually they just became a tag team, and they became so over for their shtick that Bryan got to turn babyface again. And, he briefly as a heel changed the yes, yes, yes to no, no, no. But as soon as he turned back babyface, yes was back in his vernacular, and it just became his character. He started growing his hair out, grew the beard back out, became this, like, I think they wanted him to like resemble a goat, right? That was like kind of the shtick. And, and I think they just continue to think of him as this mid-card sideshow, popular, but not a superstar act until, I think the story goes that after John Cena won the title from The Rock at WrestleMania 29, they wanted him to have an opponent to have some classic matches with during that title reign. And as part of that plan, they decided that they were going to make Daniel Bryan a challenger for John Cena. And it just so happened that Daniel Bryan was getting over on his own, having these great matches on Raw. He had a lot of matches with Cesaro that were really good. Continuing to be over, had some really good matches with Randy Orton. So he actually got the main event of SummerSlam that year against Cena. And, it just so happened that coincidentally, I was going to be visiting LA, visiting Albert actually, when SummerSlam was happening. So I actually got to go to that too. It was incredible because this was the moment where it was like, oh shit, like I could have seen Daniel Bryan being a top heel in WWE. I did not see him being a top babyface in WWE. And by the summer of 2013, he was the most popular babyface in WWE. And it was pretty crazy. And he had this match with Cena, and it was really the closest thing to a Bryan Danielson ROH match that I can remember. The way they built up the match, he kind of spoke to the fact that he was a great wrestler. He even brought up that parody thing where he told Cena, you're a parody of a wrestler. I don't want to be a parody. I want to be the best wrestler. You're not a wrestler. And, so he brought that into it. It was like wrestling versus sports entertainment a little bit without quite saying that. It's the best matches of Cena's career for sure. Definitely high up on the list of best matches for Bryan during his WWE run. But it was an incredible moment. Do you have memories of that match and that moment and the build to it and just like how we got there?
I mean, I loved it, but it's another example of this WWE run of like the good goes hand in hand with the bad, because what happens as soon as he beats Cena for the world title in a great match? They do a Money in the Bank cash-in for Alberto Del Rio, where Triple H, attacks Bryan and
Randy Orton.
Randy Orton. Yeah, sorry.
You mixed it up with SummerSlam 2011 with Punk.
Yeah, and I was just talking about the Albert Del Rio Money in the Bank briefcase before, but yeah. Anyway, same thing. He loses immediately, and it was like it was another thing where it's like I don't know how to feel, because he got another moment I never thought he'd get, like winning the main event of SummerSlam. And that's another example I go back to when people say, like, when I say Bryan was never the guy in WWE, where people are like, he got this and that. I'm not saying he wasn't pushed at a star and pushed big, but those are examples. And we saw with Punk during his world title reign how you could be a world champion in WWE and still not be pushed as the top guy, right? Because all those pay-per-views, Cena would be pushed in the main event above him. And this felt like the same thing. It's like, okay, we're going to begrudgingly push you to a new level, but we're also going to quickly establish you're still not the guy we really have our eye on.
Well, I think it was
Randy Orton. Oh, go on.
I think it was even worse than that because, yeah, like that was what I thought would happen when he won the title, and then Orton cashed in the Money in the Bank. So first of all, it was a really great moment when Bryan won. It was very triumphant. I thought that the Money in the Bank cash in was actually a good angle. Like, I did not mind it when I saw it because it built up a future feud. And what I thought was, since Cena was going to be going away for a while at that point, turned out to not be that long, but he was going away for a little while, that Bryan would be the top babyface. And in some ways he was, but what basically happened was they spent, I remember at the time we were like counting, like how many weeks in a row Bryan Danielson or Daniel Bryan got the shit kicked out of him. And then they started trying to take the yes chant away from him. And they tried to let the Big Show do it. You know, they tried to, they just were weird about it. And, you know, he was kind of shunted down the card. He did this, he was in this tag team with CM Punk that were feuding with the Wyatts. You know, Punk was also kind of being pushed down the card a little bit, at least briefly. It just felt like, it's like, oh, you clearly like had momentum with this guy and you were building something, and then, oh, you're just not going to deliver it. Oh, he's just a punk. Like, no pun intended to CM Punk, but like that's all it is. Like, that's even worse than I thought. WWE, that's even worse. But then, like, again, like these moments keep happening, and it really is the crowd that does it. In Seattle at the end of that year, they had a match between Cena and Orton where they were going to unify the two titles into the undisputed WWE Championship at the last pay-per-view of the year. I guess it was probably TLC. I don't even know what these shows were called at this point. But they had a ceremony, and right before the big unification match, and all like these prior champions were there celebrating. And because it was in Seattle, these dum-dums didn't realize Daniel Bryan was the chant that the crowd was chanting while they were trying to highlight Cena and Orton. Over and over and over again, they would not stop chanting Daniel Bryan, to the point where Bryan started laughing. You know, Mark Henry had to like raise his hand, like that was good thinking on your feet. But the idea was that it would get the crowd to shut up. Didn't completely do the trick, but you know, they were able to finish the segment. But again, just another sign that Danielson was getting more over. And then instead of capitalizing on that, they were like, oh, we gotta squash this. We're gonna turn him heel. And they put him with the Wyatt family. But again, the audience kept demanding, because that yes chant became popular in like other forms of media, other forms of entertainment. It started permeating sports events and things like that. And they realized they kind of had to go with him a little bit. And so they turned him back babyface pretty quickly in this incredible moment in a steel cage, where Bryan turns back on Bray Wyatt. He does the yes chant. I think he's completely concussed while this is happening, actually. Does the yes chant to this completely rapturous crowd. It's a pretty incredible moment. And again, that's the moment where it's like, okay, we got this now. This guy's going to win the Royal Rumble. He's going to WrestleMania, of course. Like this, they're demanding it. And then we go to the Royal Rumble, and he loses to Bray Wyatt. And then the crowd is like, okay, we're going to chant for Daniel Bryan because we know that he needs to be the surprise entrant in the Royal Rumble and win it. He is not in the Royal Rumble. And this is when the shit hits the fan. Batista was coming back. You know, we all love Batista now, but at the time, boy, the crowd was not happy with Batista. They booed the shit out of him. They were going to have a heel versus heel, Randy Orton versus Batista main event at WrestleMania, with the crowd shitting on it. And so finally, they had no choice. They switched the angle, and they got Daniel Bryan into the mix at WrestleMania. They had him wrestle Triple H in the opener. They had him win the world title in the main event. This sounded like a belabored angle, but if you weren't there at the time, I don't think you realized the intensity and fervor of the crowd in just how much they demanded this from the company, and how much they were upset at the company and how much they were sort of ruining the shows and making sure that they were going to get their way on this. And it's actually pretty remarkable that it all turned out that way when it should have just been a fucking no-brainer from the moment that SummerSlam happened that this had to be the direction. And all of the bumps in the road that led it there, like, it was a great moment. I loved it. The match with Triple H was awesome. It was, one of Triple H's best matches. It was one of the best openers in WrestleMania history. The moment in the main event was one of my favorite moments in WWE history. But I am so mad when I think about, like, all of the arms that had to be twisted, and the hoops that had to be jumped through to just do this completely obvious thing.
Yeah, Punk had to get her to walk out. The crowd had to shit on Batista. They had to overwhelmingly love Bryan. As you mentioned, a lot of places. One interesting thing I always like to point out, which for the years that came later, is people talk about, the fans turning on Roman Reigns. Go back and watch that Royal Rumble. They turn on Batista because they know he's going to be taking the spot they want for Bryan in that Rumble. And when Rey Mysterio comes out as 30, they turn on him because they just are going to be mad at whoever took the 30 spot because they thought it would be Bryan. But they cheer for a couple of people. They start to get behind. When they finally start to accept Bryan's not going to be here, they start to cheer for a couple of guys as like hopes to win. And one of them is Roman Reigns. And when I talked about earlier about how like there could be another Bryan Danielson from like talent, but I don't think there's another person that could have a Bryan Danielson in terms of the kind of career he had. I don't think this period we just talked about could be replicated now because for a million reasons that we could do a whole podcast about, but thankfully won't. We'll leave that for somebody else. WWE's fan base is much more in line with what they book now. And they ran these fans that, still cared enough about WWE to watch the company, but were not satisfied enough to just accept everything, who would like kind of take over shows and go into business for themselves, so to speak. That doesn't exist anymore, but it did then. And this is like the apex of it. And WWE kind of burned those fans off over a period of years and then built like a new fan base up to replace them and then some. And like, I feel like when fans say sometimes in WWE, like if it ever happens, and it doesn't really happen anymore, but when it was kind of getting like bred out of them, like cheer for someone or got mad that someone was getting denied, the fans now kind of turn on the fans doing that. They're like, oh, you think you know better? Or you're feeling entitled, these whiny fans that want something. Where back in the old days, it was the fans are the bosses, they should get what they want, and they're telling you what they want, and you're ignoring it. And that, again, that does not exist anymore. And I guess it's good if you're really in love with modern WWE because you're getting exactly what you want now, but I'll say this to end my thoughts on this section of his career. I distinctly remember I was one of those fans who I grew up a WWF fan. I didn't have much access to WCW as a little boy. I didn't have access to anything but really WWF for most of my childhood, and with little brief pockets. And I was a diehard WWF fan. I loved them during the boom period, the Attitude Era, and whatever. And like a lot of fans, I think a lot of our friends online, Matt, that you and I used to talk to, a lot of them started to fall off, and there would be this pattern of the WWE would kind of stagnate or feel like in decline, but then they would push someone or do a hot angle or something, and you'd be like, oh, this is where they're going to turn it around and get hot again and make a product I like. And over time, I think me and a lot of those fans, they burned out, eventually realized these things are isolated blips, they don't sustain. And the last time they fooled me was Bryan Danielson winning in WrestleMania 30. I remember telling you and other people like, oh, this could be the start of something different. And after this time, I didn't trust them again. I just started looking at the blips for what they were, which was isolated good angles, isolated fun pushes, but you weren't going to see like a company-wide shift back to more of what I wanted.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, I don't know how optimistic I was about, what they would do with Bryan going forward. I know now that the plan was he would hold the title till SummerSlam and just get completely squashed by Brock Lesnar, which is the role that ended up going to John Cena. But what did happen instead was things started to go wrong for Daniel Bryan. I mean, he got married right after WrestleMania, and that was great. But he lost his father at this time. He ended up being put in a feud with Kane, which I don't think anyone was happy with, even though it sort of made some logical sense. But worse than that, he got worse in the feud with Kane was the neck injury that ended up sidelining him for almost a year. He had to get surgery, I believe. Right at the beginning of what could have been a hot run, although again, we don't know if WWE would have let him have that anyway. But I just want to say before we get to what happens after that, like you mentioned, this felt like it could have been something. This felt like it could, he was getting mainstream attention. This felt like if they just decided that they were going to really go with him, it could have gone beyond just getting over with the fans. He could have become a real draw and somebody that got attention. We'll never know, but it felt like it, just like it felt like that for Punk in 2011 after the pipe bomb promo that they didn't fully capitalize on. It just felt like they were intentionally not allowing something organic to fully come to fruition. Like I said, we'll never know because Bryan got hurt, and he came back in 2015 briefly. Gave a tearful, announcement coming back, talking about, losing his father, talking about his injuries, declaring himself for the Royal Rumble. Another match where people really wanted him to win, right? And now it was Roman Reigns who was kind of the target of their ire because he was the one taking the spot from Bryan. So much so that they had to book a match between Danielson and Roman at the pay-per-view before WrestleMania just to kind of satisfy that crowd, so Bryan could sort of lose to and endorse Roman Reigns going into the main event of WrestleMania. I guess it was WrestleMania 31 that year. And then WrestleMania 31, I think, does end up being his last or one of his last matches before he, I think the company decides all right, I think he must have had seizures, right? And then they discovered the lesions, and he ended up being out with concussions, and the company by the beginning of 2016 decided, yeah, you can't do this anymore. You have to retire. And, it's interesting because at the time I was like, that's sad, but this is for the best, right? Concussions are really serious and you don't want somebody really damaging their brain and their future. But I don't know, Trevor, have we learned more about this to learn that there was something a little bit more, I don't know, I don't want to say insidious about it, but was it not as pure-hearted as it seemed at the time? I don't know.
I hesitate to wade into this because it's such a thorny issue, and I'm a pretty cynical person, Matt, in some ways. That is a real cynical thing to go to. Maybe the most I'd venture for this. I mean, there are times I felt that. Maybe the most on the pod. Maybe one day on Twitter I'll just be in a bad mood and I'll say that. But maybe the first I'll venture on this pod is to say maybe they would have worked harder with Bryan and taken more of his side and worked harder to try and get more specialists and disprove their doctor's findings if it was John Cena, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they would have fought harder to find the answer they wanted if it was a guy like that. That maybe that's the safe cynical thing I could say.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this is my point of view because I was going to say the other side of that is maybe they were right all along. Maybe we're the animals for cheering Bryan on as he wrestles with this history of concussions and has all these hard-hitting matches. And I know he wrestles, smart about it, but God, there is risk involved. And I don't know. So I've always wrestled, pun intended, with this as a fan of what exactly am I cheering on these wrestlers doing? I'm not the sort of person, I know some people have this attitude, these are adults, they can do what they want with their bodies. That's not really my attitude. Of course they are and they can, but I do think that there's intrinsic and extrinsic motivations. And I don't think it's quite so simple to ask somebody to oh, you're going to leave this thing that you love because of your health. You know what I mean? Like I don't know that it's so simple as like this is an adult, they could do what they want. That's all. I think that there's systemic issues at play here, and I don't know who's right and who's wrong, and maybe this is an issue as a situation of like the WWE actually doing the right thing. I really don't know.
Well,
But sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it's the thing I would say is I think what you're kind of pointing at, it's like the comparison to throwing out the guy who you think has drank too much at the bar, where it's like you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. To quote the great poet Semisonic. But that feeling of like I believe in letting people do what they want to do with their bodies, but there is also something to say if I disagree with it, I won't be a party to it, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
And so you can support WWE in that sense.
Yeah, and again, like I don't know the details. I'm not a doctor. I'm certainly not part of Bryan Danielson's life, so I don't really know what really happened. I know that at the time I was very sad, but also believed that it was for the best and accepted that Bryan Danielson had an amazing career, and that was probably the last time I would see him wrestle. A lot of people didn't believe that. A lot of people were like, "This guy's wrestling again," and they were smarter than me because he persevered. I'll be honest. I know that he was kept on TV for most of that time that he was not wrestling and he was over as a character, but I have nearly no recollection of that period of him as like the general manager or whatever he was, the assistant general manager. I don't even remember, but and like hosting, talking smack, and like I remember the famous work shoot that he had with The Miz. I remember that. But I don't really remember that era too well. What I do remember is his comeback. And like that's like the end of that story is WWE is the one that allows him to come back. He doesn't have to leave WWE to return to wrestling. So whatever we think about like what right or wrong what WWE did, they're the ones that eventually acquiesced to his requests to let him come back to wrestling. And he did come back 2 years later at WrestleMania. I believe it was WrestleMania 34 in New Orleans in 2018. Kind of a disappointing comeback match against, with him and Shane McMahon against Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens.
And yet another example, how many times is this the theme in the WWE section of Bryan's career of the greatest elation followed by a minor gut punch? Like Bryan Danielson is back. And let's get him in the mix with Shane McMahon for his return. Like, come on.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. He ended up transitioning to what was a logical feud with The Miz, which was fine. But Bryan, to me, was not fully back until he had the match with AJ Styles late in the year, kicked him low, turned heel, won the title. It was a really smart repackaging. He got this, again, new reinvention as the Planet's champion. He started leaning into sort of his hippie side, his environmentalist side, got the hemp belt. It really worked. Like, it was over. He did some of the best promo work of his career. I think he might have even, like, won Best on Promos in The Observer, which was unthinkable in many other eras. Even though we liked his promos, he was not thought of as a good promo. And, but the other thing that happened during that period is Survivor Series at the time the tradition always was the two world champions would wrestle each other. I don't even know, is that still part of the deal? I don't think it is, right? They just do like war games and stuff now. But back then there was a time where like the two brands champions wrestled each other. And Brock Lesnar was the champion of the other brand, and he had been on a run of what I consider to be pretty crappy matches where he would just do the same move over and over again, really not be that vulnerable and win pretty easily. And this was right after Bryan won the title, right after his heel turn. I was feeling pretty pessimistic about the chances of this match being all that it could be. But obviously somebody, maybe Brock himself, maybe Vince, maybe Paul Heyman, somebody told Brock, yeah, you can't do that with this guy. Like, he is way too good for that. And he deserves something more. And Brock thankfully gave him something more. It was really great because it was like it was sort of like a misdirection. They booked the early part of the match like it was a Brock Lesnar squash. And it was like every other Brock Lesnar match. Suplex City, over and over and over again, until like a pretty decent amount of time into the match of Bryan getting the shit kicked out of him. He hits Brock Lesnar low. And suddenly he goes on this run of offense and does all this stuff to Brock that you couldn't imagine. And by the end of that match, the crowd is completely rocking and rolling. And it seems like Danielson could win. And it was brilliant because, like, first of all, Bryan was the other champion. He shouldn't be squashed. And second of all, he's the best. And he had one of Brock Lesnar's best ever matches in a time where Brock Lesnar was not having his best matches. And I just wanted to make mention of that because I think this is probably the most impressive match of Bryan's WWE career. And it came at a time when people thought like maybe he didn't totally have it anymore. And like it was such a statement of like, yeah, I'm back and I'm this new version and I am still awesome. Don't worry about it. Do you remember that match?
I do. I rewatched it as one of the many matches I rewatched in prep for the show. I like it quite a bit. I don't love it as much as other people. I know a bunch of people. When I ended up posting a clip from it when I was rewatching it, and it went like viral. It became one of the most popular tweets I ever had. And so many people were saying, "Oh, that's Bryan's best match in WWE ever." I might, spoiler, disagree with that. I think it's a great match. I think it's very much a great Brock Lesnar match, and it is a bit different, but still kind of his mold. And I think Brock is a great talent. I like the Brock Lesnar match, but I've just seen it so many times, and I just thought, even doing it where Bryan gets more within it, I just felt like it was just another reminder of Bryan's one of those guys. I don't know, and
but it's also
really
also the context does matter of like. You know, that when he first came back, he wasn't really having great matches for a while until he turned heel. And this is like maybe the first real great match he had back. So it was sort of like like I said, almost like a statement, like not only am I great, but I'm back, you know?
And I think we should really like drive home. Again, talking about this era where like WWE was like going against the fans' wishes and stuff. How insane is it in this era that you have Bryan Danielson coming back from a very dramatic, legit career-ending brain injury, and then you also then in this period had Roman Reigns eventually come back from leukemia, and in both cases they quickly had to the fans got, they had to turn Bryan to freshen him up, and the fans quickly got back on Roman's case again, because they just didn't push them the way they needed to be pushed.
Yeah, no, that's true.
It's an insane era. And by
the way, when we talk about the push the way they didn't push, you know, it's like, again, like this was a point in WWE where I could not watch it week to week. So I don't even totally know the nature of the push. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you talked about how like people didn't really know Bryan was good at this point. You know, like I couldn't find the quote, but I vaguely recall a quote. It drives me crazy. There was a quote right near the end of Bryan's run in WWE where he was he said something to the effect where he felt like his prime was behind him, or like his best days were behind him, or something like that. Like he was, and like shortly into his AEW run, there was something to the effect where I think he was talking about like how he felt that this is the favorite. Eventually in AEW, it was like him saying it's my favorite run of my career and stuff. It almost like even Bryan Danielson started to think less of Bryan Danielson. You know, like he started to lose confidence in himself based on his usage, I think. Like he forgot what he could do at some point. I think, and going to what you said where people were wondering, could Bryan be good? I think a lot of fans during little periods like this, like before the Brock thing, started to forget what he could do. And they started to think, well, can he do it? Or is it he's just not getting the chance to?
Yes, so he finally started getting the chance to here, right? And so he goes on this, you know, I'd say pretty short but memorable run as this heel version of himself. You know, he keeps the title until WrestleMania, and actually he kind of is himself in the position of the authority that was against him, where he's sort of like the big boss to be defeated by the sentimental favorite, in this case being Kofi Kingston, who beats him in another really great match at WrestleMania, definitely by far the highlight of that WrestleMania. And one of the best matches of that whole eras of WrestleMania, where they have the like bajillion hour shows where the crowd is completely dead by the end. And thankfully, Bryan and Kofi, their match was in the middle of the show, so the crowd was still into it, and it felt like a main event. And you know, some people might argue it's Daniel Bryan's best WrestleMania match. You know, it's either that or the Triple H match, or I guess the main event of WrestleMania 30. Some people like that one a lot too. But this was just, you know, really great heel putting over a babyface in a dramatic way. You know, it was made sure that it had a lot of wrestling in it, made sure it had a lot of hope spots. Just a really great and memorable match on a memorable night for Bryan. But you know, as things went on, I think that was pretty much, you know, one of the last like really memorable runs he had in WWE. You know, he had some more good matches. He had a really good strap match against the Fiend after he turned back babyface the next year. He did some really interesting stuff. He was kind of, I think a lot of people considered him the master of the early stage pandemic WWE shows where even before the Thunderdome, where there was just like no crowd noise. And he had some really good matches with AJ Styles during that period. And then he was gone for a lot of it. And when he came back, he sort of his last little run, they did push him, and he did get to main event WrestleMania one more time, which and a match that I remember liking a lot at the time. I did not rewatch it for this, but the 3-way against Roman Reigns and Edge, and then he lost it to Roman in a going away match, and that was it for Daniel Bryan. And it's crazy to think, like, he had a lot of great matches in WWE. Don't get me wrong. And like, there were some incredibly memorable experiences and moments for his WWE career, even as a fan. But it's crazy to think, knowing what we know about Bryan Danielson, that is what that's some of what people, they like, let me rephrase this. For some people, that's all they know of him. And that's crazy for me to think about. Like, what do you think you would think of him if that was all you knew of him?
Oh, it's tough because I would think he's a really good wrestler, but I probably wouldn't, I think, WWE fans, a lot of them that just know WWE don't think of him in the high esteem we think of him as. And, people like me, I don't know about you, think of WWE as, he did some great work there, but it was not a full usage of him. And some of that was the health things, which was out of everyone's control, but a lot of that was in WWE's control. And if you just know WWE, you might think, that was the proper usage of him. You might start to believe the B+ player things. And I think the thing that's going to hurt him with those fans going forward is there's a good chance Bryan doesn't come back to WWE, period, right? That he does keep wrestling. It'll be sporadic, and it'll be indies, Mexico, Japan, AEW, whatever. And so, history is written by the most popular. And, Bryan's on the outside looking in on that if that happens.
It's certainly possible that he doesn't come back. Yeah, I mean, it's something, I mean, in some ways you think everyone does eventually. He says he's not really interested in the Hall of Fame, but, if he's got nothing else going on and he's offered, it's possible that he would do it. And who knows what the future of WWE and AEW are as far as interacting with each other. So, who knows? But, yeah, I do often think about that. We all talk about Bryan like he's the best in the world. But for a WWE fan, he was never presented like that. He's never talked about like that. So they don't think of him like that. They just think of him as like a great wrestler. But like,
never seen, if you just, I was just going to say, if you're a WWE fan, you've never seen Bryan work the persona that I think is his best persona that he did in the indies and AEW in Japan. That front runner, I'm the best in the world. Like you just say, he wasn't pushed as the best in the world. The kind of like, I'm going to eat the opponent up a little bit, like him as the plucky underdog with a lot of work rate talent, which is an archetype. If you're a WWE fan, you've seen a lot of guys do. You're seeing Sami Zayn do it in recent years, you're not seeing him. Oh, sorry.
No, the closest you get to that is that match with Kofi Kingston. Like, that's the closest you get to, like, ace Bryan Danielson.
And, I'll just spoil this. Spoiler, that's the reason why that is the only WWE match on my top 10 list.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's the closest to the Bryan I love the best in WWE. I don't know if it's his best match in WWE. It's the most you see. It's him being the final boss, quote unquote, the same way he was for Homicide and Final Battle 2006.
Nope, that makes a lot of sense. And, now that he's done with WWE, there's one more run to talk about. And before we get to it, want to hear from our good friend who's watched Bryan for many, many years, Tim Buckner of the Q&T podcast, the great Q&T podcast. Tim, let's hear what you have to say about Bryan Danielson.
Hello, ROH fans. This is Timothy Buckner, the voice of Q and TR, on the ROH code line. Text 1 to TOH ROH to receive a free Women of Honor screenshot. Alright, I'm here to talk about Bryan Danielson, obviously. That's the whole fucking point. They'll probably stick me somewhere in the middle, so we all know what's going on at this point. Either way, if you want that Women of Honor screenshot, you can just DM me. I'll send it to you for free. Bryan Danielson, what is there to say? I mean, the greatest of all time. It's without a doubt now. Bonded with so many people over this. A guy who, what does his career mean to you? Like, that's the prompt here. What does his career mean to you? Obviously I was a fan of wrestling. I've been a fan of wrestling for a long time, even before Bryan Danielson was wrestling, which seems crazy because I'm sure there's going to be a ton of people on here who say they don't know wrestling before Bryan Danielson. I guess what Bryan Danielson means to me is, like, I don't know. There probably would have been a point where I would have, like, stopped caring as much about wrestling if it wasn't for Bryan Danielson. I guess, you know. I have, like, my weird story. WrestleMania 30, when Bryan Danielson wins the title. I was pretty entrenched in wrestling. I don't know. Who knows? But I watched it in the house of the lady from The Room. People like that movie, Tommy Wiseau's film The Room. The main female lead. I watched Bryan Danielson win the title in her living room, so that was fun. Shout out to Eric Barnes, and shout out to Jubs. Or F4W fans will remember Jubs. I think he's still around somewhere. Either way, yeah, I mean, it's such an insane career. 20 years of, again, one of the greatest to do it, like, to lace up the boots. And I guess the most important thing, I keep saying I guess. I hate when I get in my own head and I start questioning, why do I keep repeating the same words? Either way, I'm going to talk about Danielson. I'm going to be myself, right? I should just talk. Thing about Danielson that I think is really important when it comes down to it is, like, the growth. The changes, the varying, the keeping things exciting. That's, like, the most important part about his career. Like, I've often said, like, my basic tenet of enjoying wrestling, appreciating wrestling on a deeper level, like, kind of goes into the Bret Hart thing. Get the most out of the least, be interesting, be unique, Danielson obviously was not as safe as the Bret Hart thing. He liked being stiff. He liked, getting brain damage for fun. And I don't really hate it. But the thing that when it really comes down to it is, like, the most important part about Danielson is that he always kept it interesting. At his core, he's clearly one of the most exciting, introspective. He's just always looking for something unique to do, and so just kept everything fresh. A guy who just, it didn't matter how over something was. As far as Bryan Danielson was concerned, it was about him having fun, him keeping it interesting, him keeping it exciting, and, like, it's kind of the most important thing to me for wrestling as well. I get so bored, and my natural inclination throughout, like, all of my wrestling fandom is to switch off, move on to the next thing, who's this, that, the other. But it was impossible to do with Danielson because as soon as the crowd was comfortable, he would try to change everything. He would try to switch it up. That's why it's like a lot of people think of the beard and the long hair. That's Danielson, but mean, he went so long with a shaved head and a shaved face. He would change everything. He would do the eye patch. He would do this, that. Like, he's always ever evolving, and that's like Evolve. That's why Evolve was meant to be built around Bryan Danielson from the beginning. No, I mean, kind of, right? Like, I think at his core, the most important thing about Danielson was someone who was so incredibly talented at the sport of professional wrestling, but also was so uniquely artistic and so uniquely driven to be constantly changing and doing something new. He was never felt comfortable just doing the same thing. And that's the most important thing. I mean, you talk about all of the great matches, which he had tons of, but when it really came down to it, the most important thing about Bryan Danielson was a guy who was never satisfied. And that's why it's tough to even think that he's really done. Because how do you believe that someone like Bryan Danielson is ever going to be really satisfied with saying that his career is over? I just think that some people are just going to wrestle until the day they die. And yeah, sometimes it's more true than I guess you'd ever think it could be. Either way. Later.
Thank you very much, Tim, and make sure to listen to that podcast. It is great. I was just on it recently, if you're listening to this when it comes out. But, of course, he left WWE, Bryan did, because he wanted to help the industry, and he had a unique opportunity to do that in 2021 by going to AEW, which was, still only 2 years old at this point. Still was on the rise. They were just coming out of the pandemic. They really had not had a chance to really fully be a promotion yet, like a touring promotion. It was such a brief run before the pandemic hit. And they came out of that pandemic with a lot of pent-up demand and enthusiasm, and just they were able to capitalize by signing, I would say, the two biggest possible people they could have signed for their audience, right? Like, yes, they could have signed John Cena. Yes, they could have signed Roman Reigns, right? They're bigger stars, but like CM Punk and Bryan Danielson were like the two people that their audience would say, like, I want to see them in a different environment than WWE. I bought a ticket to go to All Out in Chicago in 2019 with the idea that Punk would be there. Like, the CM Punk joining AEW was sort of like the dream when AEW first started. And so it happened in 2021, and then to just put it over the top and make it that much better for AEW to add to their momentum, they immediately followed that by signing Bryan Danielson and announcing him. And it was like such a 1-2 punch that it just felt like it was going to send AEW into the stratosphere. It almost did. Of course, we're not really here to talk about AEW and like its business, and I will not do that very much. But Bryan Danielson, I think the expectations were very, very high for Bryan when he came into AEW, and I think it was important for him to immediately affirm those expectations. The first match he had was against Kenny Omega in New York, and I just remember I was there again. So again, another just big Bryan Danielson milestone I got to be there for. That reaction, I hadn't heard anything like it since the ROH days, and it was in a much bigger building. It just felt like ROH had just grown. Like, that's what it felt like. It felt like the peak era ROH had just expanded into something big and mainstream, and the crowd was going nuts, and they worked a 30-minute draw, and, I'm sure for some people that's the best Danielson match. Maybe some people say it's the best AEW match even. Well, I wouldn't say that. I think that it was just such a phenomenal moment. And again, something that Bryan just didn't get to do in WWE. So it was just very important that he got to do that right away. How did you what were your overall sentiments at that very, very beginning of Bryan Danielson joining AEW and being the American Dragon Bryan Danielson again?
I was so ecstatic to see him. So happy he got the name back, as dumb and minor as that is. Although there was a brief period where I did retrain myself to stop calling him Daniel Bryan again, which really, I was like mad at my brain. Like, why are you sticking to this?
I still listen to podcasts where some of the people, WWE oriented still say it, which I'm not mad at them, but it is crazy to me.
At least that's more understandable, where maybe that's less brain fart and more just the way they see the world and their willful refusal to acknowledge anything that isn't WWE, which is aggravating in a different sense. But, it's funny, the thing you were saying before about the pre-Brock match at WWE where people were wondering if Bryan would be the same. I knew Bryan was still good, but I was like, in AEW, he took a little bit of a layoff between hours, and he had that comment I mentioned before about feeling like his maybe best days were behind him. I was like, how good is he going to be here? Is he going to be any different? And when the Kenny Omega match happened, instantly I was like, he's back. It's weird where, Punk had that when Punk came to AEW, it was this huge deal because he hadn't wrestled anywhere for 7 years, and he had that great line in his initial promo in AEW where, I left pro wrestling and today I come back. That's me ad lib. It's not verbatim, obviously, but to a certain group of fans like me, that also applied to Bryan. It was like when I watched that match and over the next few matches after that, I was like, Bryan Danielson is back. This isn't Daniel Bryan. And I didn't know if he could come back. And he has returned to wrestling. That thing that William Regal said, everything once you join WWE is not your wrestling career. Bryan said it was a parody of wrestling. He came home. And it was amazing. And it was evident early, which I think is the great thing. He didn't need a warm up. He went to the deep end of the pool and he was back.
Yeah,
that old style, and they pushed him as the front runner in those matches. He was allowed to have the longer matches he wants against the top end opponents at prominent positions. He was allowed that early match against Nick Jackson. He didn't beat him up like he did in PWG, but it was the mean streak front runner, best in the world. Bryan Danielson was back.
Yeah, totally. And I have my criticisms about how AEW used Bryan Danielson. I think they didn't get enough out of him like WWE didn't, in the sense that I think that if they had right off the start protected him and made him out to be the top star the way they did CM Punk, I think they actually could have used him to bolster their business a little more, especially when things went south with Punk. But the one thing that I cannot complain about at all with Bryan's AEW run is they just let him run wild with matches. He just got to have his matches and wrestle a lot of different opponents and just be great. Whether it was, like that match against Nick Jackson, he got to wrestle, I think, Dustin Rhodes shortly after that. He got some matches with Kofi Kingston, and then, because I think Jon Moxley, who was going to end up feuding with Hangman Page, who was the champion, who just won the title, Moxley had to go to rehab. They immediately turned Bryan heel again. He was able to do it pretty seamlessly, and he got put in a feud with Page, and immediately had, in my opinion, to that point, the best 60-minute match of his career. And one of the best 60-minute matches in America in decades. With Adam Page, had another really great bloody match with him. After that, he just had match after match after match. And then the Blackpool Combat Club started, so they sort of turned face again after that. Again, sort of similar to WWE. There was some inconsistency there. But Blackpool Combat Club was its own really cool thing. Again, not perfect, but that match, the Anarchy in the Arena match in 2022, one of my all-time favorite matches. I got to be there live for that too. I'm very lucky. It was pretty incredible. He ended up, one thing about Bryan in AEW, he really wanted to get over young guys. So this is an era where he started losing a lot, and he put over Daniel Garcia, and he lost to Jericho a couple times, who was, an extremely young guy that he wanted to put over. I'd say, that might have been a point where I was, maybe a little bit less excited. But then by the beginning of, and he had to be out of action. He missed, I think, the first Forbidden Door, right? Because of another injury. Was it another concussion, actually? Not everything was smooth sailing. But by 2003, he had another just absolutely incredible run of matches at the beginning to start this feud with MJF. He had matches with, I think, Bandito. They even brought in Timothy Thatcher to wrestle him. Had a match with, just so many great matches early in that run. All culminating with what I think is just so good and so beloved and yet still underrated. The Iron Man match with MJF at Revolution. Just absolutely incredible wrestling, incredible storytelling, incredible passion at the end by the crowd, emotions, like just, I'd say like everything that I would want in a wrestling match was in there. Like almost to the point where I look back now and I'm like, oh, maybe they should have put the title on Danielson then, because the rest of MJF's title reign wasn't exactly critically acclaimed. But just incredible matches. Continue to have incredible matches. I could keep listing them, throughout the rest, wrestled Okada, broke his arm, came back from the broken arm and immediately had the most incredible strap match of the modern era against Ricky Starks. Had some other great matches. Eventually ended up in the Continental Classic, had great match after great match after great match. Wrestled Will Ospreay in, a lot of people would consider that the best match in AEW history. Just incredibly. And then, it culminated with this, to me, again, another just absolutely incredible moment of Danielson and Swerve Strickland at Wembley where they put it all together. Just a great wrestling match, incredible emotion, great crowd, great finish. Just spectacular that Bryan was still doing this late in his career. And then the ending of his career, at least as far as we know it, the boldness to go out being just completely destroyed, being smothered with a plastic bag, being carted out. And like, instead of doing the traditional farewell, his idea was, I'm going to kickstart something for this company and go out in a different way. So I think the fact that he went to AEW allowed him to do all these things and be creative and do things that WWE wouldn't have let him do and wrestle the way he wanted to, wrestling Minoru Suzuki on YouTube, all these things. I know I kind of rushed through that AEW run, but like, to me, that's the story of his AEW run. He just got to have great match after great match after great match and just be in his glory. And I'm really happy that it happened. Like, I, as far as matches, I don't know how anyone can say that wasn't his best run. Just like you just an endless list of just incredible matches, and multiple match of the year candidates, multiple matches that are candidates for best match in Bryan Danielson's whole career. And this was after lots of people already thought he was the best wrestler ever. It's really incredible that it happened. I just feel lucky. It feels like a cherry on top. I don't know. What'd you think of Bryan Danielson in AEW, Trevor?
I think it was his best run. And I know occasionally when I have said that on like social media, it's been controversial. I think I mentioned once on Through the Years, I had a humorous thing where someone tried to ROH blame me, like, well, you haven't seen his ROH work then. It's like, man, you should Google my name. Here's what I think is great about what makes it a front runner for his best run is, one, you kind of got the best of both worlds. Because as Bryan, although I think he's one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, no one is perfect. He has his flaws. And one of his flaws, and we've talked about occasionally on Through the Years, is in his younger ROH days and elsewhere, he would get a little self-indulgent where some of his matches would go a little too long and there'd be a little too much mat work that was kind of aimless. And I've talked before about feeling like Bryan, sometimes it was almost like he was just dicking around to wrestle and have fun because he loved wrestling. And then he'd kind of somewhere in the middle of the match kind of find the match, like what it's going to be, and then have a bit more purpose. And it was still great matches, but there was something sometimes where you could see, that there was a minute here, a little bit here that's a little meandering or whatever. And WWE, it cut away a lot of what some of what I loved about Bryan, but it did also kind of have to, it also cut away that ability to go long enough to meander and make him a bit more focused. And I felt like when he went to AEW, you got back most of what was great you got back everything that was great about old Bryan, but it was a little bit without some of that meandering. It was maybe the TV constraints, maybe just going from WWE. And the example we make is those 60-minute matches. Bryan is on the record saying, we had a guest, Phil Schneider, on who said he interviewed Bryan. Bryan's on the record saying he doesn't think those 60-minute ROH matches are very good. I mean, I think the Joe one is like 4.25 star great. We both like the Aries match, even if it is overlong. There's a point to it being overlong. It caught the attention of people and made a statement. But if you watch the Adam Page and the MJF matches, you kind of see the case I'm making here and compare it to those where it's the one of the only weaknesses he had. It's been kind of excised. They are better 60-minute matches.
They're more cohesive experiences.
Yeah. And the other thing that I think what made this run so great is, it's in wrestling, it's not just about your talent, it's what you're allowed to do. And I might have mentioned this on one bit where we've got pre-recorded that's coming out later. I forget because we recorded things. Matt, we recorded only a few days before this or whatever, and my memory's so bad I already forgot everything I said there. When I didn't say much, I mostly let our great guest talk. But this last run on AEW, so often in life, I feel like I've been living in the wrong timeline in my life, and just since I was a little kid. And you talk about like people, I can imagine all the possible universes. There are better ones. This is the one point of my wrestling fandom where it felt like this is so good. I must be living in like one of the top 5 like possible timelines from this point on for like Bryan Danielson, because it doesn't seem real. Like he got everything he could have wanted. Like he for years talked about he wanted to wrestle Blue Panther in Arena Mexico. He got to do that. He wanted to wrestle in the Tokyo Dome again. He had only wrestled that as like a random undercard junior in a very low level matches. He got to do that in a major match. He got to wrestle the people that he had wrestled in the past that had risen while he was gone to like the levels of guys on his level as like other people considered contenders for the best in the world. And, Omega, Zack Sabre Jr. He got to face guys that also had that status that he never got to wrestle before, like Ospreay and Okada. He got to wrestle even just things that were for as Tony might say, for the sickos. He got to wrestle Hechicero. He got to wrestle Timothy Thatcher. He got to have another kind of WrestleMania moment where you're working in front of 50,000 people, but this time in front of his family. His kids got to see him for the first time live, at least his son. I don't know if his daughter had seen him before. I forget. If Bryan had written if after he left WWE, he had written a Cody Rhodes style like list of things I want to accomplish, I feel like his run AEW probably would have checked off almost all the ones he would have written down.
The only one,
it was amazing.
The only one would probably be the G1, right? That'd be the only one that he didn't get to do. But he got to do, Wrestle Kingdom, he got
to wrestle Nigel McGuinness again.
Yeah,
a lot of us thought would never wrestle again.
Which, incredible. Yeah, and I was going to say, besides AEW, he did do all these other things. These Zack Sabre Jr. match in New Japan, and the one in AEW, which were both fucking incredible. The second Okada match where he didn't get hurt was amazing. And that match is so it's almost forgotten because there's been so much other great stuff that happened this year. It was still it was this calendar year. As we recorded this, like you said, the matches in Arena Mexico, especially the one against Blue Panther, just incredible. It feels like a cherry on top, but it was also a very substantial portion of his career, right? Like it was substantive. Like you got so much more meat on that bone in the ring than you got pretty much in the entire run that he had in WWE, which, and I'm not trying to shit on WWE, like that WrestleMania 30 moment is one of my favorite moments ever as a wrestling fan, right? Like being there live for that SummerSlam was incredible. That match was great, but gosh, there was just so much more density of quality in his run in AEW that it's hard to beat it,
Yeah, and I feel like maybe you and I it's always hard to know how to separate our experience from like the average person, because just like how you were saying with WWE, it's hard to know how WWE fans would see Bryan if they had never seen anything else. I think in a vacuum, his AEW run is fantastic, but I think it's even more rewarding if you were on the journey of his entire career like we were, where it's like this great comeback, reward, return of the past in a better way that you didn't even know you'd ever see.
Absolutely, yeah. Everything is enhanced by emotions and sentimental attachment, and this is definitely one of them. So we have one more special, I don't know if I want to say game, a special feature on this podcast. But before we get to it, we're going to be back with that feature in a while. But before we get to it, we're going to play something that we recorded a couple weeks ago, which I think you're in for a treat, because we've been hearing from some of our friends, but now we're going to hear from a bunch of our friends all together because we're going to be back with Alan Cunahan, Joe Gagney, Justin Shapiro, our longest time podcast brethren, and we're going to talk about Bryan Danielson. So, yeah, you went through the whole career, but this shit ain't done. Hey, thanks for sticking with us and partying with us. Welcome back, party animals. Trevor, what if I made that our new catchphrase for the show? That welcome back, party animals. Thanks for partying with us. Do you think that would fit the tone of the show?
When people think of party animals, it's definitely you and me that they think about.
Through the years, it's always a party with two of the wildest and craziest party animals this side of Party City, which is a store where you could buy like confetti and stuff.
This sounds like RJ City brainstorming catchphrases with a guest on AEW.
Well, that is a part of our surprise, everybody. Spoiler alert. So I wanted to, as part of this big extravaganza, this party, if you will, invite on a few of our oldest podcast buddies. And when I say oldest, I mean in terms of age. They're extremely, sadly, very old. And no, but we've been doing podcasts with these guys, some of them for almost 20 years, some of them for 15 years. I have known at least one of them for close to 25 years.
What's up?
Yeah. So, and actually all three of them I have been to live shows with. One of them I even did a Bryan Danielson career retrospective podcast with at one other time in my life. So I wanted to welcome on some of your favorites and our favorites, Alan Cunahan, Justin Shapiro, and last but not least, even though Trevor would say he is least, it's Joe Gagney. How's everybody doing? Justin, how's life?
Hey. As I told you before the show, I am rocking with the flu shot booster combination, one in each arm. The doctor said it's okay to do that, not bad. So we'll see.
Well, we appreciate you fighting through the pain of these horrible, horrible vaccines. No, I'm just kidding. I am very pro-vaccine. They're wonderful. I get them. I'm getting my flu shot tomorrow. I got my COVID booster last month. I am pro-vaccine. Want to make it very clear.
He was too bitch-made to get them at the same time, I guess.
I was. I'm too bitch-made for almost anything. Justin, thank you for joining us. It's been a while. Joe Gagney, it's been less of a while, but more of a while than usual. How's everything in Joe's world? Your new sitcom.
That's fine. Look at Matt's shirt. That's like
First is the world?
That's like Jill Fauci. Oh man, I don't know about that.
Yep,
I'm doing great. It's good to be here with the gang.
Indeed. Good to have you. And Alan, we have missed you very much, and we're happy to hear that you're doing great, and we love to have you on the show. How's everything going?
I feel like I was just chatting to you guys, but apparently it was August 2023 we were chatting, but I just listened to it the other day. A lovely chat we had about Bryan Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness in Liverpool. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just delighted to be here with I'd like to say my CubsFan.com family, but I'd like to think I'm like an honorary member of. Have I been on like all the CubsFan.com podcasts?
Well, you've
involved you guys.
Well, you've
I've
definitely
done Listen and Learn.
Yeah,
I've done the Justin Shapiro show. Have I done the Justin Shapiro show? I surely was on the.
You'd
Justin
have to
Shapiro
think
show.
so, right?
Yeah,
you'd have to think so.
Someone with encyclopedic knowledge of this will definitely contact us and let us know. But I will say this, not only, Alan, did you do List 'em and Learn, you were on the very first episode and you suggested the name List 'em and Learn, which has not only benefited me, but also that thief, Joe Gagney, who happens to be on the show. So really, it all goes back to you.
Best List 'em and Learn ever on the last 5-star match game. I have to throw that out there too. Yeah, and I was on the ill-fated Joe versus the World Potpourri show featuring Trevor Dane.
Everyone yelled at me for that one. That's Trevor's Joker origin story right there.
I re-listen to that like once a year, by the way.
Oh my God.
You created a monster, but actually you created an angel, because everyone loves Trevor, even though he doesn't love himself.
I will. I do have the the cubsfan.com
So mean.
website as my
They have
landing
to
spot.
hibernate, right?
I have it as my landing spot for my podcast retirement, when I just go to just doing a podcast whenever I want on whatever topic I want, and it's only available by right-click and download. There won't be RSS feeds or anything like that allowed. You have to go onto the cubsfan.com, scroll down, right-click, save as. That's the only way you're allowed to listen to my retirement podcasts.
You cannot listen to it on a smartphone. It has to be on a desktop or laptop computer.
Yeah, VLC media player or Windows media player
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the only acceptable things.
It has
Or
to
you can put it onto your MP3 player. Like plug in the USB MP3 player into your laptop, drag the file into and then take it out, put your headphones in and listen that way. That's also acceptable.
It has to be running Windows Millennium Edition for you to be able to listen to it.
XP, man.
Okay, because I bring up Windows Millennium Edition, and Windows XP because those were the latest operating systems early in the career of one American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, who we've been talking about for the past couple hours and who we will continue to talk about with you three. And I think, Alan, you're the only one who I haven't watched a Bryan Danielson match with live, but we did do that podcast together, so that I think makes up for it. But
and we have Kazuchika Okada to blame for that, don't we?
That's
true. Because we would have seen a Bryan Danielson match live if it weren't for that pesky elbow drop.
That is true. That's very much true. And I actually wanted to start with Joe, because I feel like you've been watching indie wrestling, I think, the longest of all of us, at least as far as being a follower of it. So I'm thinking that you probably saw Bryan Danielson before us, both live and on video. Do you remember the first time you saw him wrestle live in either medium?
Yes, as far as being aware of him, I remember for a lot of people, it's the King of the Indies for APW that kind of put him on the map. But it was it was the 2001 ECWA Super 8 tournament, which I remember the Death Valley Driver crew, they did a big road report. Bill Barnwell was there. I was kind of stunned. I saw him on ESPN this week. He was there for that show. And that was, I remember Phil Schneider put all Dragons matches onto a Schneider compilation, and he called it one of the best one-night performances in history, which was a tad hyperbolic, but not as much as you think, because he wrestled Spanky in the first round, it was Reckless Youth, and then Low-Key in the finals. And it was, and I remember I saw those when I got into independent wrestling, once WCW and ECW kind of were going down the tubes. I thought, kind of need some more options here, and got more into indie wrestling. I got these lengthy tapes. Wes Hatch put them out, West Side Comps. He had all these, the Dragon matches from that tournament. That's the first time I saw him, and I was like, oh, this is incredible wrestling, where the match itself is just the focus of the entire, it's not just like, oh, the match is kind of, in addition to other things. The match was the full package. It was the physicality, I got into Japanese wrestling too. It reminded me of that, but in like an American environment. And I don't know, it just captivated me. So, and I know the first time I saw him was the first Ring of Honor show in the Boston, Honor Invades Boston. That was it in Wakefield, Mass, where he wrestled Donovan Morgan. I remember it went to a 15-minute draw because the next show he wrestled Doug Williams in a 30-minute Ironman match. So I always knew I saw 45 minutes of Dragon wrestling the first two times I saw him. So I was probably on the bandwagon a bit earlier than most. But yeah, no, he was someone that always connected with me very, very early. As soon as I saw him, it was just like it's hard to say, because these things are kind of hard to say. Things just kind of reach out and get you sometimes, and he certainly did with me.
Yeah, that Super 8 match, they wrestle. I think it might have been actually the first one of the Low-Ki and Danielson matches, or Low-Ki and American Dragon matches, that got a lot of attention. I don't know if it was the first one they ever had against each other, but I don't think it probably wasn't, right? But it was one of the first.
It might have been. Yeah. Might have been. And I know they had a rematch later on in ECWA with Ricky Steamboat as the guest referee. That might have been even better.
Yeah, well, I was going to say.
That match is so good.
I was going to say that Super 8 match, it's actually like short by the standards of those two. Like, what is it, like 12, 13, 14 minutes, something like that? Like, it's a short match considering how long some of their matches went. And, it's a little bit, it was an impressive match, but when you watch it compared to some of the later matches, it's a little bit more basic. And it just goes to show like how quickly those two guys evolved with each other over the next like year or so. Cause one of the first matches that really got me paying attention to Danielson was the match those two had in ROH in 2002, which I still find just completely incredible. But did you find, Joe, when you first saw that match, that you had a affinity for Danielson or Low-Ki, or one more than the other, or do you feel like you considered them almost like parallels? Because for a while, those two were fairly strongly intertwined. Yeah, no, they were. I think I liked Danielson a bit more because Low-Ki seemed to take himself very, very seriously, which and I guess I relate more to.
What you're saying is insane.
No, but I guess I relate to Danielson a bit more, but a bit more in that regard. But I did, I thought both were incredible wrestlers.
Yeah. So Alan, I'm actually curious. I'm actually not sure of this. When did you first become aware of Danielson? When, and like in what context? Was it just by watching ROH? Is that kind of what led you on to him? And like, is that when where you first saw him live?
Yes. So early. First saw him live would have been Unified, I guess. Yeah, that would have been my first time seeing him live. Well established to me at that point anyway. So 2002 was my real learning year in terms of getting exposed to independent wrestling. And 2001 was like my big ECW year, like in terms of going back, watching, like buying tapes from dodgy tape traders online, and getting so in Ireland, like loads of the ECW releases came into just like HMV, which was is HMV international, or is that just Ireland?
We had HMV in Canada.
Oh, yeah, there you go. So, HMV got in all the ECW DVDs, and like 2001, I spent like watching all the ECW I'd been reading about in Power Slam magazine in the years prior, and then so that was kind of my year of moving away from just WWF being like the only wrestling I watched. And in 2002, continuing with Power Slam magazine being a big influence on me in terms of turning me into more of a fan of wrestling than WWF, and actually being like critical and disliking things in WWF, because like previously it was just always accept what you kind of got, and I love wrestling, I love WWF, and I look forward to it every week. Power Slam like makes you, for lack of a better term, smart mark, and that makes you critical of the mainstream product, but also interested in finding out about all these new underground things. And in 2002, there was also a British wrestling radio show, a wrestling radio show based out of Britain on TalkSport Radio, which was a very big channel at the time. Yeah, probably even bigger now. A huge channel with huge listenership for sports and stuff like that. And a man we discussed quite a bit on my Unified appearance, Alex Shane, was one of the hosts on the TalkSport Radio show, and they were talking about guys like AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels and early ROH and how that would tie in with the FWA, and some of these guys coming over to wrestle for the FWA that summer. So I was hearing about all this, and they were talking about these guys in glowing terms. And then the first ROH review that was in Power Slam magazine was the Road to the Title show, I think. And a couple of months later, that show arrived in my mailbox, and that was the first ROH show I ever saw. And Bryan Danielson came out in the opening match against a Biohazard, and he was wearing very, very pale white tights, and he was very pale himself. And I thought, this man wrestling here in this Murphy Recreation. My first thought was seeing him come through the curtains and seeing the Murphy Recreation Center. I was like, wow, this is kind of like really rinky dink. And then I kind of like looked at Bryan Danielson in his awful white gear, and I was like, ooh, this guy looks really rinky dink. And then very quickly over the course of that show, I got over those two things, and they didn't matter to me anymore. And I was just like, yeah, this is the best wrestling. I love this. And that's how it started. And the thing with Danielson was, I was trying to think of like what my answer would be to when you said to us previously, Matt, about like what Danielson meant to our fandom. Like, I would probably say like Danielson was never like my number one guy. He was never like my favorite wrestler. There was always, in all the periods of like in this period of early ROH, I liked Danielson fine. I appreciated him, but like the guys I was super excited about were AJ, Low Key, Amazing Red, and then like 2003, 2004, it's very much like CM Punk, Samoa Joe. Like 2007, you guys like Steen Generico, the Briscoes are the ones like that. They're my guys, you know. And Danielson was never that to me. But at some point, it's like he's just there all the time, year after year after year after year. And he might not be my number one guy, but he's not far off. And the whole time with that level of consistency of just how good he is and how high up he would place on, like, because there's never a period where it's like, I'm kind of sick of Bryan Danielson. Danielson's kind of gotten a bit old. Like, both from him refreshing himself, but also just, like, I honestly think he wouldn't even need to have refreshed himself, because every version of Bryan Danielson we've seen, I think, is so evergreen, for lack of a better word. Like, I just can't imagine any version of Bryan Danielson getting stale, because it's just so good. And but he did evolve and change, and we do have different versions of Bryan Danielson over the years, and that just adds to it. So he's always there, and that consistency, it's like he's always elevating the stand just by purely existing in his form. Bryan Danielson elevates the standard of wrestling more than probably has elevated the standard of wrestling more than probably any other wrestler alive in the period he's been alive, because no one has been there. Like, obviously he had his break with the retirement. What years exactly was his retirement? His later WWE stuff is kind of a blur to me.
Well, okay, so he stopped wrestling for WWE at first in 2015, like after WrestleMania, and his official retirement announcement came in, I think, January or February of 2016. So that was, I guess, when but it was 2015, I think, was when he stopped, and I think that's also when we recorded our Danielson podcast.
And he comes back in 2018, right?
Yes, for WrestleMania.
But he also didn't do a huge amount after winning the title in 2014, and when he had the retirement then in 20, because I feel like he won the title in New Orleans, and then there was like a feud with Kane, and then
so he was
injured, and then he was gone.
Yeah, so basically the timeline, as I remember it, was he had the big win at WrestleMania 30. Then he went right into that feud with Kane, where he did wrestle Kane at the next pay-per-view. I don't know. I don't even remember what that was at the time. Was it Extreme Rules? Was it Well, it wasn't Backlash. I don't think. Whatever it was, he wrestled Kane, and then he had that neck injury, and so he did like an angle to take him out, vacated the title. He was gone until the beginning of 2015, where he made his big comeback speech, announced he was going to be in the Royal Rumble. People were, again, mad that he didn't win the Royal Rumble. Then he had a good match with Roman Reigns, and then he was just in a ladder match at WrestleMania, which he won. And then I don't even know how much he wrestled after that. Maybe only a couple matches in my recollection, and then he was gone. And then he was
Didn't
gone
have, like,
again.
a seizure right on a couple weeks after that in a dark match.
Yes.
They're already in Europe.
Yeah, so he was gone almost immediately, and that was the last time he wrestled for WWE until he came back in 2018. Yeah.
So he basically had kind of like 4 years there out of a 24-year career, which were taken away. But like, so if you think of then, that leaves 20 years. So 2 decades that Bryan Danielson basically spent just by existing in wrestling, elevating the standard of wrestling, because he was always at such a high level, and at no point did he get stale. At no point did his performances drop off. Like, the guy is like, just the consistency, but the consistency
my
at
argument,
such a high level.
My argument is that he continued to get better, like, and that by the end he was as good, in some ways, as good as ever. And as far as like the match quality he put out, but I, will make that case.
Yeah, it's crazy because they say like, oh, your peak years are kind of like whatever age people want to say, like your late 30s, when your like athleticism hasn't declined to the point that it's like where your athleticism and your experience meet at the perfect point, right? So like you think, okay, it's the wrestler that's really good at the end of their career is the one that they've just, they've become so clever and such a smart wrestler, okay? And Danielson is, and obviously has. But it's crazy because he was such a clever, smart wrestler in his early 20s. So it's like,
I know.
I agree with you that like he has, like, I totally agree with your point, but I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me how that's possible, because at the start of his career he was so incredibly, like, so smart for his age, and he obviously had the athleticism then, but it's like his athleticism, it's not like it's dropped off, but he definitely has tailored his work in a way to take less risks, for sure. But he's just so damn smart of a wrestler that he somehow has managed to have even smarter matches that are still as like some of his best matches have been in the last year or two. A lot of his best matches have been in the last year or two.
Yeah, I haven't finalized my list yet, but I might argue that most of them have been. But the thing about it is you often hear about these wrestlers that, they're so good when they're young. Like, they start out just being like prodigies. Like Danielson is, chief among them, but, the Briscoes, Kurt Angle, who wasn't young, but he was good very quickly. Who else?
Akiyama,
Akiyama, Morishima, right? Guys like that. And people talk about them being like just great when they're inexperienced. And, and they say, oh gosh, imagine how good this guy will be, or woman will be after, with 10 years of experience, 15 years of experience under their belt. And they often do get obviously like Shingo, certainly fits the bill of someone who became more and more incredible. But a lot of times wrestlers do plateau, and I feel like Danielson really did continue to get better because he learned new styles, new tricks. Like, one thing that Trevor and I posited on the show, which, might be upsetting to some people, is that for a lot of the early era of ROH, like through, let's say, 2006, as incredible as he was not really a great brawler. By the end of 2007, I would say he was a great brawler. And now, but he's one of the best. He's incredible at it. So you do see, like, it's not like he started out being perfect at everything, but he eventually became kind of perfect at almost everything. And it's fun to see because you already are rooting for the guy. I actually wanted to ask Justin.
Were you thinking, just Matt, on the brawling thing, were you thinking specifically kind of like those homicide matches as the example of him not really being great at that yet? Because that's what came to my mind when you said it, and it's a great point that I hadn't ever thought of before.
Homicide matches are a big part of it. Also, there was a feud with Samoa Joe that happened late in 2006 where a lot of the matches were quite disappointing. And he had a cage match with Joe, he had a street fight with Joe, and they were like fine matches, but there was an element
I don't remember the street fight at all. I remember the cage match for it being disappointing, but I don't remember the street fight at all. So that must have also been quite poor.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't poor, but it wasn't like there was a lack of intensity that you would not get from him now. You know, I don't think he really was ready to project his character in an intense way in that context at that point. There was a little bit too much comedy to his heel shtick that didn't fit what they were going for in the match. And like a year later, that would all be gone. He would figure it out. He would figure out how to make a brawl as intense as a hard-hitting technical match that he would do with, you know, a Nigel McGuinness or a Roderick Strong or whatever. But no, it was interesting to see that because, you know, it's easy to remember with rose-colored glasses everything that Bryan Danielson did as being fantastic and perfect, and you get to see like there are things that he did improve on that were noticeable. What I was going to ask Justin was, so you are famous for in the 2000s saying, "I have a life. Fuck this indie wrestling shit. I ain't got time for that. I'm just going to watch Monday Night Raw and SmackDown and the WrestleMania." And so
yes, that's one of my AZ quotes with my face behind it.
Yes, exactly. So my question is, when did you first hear about American Dragon? What was your impression of him? And was the time that you watched him have a tearful farewell to Ring of Honor in 2009 the very first time you got to see him wrestle at all?
Let me search my memories. Well,
I believe I have a quote from Justin on my show when I told him I made him watch some Bryan Danielson, and he said, "The vanilla midget, never going to draw in this business."
Yes, I said, "Look at this geek. Doesn't he eat hamburgers?"
Justin said he saw him in the airport and he didn't stop because he clearly wasn't a star.
Well, you know what? Well, you know what's funny is that Justin did used to have posts on our old message board back in like the early 2000s where he would go on vacation like right at the same time WWF was coming to Pittsburgh and would talk about all the wrestlers in the airport and how they were not that tall.
Yep. I passed Jericho on those conveyor belts. This is not about him or me. Okay. I think it's good that you structured your introductions of us in those the sequence that you did, because you get to see Joe, see him from his nascent career, to Alan, who became a fan when so many other people did with the Ring of Honor stuff. To me, a true dipshit, a fucking loser, who started following him in WWE after having seen his very final match in Ring of Honor. You showed me that Cage of Death when I visited you, maybe the same weekend, but it could have been a different time I was there. You remember that?
I showed a lot of people that match, so I don't remember that specifically, but it sounds it sounds
had something special.
It sounds like me.
It was something you did. Just kidding, I made it up. No, he did do that. That's a true story. But what I knew of him, I already knew who he was. He had a reputation as a great wrestler, just as a newsletter follower. I knew him from the King of Indies tournament, which has Meltzer lore of getting the finish changed, or however that happened, a story he likes to tell a lot. And Brian Alvarez in the Figure 4 newsletter would always talk about American Dragon. And when he was under contract with, where was he in WWF Developmental? Was it Memphis?
It was in Memphis, yeah.
So he was always like, "Why wouldn't you put a mask?" Exclamation mark on American Dragon.
I should say he was in Oklahoma, in the Watts territory, as Jim Ross talked about in his last match. Poor old JR was getting some memories confused there.
I believe him.
He said, "This old Oklahoman 20 years ago signed him and brought him down to, or this old guy 20 years ago signed him and brought him down to Oklahoma." And I was like, I'm not sure about that, Jim.
Well, the most distinctive thing I remember pre going to that show with you and a third person who is your friend and our friend, but he's not like a super famous podcast guy. His name is Tom. You've heard him before. Was he did at least one, maybe more than one, long, really good interview with Brian Alvarez, and it was when he had his eye injury, and he talked about that. And that was the first time I really got to know him, and he seemed like such a nice, sincere, interesting person, and it is that likability that was maybe as much as his like high caliber of wrestling, such a key part to him succeeding after I saw him there. And the eye thing, whether that is something we should like celebrate or it's a good thing to do, also seemed so impressive from a willpower and focus and drive standpoint that it was an inspirational story to me.
Yeah, well, that
since we're on the eye thing, I had a note down of some of my favorite Danielson promos, two very contrasting ones. The hybrid dolphins one that we talked about before recording. But are you guys familiar if I described it as the tuna sandwich promo?
I don't think I am.
Okay, well, I don't think it's called that colloquially. That's just what I've decided it's called.
Trevor, does it sound familiar to you?
No, I'm strictly down to the hybrid dolphins.
So, despite how I've termed it, it's actually a very serious promo, and it's right before one of I think the second match with Morishima. So it's after he's been had the eye injury and he's wearing the eye patch.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, he does this promo where the first half of the promo is about his mom and his sister and how it had been like a really difficult week for him, or a couple of weeks for him. His mom had to bring him to the doctor to look at his eye, and the doctor went through all that was fucked with his eye with him, and then she just broke down crying in the car park and just was so upset, and he felt so bad. And then his sister calls him and she just gives him a complete bollocking on the phone, screaming at him, telling him he can't be putting them through this stuff anymore, because it was his mom hadn't really dealt with that sort of thing with him before, but his sister had seen it all, and she had been at the Kenta match and took care of him after that through the shoulder injury and this injury and that injury. She had been taking care of him, and she was like, enough, it's enough, you can't put us through this anymore. And then so it's like completely that side of, and he's talking about how bad he feels, and then he says that he went to his dad's and he was chatting to his dad and talking about different things he could do, different options he had. He could go work at the mill was one option, go back to college, this, that, and the other. And his dad was like, yeah, those are all good ideas. And then he says, then my dad got up to make me a tuna sandwich. As he was making the tuna sandwich, he says, he just turns back to me and he goes, but this is what you always wanted to do. And then that line, then he just completely flips the promo, and it turns into, and he gets more and more intense and angry and screaming and fired up, and he's like talking about all the injuries and how it's like all part and parcel, and it's what he wanted to do, and he's just talking about his heart. And it's probably the only times as well that he says, because obviously one of Danielson's big catchphrases is I'm the best in the world. And he ends his promo with the line, I might not be the best in the world, but I'm damn sure that I've got the most heart. And then he just starts shouting at Morishima and telling him he's going to kick his ass and this, that, and the other. And it is a fantastic promo, and it's one of those that, as you guys have talked about so many times on the show, the idea that Bryan Danielson was like not a charismatic or captivating personality at that stage in his career, just one of the biggest misnomers. Like that, and Japanese wrestling crowds are always silent. They're probably the two biggest misnomers I've come across in my history of pro wrestling fandom.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that I learned actually doing some research for this show is I'd never really watched Bryan, his like WWF developmental stuff in Memphis, because my first introduction to Bryan Danielson was as a technical superstar on the indies, right? Like I saw him as sort of like following in the footsteps of Dean Malenko. I thought of him as like the new generation Chris Benoit. And those two guys really never got to be good promos. Like, I mean, like they cut some fine promos in their time. Benoit in particular, like cut some perfectly fine promos that got the job done, but he was never a good promo. Malenko, we know, had some like comedic skills and personality, but he never really got to cut a real serious good promo. And so I saw him as sort of that same thing. And as time went on, I was like, oh, no, like this guy is a much more complete like entertainer than those two guys were. And I realized watching back his developmental stuff is that like, yeah, that makes sense because his first experience in wrestling was in the WWF developmental system where he had to do character stuff and promos. And like, I saw a clip where he was like on the outs with his, with the group that he was in with all, I think they called it the Clique actually in Memphis. And it was all the Michaels trainees. So like Spanky, who I guess was the leader because he was the best on the mic at that point. And Shooter Schultz and things like that. And Bryan was actually like doing character work that early. And I had never really seen that before. I even saw a clip of him in The Mask as American Dragon doing that like hip swivel thing that he would do sometimes to taunt the crowd as a heel, like the Rick Rude hip swivel. And it's like, that stuff you just didn't think of early Bryan Danielson doing. But it makes sense that like, he was trained to do that stuff. He wasn't just a serious technical guy that got his start like, right on the indies or in Stampede Wrestling like Benoit did, or like immediately get seasoning all through Japan. Like, wasn't his first Japan tour in FMW? Like, it wasn't like he was wrestling in, Noah right at the beginning of his career.
That's Shawn Michaels.
I don't know how much of a tour it was. I think it was just maybe. Joe, you might remember better than me. I think it might have just been one or two matches tied in with the Shawn Michaels appearance over there.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was anything terribly extensive. Just, maybe just been a one-off.
I think they stayed on for I think they trained for a week in the dojo, and then they stayed for like another few dates afterwards.
Yeah, they definitely did one Korakuen show as well as the big show. I remember him doing a crazy dive in Korakuen Hall.
And for those who don't know, I mean, some will know this immediately, but like that was literally Shawn Michaels getting his best students some Japan experience as one of the conditions for him refereeing an exploding anal death match in FMW. So, ass play led to an early opportunity for Bryan.
Sounds like what happens every time somebody eats Trevor's special chili recipe. Exploding.
Oh, shit.
Exploding.
No.
That took me a second.
That's, how dare you? How dare you?
I made fun of your chili that you make.
I make a decent chili, I'll have you know.
I actually do believe you. I think that you take your food very seriously, Trevor, and you would never explode someone's anus. But,
let's not go that far.
Okay.
If you were tweeting, he would do something about, use your imagination.
So some embarrassing thing that happened with his girlfriend,
with his anus, and
30 years ago, right? Yeah, I could see that. But yeah, so as far as Bryan Danielson goes, so he had that seasoning right away. So when we first watched him in ROH,
like chili,
yes. I don't know what you mean, but yes.
Seasoning.
Yes, okay, got it. That's why we have you on, Justin. So when we first watched him in ROH, we noticed, even though he wasn't really a good promo yet, he did exude like charm. He would like wink at the camera in backstage segments. He has a very adorable smile. He still does. He did back then when he was a young guy. So we would see that side of him early that made him stand out as more than just like a technical like Iceman guy that a lot of people pegged him as incorrectly at the beginning. But when he really started doing well as a promo guy was basically when he started cutting heel promos on the crowd as champion, where he would like say like, I'm going to beat up this little girl and like crazy stuff like that.
Check out these biceps.
Yeah, stuff like that. Like he would Sorry, go ahead.
That is when you asked for our favorite Danielson moments, that was like the first thing that came to my mind is the Destiny show where he's walking back up the ramp and he points up, he does the regal trick of pushing his bicep up as he puts in the face of the fan. He's like, check out this bicep, and then he says, I suck, your mother sucks.
I'm overrated, your mom's overrated, like stuff like that.
Was that?
It was I think it was both at different points.
Classic.
So that's when he really got good at promos. But the promo that you're describing is when he really started to get good at babyface promos. And I think that over time he's cut a lot of great heel promos. He's was really great as the planet's champion in WWE. But his most affecting promos have been these babyface promos, especially the ones that he's cut in the past year or so in AEW. And that's really, that 2007 period is when he really learned how to do that. And it was also when he finally got good at behind the scenes promos, because it used to be that he had a great time taunting the crowd in front of them. But if you ever watch backstage promos with him, he would always look like he was about to crack a smile because he correctly realized that all this shit is super ridiculous. So he had a hard time keeping a straight face, but that was when he started to really be able to do that. And that's when I started to think all right, if this guy decided to get on the national stage, or if someone decided to give him a chance, he could get over. And that's how I want to transition to talking a little bit about his WWE run, because I think that's there's some controversy around it. I think a lot of people now have decided that it was terrible for whatever reason, and not that he was terrible, but just that he was booked terribly. And I think that's a little bit of revisionist history. I think that there was a time when he first started where I think that was true, and I'm still kind of mad about it. Justin, you alluded to it earlier, the fact that basically the major plot point for Danielson in NXT when he first started, and for basically the entire next year plus of his appearances in WWE involved Michael Cole talking about what a loser he was and how much he sucked. And then eventually it's one of those cream rises to the top things where just through sheer force of willpower and talent, the audience started realizing, no, this is our guy. We love this guy. And building to that, I feel unprecedented, maybe something we'll never see again, build to WrestleMania 30, where the crowd just decided, we will ruin your life if you do not make this person the winner of the main event of WrestleMania 30.
When you see the relationship,
I did.
When you see the relationship with WWE fans in particular have with the product, but really any fans of anything nowadays have with product, it's so uncritical. If you're it seems like a lot of the modern fan base of things, it's they pick the thing they like and then they will defend it to the hilt and will never criticize it. And that's especially true with WWE. And I think the environment and the fan to product relationship that was around then it just doesn't exist to that degree. And I maybe it'll turn back at some point, but that dynamic that was there then it ain't there now.
The dynamic there now, sorry to talk over you, is that Michael Cole was an annoying guy who was saying demeaning things about an indie darling, and now he is presented as the greatest wrestling announcer of all time, and people go along with it yes, respect the career of Cole.
Yeah, it is a strange shift that I would not have seen coming, but hey, you know what? I guess they did a good job of getting people to stand up for WWE, and now they really stand up for WWE. It's their main thing in life is standing up for WWE. But back in 2014, they were not. They were standing up for Bryan Danielson, or as they call him, Daniel Bryan.
2012, even. Right after the Sheamus match is when it all started.
For sure. And I could talk a little while about what that all signified and why, and Justin, I think you and I had some discussions on podcasts around that era, kind of speaking to maybe what was the catalyst for all of those disgruntled reactions. But I was going to say because of how he was presented at the beginning, And I think because of how much they fought to allow him to be presented the way the audience wanted to, it feels like the legacy WWE audience, the people whose entire wrestling experience is WWE, I feel like they don't get why fans like us revere him so much. I think WWE never worked their PR magic on creating him as a legend. Like, I've seen threads on social media where people will be like, who's better, Bryan Danielson or Kurt Angle? And the reaction would be like, just like completely like, I don't know, just completely perplexed, like indignant almost, like, what are you talking about? Like, why would you even compare? Like, Kurt Angle's obviously a legend. Bryan Danielson was good, but like, I don't know, how is this even a comparison? And it's because WWE presents certain people as all-time greats and legends, you know, whether it be Angle or Shawn Michaels or Triple H or The Rock or The Undertaker or Bret Hart, whoever they decide deserves that stature. They never presented Danielson like that. It was always somebody who, even when he was getting his biggest pushes, it felt almost kind of begrudging, or there was a little bit of condescension involved, or he was a little bit of a dork, or it was a little bit of an underdog, or it was a little bit of surprise that he could be at that level. You know, I mean, obviously the whole B-plus player thing was a line, a gimmick, part of the angle, but it's pretty clear that he was always sort of presented that way, as this B-plus player that would sometimes get a push. And I just was curious, like, for each of you, and I'll start with Justin, because I think you probably were paying attention more than anyone during that period. What do you think of his WWE run? What do you think of how WWE treated him, especially now that you've sort of got to see him presented a little bit more unfettered over the last few years, which maybe you hadn't really gotten to see before? In retrospect, in hindsight, how do you feel about how WWE treated him and about how he did in WWE?
I think most of your impressions of what I would think are completely true. I think seeing him in the last 4 years get to kind of just do whatever he wanted, you can see that it was like he invented a version of him that could succeed there. So even if people whose hobby is to like study someone's canon and explain where the true best wrestling will think it's a bad period for him, if you're evaluating him as a career or someone who is successful in professional wrestling, it is maybe the most impressive thing he's done, that him, with all of the drawbacks and reasons he would not succeed there, and the push and pull and the number of times he got like fucked over, or they made a really bad decision, or fired him again. He succeeded there. He main evented WrestleMania. That is a testament to someone who is really smart and creative and can use their brain to figure out how to succeed.
Yeah, so Joe, what did you think of his WWE run as someone who's really seen his whole career from pretty much the beginning?
I remember when he got signed, and I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. Probably not good. I remember my thought was, I hope he gets 3 good years of a main roster run, and and it makes some good money, and then that'll probably have to do. But I remember he beat the Miz for the U.S. title at like Night of Champions, when they could have just had Miz beat him and be like, ha, what do you think of that, internet fans? But he won, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And he just kind of kept, I don't know, he just kind of kept succeeding despite maybe what their intent was. Like, he won Money in the Bank. That I think they realized, like, I think did Alberto Del Rio win the other? I forget who won, but it was like, we need someone to win.
I'm pretty
it
sure,
was like, it was like, oh, we need someone to win this one. He was kind of like not like a serious pick, but he won it and he cashed in. He was a world champion of sorts and held on to the belt for a bit. And I was like, this is so much better than I thought. And then Sheamus beat him in like 2 seconds at WrestleMania. It's like, well, nevertheless. But the fact that he, I have very fond memories of him. He had a lot of really, really good matches, things with the Shield, and and he did cut a lot of great promos, and seeing him main event WrestleMania and winning, not because he was handpicked and they were determined to do it, but almost in spite of it. Like, no, people willed him into that kind of main event. Like, yeah, I actually not feel affected by that. So, was everything super? No, of course not. Like, as soon as he won the title, he had to be afraid of Kane and like run away from him, because that's just how they did things. But they overachieved by a degree unheard of.
Yeah, for sure.
It's hard to write a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go. You are my guest. I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
Thank you.
It's hard to make like a cohesive narrative of his career because it was such a yo-yo. His WWE run defines the aphorism "It's so over, we're so back," because as the things Joe mentioned, you would get really excited about something and then they would treat him shitty, and then you get excited about something and then he'd lose in 3 seconds, and then they'd have a rematch and it was great, and then ellipses. Even his entire like 2013 to 14 chase to WrestleMania, and like I don't know how many different times in that saga everything was horrible and then it turned around and got better.
Yeah, Alan, what's your recollection or even just your feelings about him in WWE?
So a feeling that I often have when I think about his WWE run, which then I in turn sort of push back against myself on sometimes, is that he became a very he got a formula down, especially in terms of babyface comebacks. That like he was not a very formulaic wrestler at all before going to WWE, and he for TV matches and as I said, like with babyface comebacks and just wrestling so much, doing house shows, like he and just with the house style, he developed a very exciting babyface comeback, which worked with the kicks and the the duck under flying elbow deal that he would do, and like we'd see a lot of Danielson formula spots, or Daniel Bryan
drop
formula
kick, and
spots.
then he kicks up, and then
Yep, and he'd do the drop kick in the corner, and it was and that is all smart to do, and like for me, like I would. In that environment, it's smart to do, and it was probably a part of helping him get over with the WWE fan base to the degree that he did. But sometimes I think of that as kind of like a negative, and then I saw him, I'm like, you know what? I shouldn't just think that when he was in WWE, that whole run was very formulaic. He became a very WWE style wrestler, because there are matches that he had which were not about that. Like I think of like the Sheamus 2 out of 3 falls match. I think of the oh god, what was the other one I was going to say? The Roman Reigns match, the Bray Wyatt match at I think it was the Rumble. I want to say there was one Bray Wyatt match which like I remember thinking like in ways it was like his matches with Morishima as like the best Bray Wyatt match ever. This was like an early Bray Wyatt match. This wasn't like when he was what was Bray Wyatt's other name?
The Fiend. The Fiend.
The Fiend. That's it. Yeah.
Or Husky Harris. One of the two.
He had a match with the Fiend, right? I remember seeing that. It must be last.
Was it the strap match at Royal Rumble in 2020?
It might have been. I think that was like one of the last WWE matches I've ever seen. But because I definitely remember seeing that, and that was good. But I'm talking one that was probably closer to the start of the Wyatt Family Act.
So what you're thinking of is Royal Rumble 2014, the same show which Justin was at, and that was the night that they basically decided that we are going to ruin the company until you decide to push this guy the way we want you to.
Well, he lost clean, so there's no way they would do that if he wasn't going to come out and win the Royal Rumble.
Of course not.
Yeah, exactly. And there was other matches as well where he kind of, gave more of it was more of a Bryan Danielson outside of WWE style performance where, maybe he put some bit more thought into it. But like, I mean, when you're wrestling as much as you are in the WWE schedule, you can't be like, you're not going to be able to put the level of thought and creative thinking into every single match like you would when you're like an indie guy. There's absolutely, was he wasted in WWE? Yes, he was. But does that necessarily mean there wasn't a bunch of really good high-level things that he did in WWE? It does not mean that. There was. He did a lot of... The run wasn't a waste, but he was wasted, if that makes sense.
But not like wasted, because he's not a drugs guy. But
No.
Matt, can I make one more point that's so important to me before I forget?
Sure.
Okay, is that apropos of this, there was a quote, and I think if you wanted to go viral on X, formerly known as Twitter, you could post this quote and let people pretend to get mad about it, where he said that, like, Danielson...
Ooh, can we do one of the YouTube videos where we all have, like, a funny face in the quote?
What the... Well, do it for this quote, which is paraphrased when he said that he and Claudio had figured out that, like, WWE style was a parody of pro wrestling. People would be either so furious because they're not that smart, or pretend to be so furious for the reason you understand why they do that.
Because they are very smart and they know how to get engagement, yes.
Yes. So, but I don't think you have to take that as a negative thing to say, despite the exact words that are used, because it's like a parody of pro wrestling in a big theatrical way too. So the Daniel Bryan character, the way he act either as like the heel or the babyface in those matches, did exactly what he should do to succeed and excel in a WWE setup.
Yeah, and also he actually used that line in a promo against Cena to build up the big SummerSlam match, where he called Cena a parody of wrestling. So like he wasn't completely even shy about that back when he originally said it. But the other thing I want to mention, just based on something that Alan said about that formulaic Daniel Bryan style, I will just say this, Alan, because I've gone back and watched some of those matches in preparation for this. They're all a little more than you remember, if that makes sense. Like, he always throws some stuff in there that it's like, oh, this is kind of not something you would see in WWE. Whether it's like making sure that Triple H hit him with a Tiger suplex in the WrestleMania match, just like little things like that. And there's other examples too. Just like he throws things into his matches that make sure that, making sure that it's like not purely WWE formula.
I think, would I be right in saying, Matt, from what you rewatch, would I be right in saying that it was more of what I'm thinking of in terms of the formula was more of a TV match formula, and that on pay-per-view he probably did put that extra bit of thought into, what, we should do a Tiger suplex, and because the matches I gave as examples, as I said them, I was like, they're all pay-per-view matches. So I think that could just be that, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's not like you're wrong about it being like him being more formulaic. Like, his matches were definitely more formulaic than they were in any other setting. But he also makes sure to throw some extra flourishes in there to make himself stand out from everybody else in that company, basically, and to make sure that his matches were better, different, however you want to say it, than just a standard WWE agented match.
I do want to point out that the formula for those Daniel Bryan and Friends versus Shield, like 6-man tags, is like probably the best formula WWE run of matches there's ever been. Like, those 2013, like, there's probably all through summer of 2013, there were so many of those tags, and a lot on TV, a couple on pay-per-view. The one on pay-per-view would have been the December 2012 TLC one. But oh my God, like, those matches are incredible, and they hold up so well. So the formula, not necessarily a bad thing when it works to that level.
Yeah, no, of course. And like, if you go back and watch, that build up, between, let's say, I'd say probably starting in like June of 2013, or if you want to go all the way back to WrestleMania 28 when he first, lost in 8 seconds to Sheamus, and then the crowd in the next night And I guess it was mostly UK fans. I don't know if you were there for that, Alan, in 2012, but where everybody...
It was for my first WrestleMania weekend.
Yeah, and like UK and Ireland fans decided that like we are going to make Bryan Danielson our project, and they just sent him on this trajectory that eventually led to WrestleMania 30 a couple years later, but just like decided that they were going to take over the show the next night with their yes chants, and
that was the first sort of takeover. Because the following year it was the Fandangoing and
Ziggler, right?
Yeah. So they tried to be something every year, and then it just became a forced thing, and it wasn't natural anymore. And it was, I remember like one of the last Manias I went to, just the Raw after Mania being miserable. So.
Yeah, and then they just decided that they were just going to cheer everything that the company wanted them to cheer, and I mean, I guess that's fine too, but less interesting. But if you want to start from that moment, it's one of the most organic things that could possibly happen in a company as tightly controlled as WWE. I think this idea of why people were so excited to push Danielson to that WrestleMania moment. And, I think for a lot of us, even though we were cynical and didn't believe it could happen, we were hoping it would be more than just a quote WrestleMania moment, right? We were hoping that it would be a change in how WWE decided to promote their main eventers. Because I think it started with CM Punk, and I think whatever you want to think about CM Punk now, I give him a lot of credit for making anything interesting out of 2010's WWE, which it was very hard to get anything interesting out of that product. But Punk started in 2011, adding some intrigue, adding some level of like organic elements to the show, added some level of, I don't know if you want to say like edge to the company. Because Adam Copeland had just gone on out for neck surgery for many years, so the edge was gone. So Punk
but a whole
the edge
straight
back.
Society for it.
Yeah, exactly. Punk brought some edge back, and I think
and
that
they hadn't used the "Beautiful Day" song in a couple of years as well. So
exactly. So yeah, I'm sorry, Alan, that my edge reference didn't note Dublin Superstars U2, but. The night that Punk won the Money in the Bank, won the title at Money in the Bank was the same night that Danielson won the Money in the Bank briefcase and started down this path. I don't think WWE and Vince McMahon or whoever realized that was the trajectory that they were putting him on at that moment. I think they were probably just thinking, oh, he's going to get a comedy title run and that'll be that. But he ended up making so much more of it. But in that build-up, the absolute intensity that crowd was demanding for Daniel Bryan. That show, it was in Seattle, right? Where they were going to have the big ceremony before the Cena and Orton reunified the titles, and the crowd just started chanting for Daniel Bryan. And that was like a moment where it was fun because you got to see him break character. And
that was the first time his dad had seen him wrestle, right? And
or seen him. Like, I don't remember what he did on that show wrestling wise, but yeah, he was there. Like the crowd was just going nuts for him. And then I think the most incredible moment of that entire run was after, like, can you fucking believe they did this? Where they were decided, like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to turn him heel and he's going to join the Wyatt family. And it's such a ridiculous idea that it's almost impossible to believe that it wasn't a plan to make him a bigger babyface. But everything that I have heard, and I've never heard anyone dispute this, was no, that was not the plan. They really just wanted to turn him heel and have him join the Wyatt family. And the crowds just were not having it. So the moment where he, after just a couple weeks, and I think he was completely concussed while he did this angle, where he turned on Bray Wyatt in the cage and beat the crap out of him and then celebrated on top of that cage. That might be one of the most incredible moments in WWE modern history. The absolute rapturous nature that he had that crowd in while they were chanting for him, while they were doing yes. I don't think it was ever duplicated. I think the closest thing I could come to even was like maybe Wembley Stadium this year when it was just like, but that was the crowd like kind of playing along. This was a crowd that was just absolutely relieved beyond belief that this guy wasn't going to be a heel and they could still root for him to win the title. And they got
Matt,
that
he turned into a monster, and he kept on getting stronger.
But he had that moment, and then Justin, they still decided to job him at the Royal Rumble and not have him win. They were still going to have him wrestle Sheamus at the Royal Rumble at that moment. That's fucking crazy. Like, this is, I guess, why people are frustrated with the WWE run. It's like everything had to be so hard. And even, I guess, the difficulty made it more satisfying when he finally did win at WrestleMania. But also then, even after that, the booking was that he was just going to get squashed. Maybe like John Cena did, maybe even worse, maybe Kofi Kingston style to Brock Lesnar a few months later. It's such a like, yeah, like we are so back. Oh, we're done. We're so back. We're done. Whatever that meme that you were talking about was, it was just like, oh my God, what, like, why can't they just commit to something? I feel like Justin, you have to have had feelings about that whole thing.
Oh, it was so important to me that I actually wanted to I had to record entire 2-hour-long podcast with you because it was not even a battle for the soul of professional wrestling, but it was the question of can wrestling be good? Because if I feel vindicated by one thing in my 25 years of wrestling knowledge, it was always advocating that the darlings of the dorks like ourselves, we were right and Vince McMahon was wrong about whether they could succeed. And I feel like I'm 100% vindicated by that. Where I am a stupid, dumb fool is that I only thought it was possible by taking over WWE from the inside and making it better. And that was also wrong. I never thought that a secondary promotion built on the strength of those guys could exist. So, smart or stupid, the Justin Shapiro story.
Fun fact: I was at that cage match on Raw.
And what was it?
Providence, Rhode Island.
What was that like live? And does it stand out to you as a really incredible moment compared to all the other live events you've been to?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can glad to say I'm at a Raw. You can kind of describe in one sentence, and people know what you're talking about. Hey, I was at the where Bryan Danielson turned babyface against the Wyatts in the cage, and people know what you're talking about. Where nowadays it's hey, I was at Raw where the Judgment Day cut a promo, and that could be one of 700 Raws. But yeah, it was oh my God, what's happening? This is everyone's going nuts like I do, but it's everyone. It was just it was just, what. Yeah, that was just I'm I guess no better than this, but it did get better despite their best efforts.
Yeah,
I feel so guilty that I've been dining out on the 2014 Rumble this whole time when Joe has a much happier experience where the crowd actually got to enjoy themselves and get the outcome they wanted.
Yeah, and actually, fun fact, because the last Raw I was at was in 2017, and it was the Raw where at the end after the show, The Rock came out. He, first of all, called CM Punk on his cell phone because that was still when they were chanting CM Punk because they didn't like WWE. And so he called, this is in Los Angeles. So he called CM Punk on his cell phone, left a voicemail, and then he introduced
Wait, was that after Punk left?
Oh, it was years after Punk left. Yeah.
On WTV, Rock called CM Punk?
It wasn't on TV. It was after the show. Actually,
Were
maybe
they filming the Page match?
Yeah. So I guess it was. I guess what was it? Who played Paige? Was it Florence Pugh who played Paige in Fighting with My Family? And
somehow that is true.
Yeah, so he called her out, and whoever else was playing. Who did she beat? Would she beat AJ Lee? Was that who she beat for the title?
Yeah, maybe that was an actual reason why there were Punk chants, but there was never a necessary reason for Punk chants.
Yeah. So they called them out, and they filmed that match for Fighting with My Family. So that was a memorable thing at the last Raw I went to. Almost 8 years ago, but yeah. So yeah, the other thing that was felt vindicating to me about the Danielson WWE run, and especially that whole era where he was peaking, was it was sort of like I don't know. I think because of like how I grew up, which is like, you know, in that like alternative rock era where the superstars were, you know, people like Kurt Cobain, who also from Aberdeen, who weren't supposed to be superstars. They were supposed to just be like, you know, indie rock underground darlings that suddenly became the biggest stars in the world, and they didn't totally feel comfortable being successful. And obviously, you know, Cobain in particular had some torment over that level of success. And I always valued, you know, kind of being independent and not being a sellout. And like, that was, you know, just something that I grew up learning was a positive thing, as opposed to young people now who are like all their idols are just people who make the most money possible and flaunt it, which I don't know is very distasteful to me, but that's a whole other story. But like Danielson,
We want Cody.
yeah, well, yeah, I didn't mean him, but yeah, Danielson like represented like that kind of that ethos that I grew up in, which is where he was not like, he did all kinds of things to make himself less marketable to the mainstream. He like, there was an era in like 2004 where he like thinned out, like where he dropped a lot of bulk and muscularity and just became like a skinny looking pale guy, shaved his head, you know, like gave himself the least marketable look possible. Then when he decided to change it up, it was like he grew this crazy looking beard. He wore a cloak, like he came out to the Imperial March. He was just like goofy and weird.
He picked a Final Countdown specifically because he wanted to have a song that was known as like the worst song. Like, yeah. Because it was famous for being a bad song, and he thought it would be funny to have that as his like. It wasn't, oh, the fans will love this and will love singing along to it. It was, this will make everyone feel really awkward, or like he took some enjoyment out of that. And,
for sure, yeah. Like
this is a guy who. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Trevor.
This is a guy who, again, like going down that road of like things he did to amuse himself, which mostly would say, "Are you crazy?" Like when WWE was trying to come up with names for him, the names he brainstormed wasn't Daniel Bryan. I think that was William Regal's idea. It was stuff like Buddy Peacock and his favorite Lloyd Boner. Like he really thought, hey, like he was insane.
Well, he also probably thought that he had a ceiling in WWE, so he might as well have fun with it. I think that's sort of how he felt about it. But you know, it turned out like the only ceiling was just because like their lack of imagination. But like I felt so vindicated, just the idea that this guy who wasn't supposed to be a superstar could not only become a push act in the company of Hulk Hogan and The Rock and all that, but also that he was like, people don't realize this, but he was on the cusp of being their first mainstream superstar in like a decade, like or more. Like he had a groundswell of support that John Cena could not have come close to. Obviously, he never became as big a star as John Cena, but the desire for him to be a star, and like if they just could have played it a little differently, if they could have really gotten behind him and put him out in the media and let him do other things, there's really no telling what could have happened, because he was getting a lot of attention. That Yes thing was really catching on in a lot of places. He was in demand. It felt like the beginning. You know, before he was like the big draw that he became, it felt like the beginning of Steve Austin. And, you know, would it have actually panned out? It usually doesn't, right? So maybe not. But there was a chance there. And like the fact that he even got to that level was just so satisfying and vindicating for people that just not only liked indie wrestling, but just liked the idea of unaffiliated artists doing their own thing and going against the grain. And that's sort of what it felt like for him to achieve that level of success. So that's the positive side to me of his WWE run.
Matt, the reason I think Joe's show, they switched him back, wasn't that like the same week where some pep rally had like organically started doing Yes Chants?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't remember like what the actual timeline was, but that happened in a lot of like sporting events in those few months. Like it was really catching on. Like I don't know, Justin. Like, do you remember it the same way I do?
Yes. Completely.
Yeah, I think people forget that. Like, I think people are like,
Just
oh,
the emotion and the catharsis of it. Like,
Yeah.
You Deserve It is a chant that gets mocked now, but didn't it start the night after WrestleMania, after this incredibly taxing emotional journey everyone had went on? Like, he really did deserve it then. And not just Danielson, the guy who everyone likes, but the Daniel Bryan character stealing the belt from him. You would have to be some kind of insane weirdo to think you can tell a story where you steal the belt from him. He tries to win it back, he doesn't, and then Batista wins it instead.
Remember when they
cult.
tried to have other baby faces co-opt the Yes chant?
Yeah, Yes wasn't over.
the fucking big show. The Big Show. It was.
Oh, you know, funny story. When Bryan Danielson went to Arena Mexico this year, and he did the Yes chants, and obviously they were very over, and the fans did them along with him, and classic Mystico, being the great man that he is, decided in his next main event the following week, he was going to do the Yes chants. And for a couple of weeks, he just does the Yes chants. And he's like, oh, these are mine now. And then the crowds didn't really go along with him doing them, so he just gave up on that. But yeah,
The best.
there was a lot of great Mystico stories that I heard about from people within and around AEW during those couple of weeks where Mystico was used quite a bit on AEW TV, and yeah, he is a card, that fellow. Let me tell you.
Well,
I believe
good friend of Daniel Bryan as well, Sin Cara and Debray.
The way you can sum up the relationship between WWE and burgeoning main eventer Daniel Bryan is that probably the year he was out, like between 2014 and 2015, I think this is when that happened. They during a taping they said, for whatever reason, and now I'm in an era of paraphrase where I could be like off on something, but the heart of the story is true. They did something where it's like, everyone do Yes chant to wish Daniel Bryan a recovery, and then they recorded that so they could play it when they announced something about the WWE network, the crowd going yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, and it's crazy, like, going back to that period, like, do you guys remember the big thing for a short time there was like, Daniel Bryan isn't over, the Yes chant is over. And I don't know how much of that came internally, but it is amazing, like, how I think WWE even thought, I mean, I have to think WWE thought that, because there are like multiple stories of like big moments in Bryan Danielson's WWE career where like the ref is giving a note to him like after a big match where it's like Vince is saying, just keep yesing, like don't forget to keep doing that over and over again. And just like the amount of time and effort they've just, which in a way, I mean, I guess that's WWE to a T, right? Like find one identifiable over thing and just make that your entire being. But it is like crazy how much that was the topic of conversation for a while in his career, was how much of this is his popularity, how much of it is literally this one thing. Like it is a crazy thing to look back on.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think for some people it probably was just the fun of chanting yes, but like you can't.
Here they chant yeet now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, the thing is, I bet you for some people they think it's the same thing, but just go back and look, it wasn't the same. But I do want to transition to now to talk a little bit about this last run that he had in AEW, because I think it, as great as he could be at times in WWE, I think this was revelatory to a lot of people. I think that people are like, oh yeah, like this, like not only is he that fucking good, but like he's this like special. Like I don't know, like Alan, because I know you kind of stopped watching WWE, long before Danielson came to AEW, and I know you're also not.
Yeah, and I wasn't drawn back by hearing he was having his comeback match. His comeback feud was against the now Big Bill, Colin Cassidy back.
Yeah.
Big Cass.
But I also know that you're not always in love with AEW, so I'm curious to know overall what your thoughts are on Bryan Danielson's AEW run, what that added to his career, what it, just like how it kind of summed up the the 25-year career Bryan Danielson?
Oh, it was the perfect, like, I don't feel it was needed. I feel like he had had a legendary career anyway. But the fact that it happened and then how fulfilling it was, it really just smoothed out that career in such a great way. God, it's like when you really look back, like, and I haven't really done this, but if you just look at the portfolio of what he put together in AEW, like, did everything work perfectly? No. But, did he miss a lot of time? Yeah. But even still, within the 2 years, was it 2 years? No, 3 years. Within the 3 years, God, he amassed a crazy portfolio of incredible matches, both on pay-per-view and TV, incredible promos, incredible moments, some great feuds and rivalries. It was, and he did a lot of different things, and got to work with different people. Yeah, it was just perfect. I honestly, like, I don't think would I say I wouldn't change a thing? No, that would be dishonest. There would obviously be little things here and there I chose. But if I had the opportunity, if someone said, hey, Alan, you can put the Bryan Danielson 3-year AEW run, you can throw it out and you can pick any of these other 100 possibilities for how that run might go. And they might be better, they might be worse. Or you could even say, like, 80% of them are better, 20% of them are worse. So you've got more likely you're going to get a better version. Be like, no, I'm just going to keep the one we had. That was perfect. It was just so good. Filled with some of the best matches he ever had. And yeah, and it's nice to see him. It was really nice to see the version of Bryan Danielson at the level he had got. We talked about earlier of how much smarter he had become as a wrestler, but the experience tail end of his career, Bryan Danielson, getting to see that with complete and utter creative freedom, to do what he wants, to wrestle who he wants in many cases, and to kind of, because he's a guy who always talks about, like, never stopping learning and whatnot, and you can see, like, getting to work with different people and people he hadn't wrestled before, people he hadn't wrestled in a long time, that creatively motivated him. And yeah, it was just, I'm so glad it happened. I think at the time it happened, like, I was, like, when he came in, I was, like, excited, but there was a lot of exciting things happening around AEW at that time, and Punk was just come back, and I was excited about it, but I wasn't frothing at the mouth over it. I was like, this will be fun. I guess I just wasn't expecting it to be as high level as it was for the majority of the time he was there.
Justin, like I said, like, this was sort of like the first time you got to see kind of Daniel Bryan without limitations, or Bryan Danielson as he was. Like, overall, like, how do you feel now that at least the initial Bryan Danielson run in AEW is over? Like, how much did it impact your enjoyment of AEW and your feelings about Bryan Danielson overall, as in terms of the pantheon of wrestlers?
I think it's an experience maybe unique to me, or maybe a lot of people had this experience because WWE is on national television. So if you were just a WWE fan who just watched them and didn't follow them through internet stuff, maybe you could have become a Bryan fan and followed him to AEW, because that was also on national TV. But it gave me a chance to sort of see the version of him that you all have gotten to talk about that I missed, right down to, like, signature spots that he brought back and a certain song that got played again. So it makes me feel less left out in a roundtable conversation like this.
What about you, Joe? Because, I mean, like I said, you've been kind of there since the beginning.
Yeah, when he showed up, I thought, oh, this is going to be great. There's no way it can't be great. But it's been substantially better than even I could have anticipated because of every great match you can think of. You're probably forgetting some because he's had so many against so many different opponents with the creative freedom. You look at like the Strat match he had with Ricky Starks. He could never have anything like that. WWE. There's so much he can do now that he couldn't do before. Not just like in ring, but opportunities like going to Arena Mexico. He finally wrestled Blue Panther for God's sakes, which is kind of like he talk about it, and be like, oh yeah, that's a funny pipe dream, but it happened, and it's just been so awesome to play out. And it didn't really change my opinion of him. I thought he was one of the best wrestlers ever before this, and this certainly cemented it, but didn't change it. But it's just been so rewarding to follow and so awesome, and it's just like one of those things you feel very lucky to experience in real time.
Yeah, and
Joe, how many times during his AEW career have you tweeted out just a screenshot of his run of cage matches?
Yes, many. I'd be like, this is Bryan Danielson's 2024, and I've done that like I feel 5 times this year. Every month or two when he has another incredible set of matches. It's like, yeah, no, this is what we're experiencing this year. This guy in not the end, but the end of a certain facet of his career is still incredible and arguably the best person in the world.
The best person of any kind.
I don't know. He's really mean.
Yeah.
So, he portrays this nice guy, family man, but then he's just like pulling Ricky Starks and taking such glee in it. I'm like, oh, this is a mean man deep down.
Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, I mean, like for me, like, I don't know if anyone else kind of experienced this, and maybe this is bad to say, but like, the idea of Bryan Danielson going to AEW and CM Punk going to AEW were like a large part of the reason why I was excited that AEW was formed in the first place. Like just the possibility of that. Like looking back now, when I realized like I flew to Chicago to go watch All Out in 2019, I'm pretty sure the reason that I was motivated to do that was because of the possibility like, oh, CM Punk might show up. And obviously I was 2 years too early, but like the thought of those two being there and when they finally showed up, my interest in AEW, which I was interested in it. Like I went to a couple of pay-per-views that first year, but my attention that I paid to it shot up so much when those two guys showed up. And obviously given like the ratings and like the explosion in ticket sales during that era, I'm not the only one. And while I kind of agree with you, Alan, about like the perfection of Bryan's performance in AEW, there is a part of me that says if they had protected Bryan the way they protected Punk at the beginning, I think AEW might have had fewer business problems than they do. Because Punk, I think, having the falling out really hurt AEW a lot. And in terms of perception. And if they had established Danielson as someone who was on Punk's level as a star, who like won matches and won titles and stuff, I think him being there would have helped kind of mitigate the damage caused by the Punk departure and just even before the departure, just the suspension and all that stuff. But, that's just a theory I have. I also think it would have been a little more satisfying, but you cannot complain about the level of matches. It's just been fucking unbelievable. Like, there are very few people ever that have had a run of matches the way he had, especially in America. Like, so few people. So, it's amazing that it got to happen. Yeah, I'm sort of the opinion, like, I want AEW to succeed. I think it's great for the industry. I'm still a fan of it, despite all the frustration. But if you told me, like, AEW would exist just so a crowd of 50,000 people at Wembley Stadium could chant, "It's the final countdown," and whole arenas full of people, like at a sold-out Arthur Ashe Stadium, would start chanting, "You're going to get your fucking head kicked in," like they knew what it was, like all those indie wrestling shows that I went to had some significance, even though there were only like 700 people there, and suddenly, like the amount of people that were aware of some of the like the ideas and thoughts and beams, for lack of a better term, the awareness of that grew by like 7-fold. Like, I would say that's good enough. If that's all AEW ever accomplished, I'm glad it exists. So, like, that's how special Danielson is to me. But it's pretty amazing that it got to happen. It's a cherry on top, but also like a large, substantial part of why he's so great. So the last thing I want to do before I let you guys go is just talk about like, just to sum up, like what is like one or two favorite Danielson memories that you have? What are some, just any final thoughts on like what you think his standing in wrestling history is. I will start with Joe.
As far as memories go, I mean, being at that Raw was just borderline religious experience in terms of seeing that and matches. Yeah, you had talked about it, the Iron Man match he had with MJF. What was it, last year's Revolution, I want to say. It's one thing to have a match like, oh, Bryan Danielson is going to wrestle Will Ospreay, and you're like, hey, that'll be great, and then it is. With the Iron Man match, I was like, I don't know about this. I wasn't really into it going in. I was like, hour wrestling, I don't know about, yeah. But it was so good, it like dragged me into it. I was like, how did I ever doubt this at all? And that's the kind of special match. It's one thing to meet expectations. It's one to kind of just smash through them. It's something you're not interested in. Just through their work, they drag you into it. That one absolutely stays with me. I mean, we'll be here all night, just, like, hey, remember that? But yeah, I mentioned the match with the Nigel in Ring of Honor and things with the Shield and in WWE and just things right up to the very end, like the Wembley match this year where he just screams at his family how much he loves them as he makes his comeback. I was like, I'll never forget that. That's incredible. So yeah, like I said, be here all night, but just the sampling of the things that have stuck with me.
Alan, what do you think? Like, what are some? I mean, I know you mentioned a lot of them already, but do you have any other like favorite memories, or just overall thoughts on Danielson?
I actually have a lot I haven't mentioned yet, so I'll try to be brief here, and you can rein me in. You can put the hook out and pull me in if I start going too long. But I'll start before I get into things. I'm going to throw a question out at you guys that you could be thinking about while I'm rambling. So my big question for you is, if you guys had to dispose of Bryan Danielson's whole career, except 2 specific years, what years would you retain? So have a think on that.
Consecutive years or individual years, Alan?
Individual years, just they can be as far apart as you want. Okay, so while you guys are thinking that, I just wanted to briefly just talk about Danielson's history in Europe and how tied to European wrestling he is, because I think maybe that's something that people might not be as aware of the strength of those ties as there are. So like very early in his career, Bryan Danielson went to work the camps in the UK, which we pretty much, I don't think there's any footage of, but that is by the nature of those camps. And he talks about how that would have been something he would have done for the rest of his life if it was like in any way financially viable. And it was the tail end of like the camps being a thing, but that style for people who aren't familiar, like the UK holiday camps is you're basically wrestling in these kind of places, these resorts that families go for kind of like a cheap holiday without traveling outside the country, and there'd be all kinds of entertainment going on, and like this is the most non-hardcore wrestling fan environment you could ever be as a wrestler. And he always talks about how so much of the wrestler he became and the intelligence he had as a wrestler came from wrestling on those shows, and you'd wrestle multiple times a day and play different characters and this, that, and the other. And it was so like that was a big part in his early development. And then over the years, there's like as he became popular in the indie scene in the US, you had him being a big figure in places like WXW in Germany. And in WXW, he was pretty much well, I think if you asked anyone who was a WXW fan at the time, they would speak of Danielson with reverence now. But this was the most hated heel you've ever seen. When this guy was, he would get so much abuse and he would fire it all back at the fans. I was personally at a show where a fan who tried to storm the ring to get at Danielson, and had to be, and it was a very genuine thing. They were very, very upset, and Danielson had just some incredible moments interacting with the fans in Germany. just wild stuff. And in the UK, I think like whenever he came over and wrestled in the UK, whether it was on a Pro Wrestling Noah UK show or the Ring of Honor shows, obviously, if you want to know more about Unified and the importance of that show, check out the ThROH The Years on Unified. But in terms of his history with the UK, I think I want to tie him to Zack Sabre Jr., where he wrestled a young Zack Sabre Jr. in a pub in 2008 in Coventry. And it was a match which I'm sure when those two were having that match, as important as it was to young Zack Sabre Jr. at that time wrestling as Hero, I doubt either man would have imagined that it would become such a big part of a story that would go to 2024, and how their rivalry, and they had a second match in WXW the following year, 2009, that I was at, and then they would just have this like long, like 13-year break before they would meet again. Then they would have these two epic classic matches in America and Japan. So like their story that they have is like Zack is obviously such a huge, important European wrestling figure, and Bryan is such a big part of his career. So that, and even coming over and doing WWE house shows. I saw him here in Ireland on a house show. So I mean, I've seen Bryan wrestle in 3 different European countries, and always supremely over in 3 completely different ways. A WXW crowd that wanted to kill him, a WWE house show crowd that just were popping for the stars and the signature spots and chanting yes, and then seeing him in the UK in like on a Noah show where it was him and Eddie Edwards against Kenta and Taiji Ishimori, just going out and having like a 4 3/4 star Noah Junior Heavyweight tag team style match. So while like the most hardcore fans you could imagine are just like chanting "This is awesome" and appreciating it in that kind of a way. So yeah, just hugely important to European wrestling. And then very briefly, just to throw in a quick mention to the post firing from WWE. Danielson was fired twice from WWE. Once when he was in developmental in 2001, and then of course again when within a few months of him signing there in 2010, and he was fired for the Justin Roberts choking thing, and he goes out and does this little indie run before he gets rehired, and this little indie run was like basically Bryan going out and doing a bunch of Alan's dream matches while he could. And he wrestled Shingo in Dragon Gate USA. He wrestled Munenori Sawa in Evolve. He wrestled John Moxley in Dragon Gate USA. That was awesome. And also, this wouldn't have been a dream match for me at the time, but it was one of the best of those matches. A match he had with Bobby Fish in Evolve, which was really the making of Bobby Fish. So yeah, that little run he had between his starting in WWE and then going back there, fantastic stuff. The Shingo match is like near 5 stars. So yeah, that's and my years, by the way, I'd say 2007 and 2023.
Well, I'm going to save my answer to that one after everyone else is done. But Justin, final thoughts on Bryan Danielson.
Final thoughts on Bryan Danielson. I feel kind of guilty because there are 2 co-hosts of the show, and my thoughts on him are going to be all of the nice memories I shared with one of the 2 co-hosts. I'm so sorry that is the case, but it is a matter of proximity.
Well, Trevor, you know you're always we'll pay to get you out here, Trevor, and go to a show. So. Well, I mean,
I have different treasured memories.
I will pay. No, I'm not going to volunteer.
Can I come?
Oh,
Alan, you are always invited, but I'm not going to pay for you. Sorry, I can only afford to. I can only afford to for one international flight for a friend.
Trevor works cheaper.
Yes.
Yeah, I work for literal crumbs. Like
Trevor, the 2 times that the 2010 time Bryan was fired, and then there was the 27 period or whenever when he was actively trying to get out of his contract. You were the man on the scene following TNA Mecca. How do you think the Mecca audience would have embraced Danielson if he had signed with TNA like Paul Heyman wanted?
I think they would have done what they normally do, which is they would have gone from being overrated to being the greatest wrestler of all time. And then when he left at the end of his contract, he would have gone back to being a traitor and not that good.
This is, I mean, in their defense, this is exactly what people now say about like everybody who leaves and comes back to the company they prefer, right? Like this is not unique to that particular message board.
They were ahead of the curve. Like the whole world is TNA Mecca now. So,
oh my God, you're so right.
Yeah.
Look at how Punk is treated. Yes, Punk is the example that the entire world has become Mecca. We are all of us TNA Mecca, as you prophesied. Oh my God. Well, what was the original question?
Just final thoughts on Danielson. Summing up his whole deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like the memories that you and I shared because at some point I will return for my third of 3 appearances on this show where we will go over his final Ring of Honor match. And at that show, which I went to with my beloved friend Matt, I've told this story different times as it's come up, and the context behind it has changed. But after the match was over and Danielson did his goodbye promo, and he was like, I'm going to go to John Cena, and this is what's going to happen. And everyone chanted, he's going to get his fucking head kicked in. And I thought, like, I hope so. I'm deeply skeptical, but I am rooting for you. I think, Matt, you've talked about the 2011 Punk stuff, but the reason for optimism at that time was that Punk had already done his, like, straight edge heel champion just before Bryan signed. So you could say there is hope out there. At the same time, people in his cohort, like Colt Cabana, completely flopped in WWF. Why do I think I'm trying to fix the letter? The famous story of how Morishima was treated in his tryout, and then you have someone like Loki, whose NXT run could have gone exactly like Bryan's did, where they make fun of him and then he never really does anything, and that's the end of his career. So in wrestling, where we become smart and you're kind of rooting for a good story to be told in a satisfying way, it was so novel to actually be like invested in someone's career and be rooting for a person. And over the next 15 years, starting with his WWE run, there were so many times to be genuinely happy and genuinely sad, and then genuinely happy again. And I've talked enough about that Royal Rumble, but in the reverse, him coming back in 2018 was such an exciting thing at a time when, however stale or antagonistic to its audience WWE was in 2013, it was even worse. So to be handed this great thing, and then, you know, by Survivor Series, they had handled his miraculous comeback from a career-ending injury so poorly that he had to turn heel. That combined with how they handled the Becky Lynch payoff was enough to get me to stop watching WWE. So that is, he's been a good bellwether of how much I can trust a company. And then I was very happy to see him get that bonus run / possible best run of his career that he ended. I'm not in a position to make that argument. It seems like maybe as this show goes on, it is an argument that Matt may make, but I'll listen and find out myself.
There you go. All right.
Your years, Justin.
Oh, my years will be, hang on, I jotted them down. There they are. Okay. I would do 2013 for all the Shield matches and the Yes movement taking off.
Great pick.
Do we have to do the calendar year? Because if I went WrestleMania to WrestleMania, you could have everything.
No, calendar year.
Okay, 2013 then. Because actually winning the title was just an epilogue.
You said 2013 twice. You want to stick with that? You love it that much? You're just going to watch it on repeat?
It was 2 years that Alan asked about.
Yeah, the second year, I also had to find out whether we're allowed to divide things up because the AEW time, it's funny that he was in the Blackpool Combat Club for almost his entire career there. And there was those periods where, they would get busy with something like feuding with the Jericho Society where it was an interruption, or he got hurt a few times. So I would have to look. I'll tentatively say 2023 3, but I would need some of Mr. Gagne's screenshots to find out which of those AEW years I should isolate.
That was my pick, and the reason I went 2023 is because you have that incredible run he did at the start of the year, where he had to run like a gauntlet to wrestle MJF, and like he had the Bandito match, the Roosh match. There was even like a Timothy Thatcher match in there, but like he just had this incredible first quarter of the year, and then the at the end of the year. He has the Continental Classic and
the Ricky Starks
feud
and the Ricky Starks matches. Don't forget those.
I didn't even think of the Ricky Starks match. Oh my god, yeah, those of course, and the Zack match at Wrestle Dream, the Okada match at Forbidden Door, the MJF Iron Man match that all those matches built up to. I mean, that is just an absolute.
An all-timer year for anybody.
An all-timer year, absolutely. So yeah, that was why I picked that.
All right. So I'll say, Mr. Gagne, do you have an answer to that question?
I like the 2013, and I'm just gonna say 2024 to be a little different because
great year as well.
Alan made a great case. Yeah, that gets you the win at Wembley and.
Ospreay.
The Blue Panther match, CMLL. So, yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah. Trevor, do you have an answer to that question?
For my top years of...
Yeah, the 2 years that you would have to keep what you got rid of every other year, basically, yeah.
You know, here's the weird thing. Like, I would want to be the last 2 years, but I feel like it only works because of the memory of every other year. Like, the last 2 years feel like a reward for following his whole career. Not that you need one because his career was so great, but it's almost like for both the fans and for him, because there's so many times these days where I look at things in wrestling and the world and it feels like we're in a bad possible timeline. And the Danielson thing is one of the only things where I look at the last 2 years and it's like, this feels like the best possible timeline. Like it literally feels not real sometimes that he got, like you guys point out, he got the Blue Panther match that he always wanted. He got to wrestle Hechicero. He got to wrestle Zack Sabre Jr. again. All these guys that were just coming up when he left for WWE that became like these amazing dream matches for him that people thought they might never see, like Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay. And Tony Khan spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring back his dumb theme song. There was no other world where a billionaire dork wrestling fan is running the second biggest wrestling company in the world and is just openly indulging every single thing this guy wants. Like, there's no other world. And so I wouldn't have appreciated it as much if I didn't have everything else. But to me, it's like the last 2 years were some of my favorite. Bryan Danielson in the last 2 years, 2020, 2023, and 2024, is some of the most fun I've ever had being a wrestling fan.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. And definitely, like, as much as I want to be different, it's very hard for me to not pick 2023 also. I mean, it's just such a no-brainer to me in terms of quality. But I will say for my second year, I'm going to go with 2004, which I think to me is the year that solidified as Bryan Danielson as not just a great, incredible in-ring wrestler, but like an artist. He really tried to experiment and be bold and do different things in his matches that year, you know, whether it's, you know, that the 75-minute Austin Aries match or the other Austin Aries match at the Survival of the Fittest where he just decided, like, I'm just going to, like, do body slams for half the match and win with this weird bear hug variation, you know, just like things like that. The match with Samoa Joe, which was just so different than all the other Joe matches. You know, like just, several matches with Homicide that were all different and in my opinion were all better than that best of 5 series that he had with him in 2005. Just the changing of his look to make himself just, again, like that almost like anti-superstar look that I think just made me admire him just for going there and doing that. Like, I just love that version of Bryan Danielson.
The real grittiness to his 2004.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just really admire what he did that year, even if it wasn't absolutely his best year in terms of star ratings or whatever. Like it wasn't. I mean, it was still really, really good on that level, but it made me realize just what a unique and creative wrestler he was. So I'm going to go
I'm
with that
shocked
year.
that none of us picked 2006. I thought I was being wild by not picking it, but yeah, that's because I think many people, that might be the most popular answer if you ask like 100 people. But
well, Trevor and I just watched.
Maybe not.
Trevor and I just watched all 2006, and while he was awesome and developed a lot, there is an element of overratedness to some of that stuff. Like especially just because I feel like the last few months, I think really were kind of on the weak side. Whereas like a lot of, he was sort of learning how to do those 60-minute matches, so they didn't all hit the way his later longer matches do. He was great, and it was I'd say maybe it was the most important year in his career, but I think he had better years. That's just how I feel. I don't even know if 2006 would be like third for me. I think 2024 would probably be ahead of it. I'd probably put 2013 ahead of it. And I'd have to go back and look at, overall his 2003. He wasn't in ROH that whole time, but he did do a lot of other stuff. Anyway, point being, I don't think 2006 is as much of a no-brainer pick as it seems with being far removed from it. But since we just watched it, it's easier to assess it in context. Thank you guys so much. Is there anything else that anyone wanted to throw in that they didn't get a chance to say before we wrap up this segment that went twice as long as I said it would go?
Everyone has some notes, right?
What's that, Justin?
Oh, I said I'm sure you have some other fun facts that we didn't get to, or we accomplished all of your good things.
I have said far too much already. I am the one responsible for this being far longer than it was, so I will keep it. I will shut up.
Oh well,
you tweeted us a match to watch. I didn't know if you wanted to tell.
Oh yeah, no, it was the. I'll throw it out as a recommendation. Watch of just seeing Bryan Danielson doing something very different. Was Bryan Danielson versus Tommy and it from WXW on YouTube. It's not representative of what I was talking about earlier with Danielson as a heel in WXW. This was like a couple of years later. This was actually during his break from WWE. But yeah, it's a very shoot style presented match. Very much what Danielson has talked about as being something that really fascinated him as a style of wrestling and has a really interesting finish. It's only a 7 or 8 minute match, but it's people might enjoy it, and it's something very, very different from Danielson. And it just shows how creative and a guy of that could do many different styles, and I'm struggling for the word I'm looking for. But yeah,
versatile.
A very good wrestler. Versatile, yes. It showed that Bryan Danielson was a very versatile and a very good professional wrestler.
Well, I want to thank you guys for partying with us. You are 3 of the biggest party animals I know. So this has been the party of the year. But thanks again. I know that you guys will all be back on the show to party with us some more. But yeah, thanks everybody.
Only if you keep the party catchphrases. You have to, will you?
Only if Trevor lets me.
Okay.
But I feel
allowed.
Okay, we're partying. But seriously, thanks guys for joining us. And for everybody else, stay tuned because we've got some more special features on the way. Stay tuned. Party on.
Have a good time. Have a great time.
All right, everybody. And after all that, we have one special surprise for you, which Trevor has hinted at and basically told you was going to happen a lot already. But
I ruined it.
It's true. But you can't ruin this because it is List Them and Learn. It's back for one very special moment. We're going to rate it. We're going to do it. We're going to do the hardest thing that's possible for a human to do. We're going to rank the top 10 matches of Bryan Danielson's career. I don't know how. We're probably going to get it wrong, but we got to do it. It's just fun to talk about his matches, and there's just been too many great ones. So I'm going to start off by saying there are a couple matches that I would have wanted to maybe include, but because they were like multi-person matches, I was like, is this really like a Bryan Danielson match? I was kind of iffy about it. So like, for instance, Bryan Danielson was in the Cage of Death with CZW versus ROH. Not for long, but he was in it. So technically I could count that, but I'm not going to use that in my list. Also, Anarchy in the Arena. That match definitely had a lot more Danielson featured in it, but it was still such a multi-man match that I don't consider it a Bryan Danielson match per se. So I'm not going to include that either. These are just very Bryan Danielson specific matches. And Trevor, are you ready to list them and learn?
Yes. Matt, when you told me you wanted to do this Bryan Danielson episode a long time ago, one of the things that stressed me out the most about it, and I stress about most things, is making a top 10 list of his best matches, because I like to be completist and overprepared when it comes to things like this. And with Bryan, that's simply impossible, right? Like, he might be the most consistent wrestler alive. We have his entire career on tape. I could have had a year off the podcast, and there's just not enough time to watch every quality Bryan Danielson match, because that's most Bryan Danielson matches.
Yeah.
So
there's so much we didn't talk about in this like 3-hour podcast, you know, like we didn't even talk about the fact that when he was ROH champion, he got to defend it on an indie show against Kamala, you know, like, which I know he loved. So like,
we didn't really touch on his indies. We didn't touch on his Japan work, you know.
Yeah, I know. Like,
there's so much we missed.
Right. Like, this is, you know, we're doing broad strokes here, but we're going to do the best we can.
And this is still going to be one of the longest pods we've ever had. So be thankful we talked about what we do. We're not Houston. We're not between the sheets. We're not the Lapsed fan folks. But so anyway, I didn't try and watch everything. I rewatched a bunch of stuff, but I'm sure if I was locked in a room until I rewatched every Danielson match, this list would be different. I'd have found different hidden gems, reevaluated different matches more positively or negatively, or on rewatch than I saw them at the time, which I've already done with multiple Danielson matches on through the years. But then, Matt, as I often thought, in times of trouble, I thought of your words. And I remember you saying you didn't want this episode to be some kind of like authoritarian, scholarly rundown of Danielson. You want it to be personal. So that was a great choice on your part. And it kind of gave me permission to not try and make what I think is some kind of definitive list, even like definitive to my own thoughts. I ended up thinking about like what I want my list to be, and I realized I kind of want to serve multiple masters. I want great matches, but I also want matches that I have a personal connection to. I want to cover Bryan's entire career, but I also want matches that I would want to use to turn on a non-viewer to Danielson. And I want to have matches that show different aspects of Bryan that I like. So all this is to say, Matt, the matches are in a ranked order because that's what the people love, but I have different rationales for why different matches made the list. They're not all the same rationale. The only thing these 10 matches have in common is that they're the 10 matches at this point in my life that I want to put on my list.
I love that. And I feel very similarly to you. So, I guess without further ado, I will read my number 10, which is, and I know already that it's not on your list, Bryan Danielson versus Brock Lesnar from November 18th, 2018, Survivor Series in Los Angeles, California. So I think earlier I kind of explained what I love about this match. It subverted so many expectations that you had at the time. Like, yes, there was still WWE. Yes, it was still Formula, but nobody was treated like they were in Brock Lesnar's league at this point. And Danielson got that crowd thinking that he could beat him. Even though he had just turned heel, they loved him and wanted him to beat Brock Lesnar. It was the mission statement that brought Danielson or Daniel Bryan all the way back, in my view. And I just think it's quite a spectacle. I also rewatched it not too long ago, and I really, really loved it. And I think it's his best WWE match, and I think that it stands up. Might even be better now than it was at the time, because I didn't have like the negative expectations going in. So, so I enjoyed it more. The other thing, by the way, that I'm going to do as we read our lists is I'm going to try, if I can find it, to tell you where this match is ranked among Bryan Danielson matches on Cage Match. And so this is his 64th best match according to Cage Match. Trevor,
yeah,
I know you've already kind of spoken about this match. So what is your number 10?
It's funny that, like, I assume that, I don't know if I want to spoil your list because I don't know what your list is, but I assume that's the way you were talking before, that's your only WWE match on the list.
Yes.
My 10th is the only WWE match I put on my list, and that's Bryan Danielson versus Kofi Kingston from WrestleMania 35. I talked about this a little bit on the pod. It's my least favorite period of Bryan's career at the WWE because I thought he was put into more of a limited box and how he's pushed. I got depressed of all the lost opportunities for him there. But this is the match where, like we talked about, he gets to be most like the old Bryan. He is leading this match, and Kofi's good in this match. He does everything that's asked of him. But rewatching this match for this pod, it really reinforced, like, wow, like he is really controlling this match and like picking the spots for Kofi to shine. But really, this feels like Bryan's creation, this match, more than a lot of great Bryan matches I've seen, especially in WWE. And he gets to play that final boss guy again. As much as that phrase has been overused now because The Rock caught onto it, it's the best way to describe it. He gets to be like the front running heel that stands in the way of a beloved babyface finally winning a world title, and he does it great. And again, is it Bryan's best WWE match? I'm not sure. It's my favorite Bryan performance in WWE, and I want something from WWE here because he spent so much time there.
Yeah, and another match I got to see live, again, Bryan and me, we've been through it together. That was the 37th best Bryan Danielson match according to Cage Match. My number 9 is a match that I've just loved for so many years. I just want more people to see it. A lot of people have, but more people should. Bryan Danielson versus, or actually I should say, the American Dragon versus Low Ki from March 30th, 2002, the Round Robin Challenge in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for Ring of Honor. I talked about it earlier, just an incredible, like, mat-based spectacle. Just the crowd is with them the entire time as it goes, like half an hour. They spend so much time on the mat. Then they eventually, start hitting the big impact moves. Danielson does ends up winning with a variation of the cattle mutilation where he does a full Nelson. It's an incredible spot where, Low Ki, key crushers Danielson off the middle rope and he rolls to the outside. Just so many dramatic moments. It's just captivating the whole time. The execution is so good. It's so impressive that these two guys can do that. They were just so wise beyond their years. It was my 2002 Ring of Honor match of the year, if you'll recall, long-term deep vein thrombosos. And it is, according to Cage Match, the 41st best Bryan Danielson match. I don't know if you have any comments on that, or you could also just go straight to your number 9, Trevor.
A great match. Didn't make my list, but I will be talking about it a little more later. I'll go to my 9th match, which is Bryan versus Naruki Doi from Dragon Gate USA, their Untouchable show, September 6, 2009. I actually don't think this is one of Bryan's 10 best matches. I don't even think it's the best match he had in Dragon Gate USA. And he only had like a handful of them. I think the match he had with Shingo a year later during his brief release period from WWE after choking Justin Roberts with a tie is a better match. But I think this is a great match. And more importantly, I think it's an amazing Bryan Danielson performance. Like, this match was on Bryan's farewell tour before signing with WWE for the first initially. And much like the Warden Shoes and Shawshank Redemption, Matt, Bryan is polished to a mirror shine here. Like, his work is so fucking crisp and sharp and perfect. His limb work looks mean. The big flaw in this match, why I dock it a little bit, is that Doi doesn't really sell the great, brutal limb work that Bryan does. But to me, this match is kind of Bryan's final form before he signs with WWE. He's playing to the crowd less than the best of the world version of Bryan from 2006, but he's got a bit more sparkle in his eye than the young rookie Bryan of the early 2000s. He's not the Danielson you'd see in WWE. He's not quite the Danielson you'd even see in AEW. He's just so polished and confident here. He's like a guy, like, you watch this match, he's so confident and self-assured. He's like a king in his castle. And it's a great, I just want this on the list because I want people to see, I feel like this is, like, again, like I said, the final form of Bryan before he left for WWE.
I also thought that match, like, was very, like, ahead of its time in just terms of the pacing. Like, you didn't really get Bryan Danielson matches that were that intense and that fast paced and just dense with just, like, action and intensity, like, back then, the way you do now or did in the AEW run. I feel like that felt like most like an AEW Bryan Danielson match of all of his indie matches. So yeah, I think that's a great pick. That's the 23rd best Bryan Danielson match according to Cage Match. My number 8 pick, and this definitely has sentimental value for me, but I've watched it since, and I was live for this one as well. This was Bryan Danielson versus Swerve Strickland, August 25th, 2024 at All In. That's this year it happened. I talked about it a little bit before. Just, again, I knew this was going to be special, and I knew that I had to be there, and maybe that's hyper nerdy, but it really was just an incredible moment to see like this. It just really felt like this was the culmination of Bryan's career, getting to be in this main event against such a great star in Swerve. Swerve got to play the final boss here and, just was brilliant at it. But also there's a lot of great wrestling in this match, and it wasn't just about the story and the emotion. They combined them, and it built to this incredible crescendo, besides Swerve attacking Bryan and Bryan sort of like brushing it off while yelling, "I fucking love you" to his family, the gusher that Bryan bleeds to add to the drama, that great spot at the end where Danielson, he has Swerve in the label lock, but Swerve fights out, so Bryan just snaps his fingers and pulls back the arm and wins the title that way. Just such a great, incredible, dramatic scene and spectacle combined with the great wrestling and the emotion. And it's one of my all-time favorite moments, seeing wrestling live. And watching it back, it felt just as good. So I feel good putting it on this list. I'm also going to tell you that it is, according to Cage Match, the second best match of Bryan Danielson's career. Maybe a little recency bias there, but still, that's pretty fucking high. Trevor, you can either talk about that or talk about your number 8.
It's a great pick for a match. It was not on my list, and I might have been a little hard on it. I kind of wanted it on my list, but I might have been hard on it simply because I was scared of that recency bias. Like, I'm a person where, like, when I vote in the Observer Hall of Fame, it's really hard for me to vote for guys that are still in their primes or things like that, because I'm afraid of that, or I don't like voting for wrestlers even if they had just died. I like to wait a year because I'm just afraid of my sentimentality getting away with like the cold, clinical, analytic part of my brain. And so if we did this list again in a year or two, it might have very well made it for the reasons you mentioned. But I almost was like a little scared of like, this is a personal list, but I was like, maybe that's Trevor a little heart drunk, and maybe he won't be so heart drunk in a year. Maybe Trevor won't have heart in a year. Who knows? Maybe I'll be like, I hate all wrestling. AEW sucks now, and indie suck, and everything sucks. Who knows? But my number 8 was Bryan versus Roderick Strong from This Means War, October 29, 2005. Through the Years listeners know how much I love this match if you listen to that episode. So mark this match as yet another very personal pick. I think most people that saw Roddy and Bryan's entire 05-06 ROH trilogy would rank this as a really good match, but the third best of the 3, it's my favorite. I have a lot of favorite moments from doing this podcast with you, Matt, but one of my favorites is rewatching this match. Like, having rewatched Bryan's entire ROH career up to that night in order, and now having all these years of context of how Bryan has wrestled since then, seeing how much of Bryan's persona developed spontaneously in this one match, and then going back to Bryan's book and rereading a paragraph where he confirms those same feelings, it was one of like the real moments of discovery I've had doing this podcast. We just covered Steven Generico versus the Briscoes on the last episode, and we talked on that episode the fun of a match where, based on the performance and the crowd reaction, you can kind of tell that everyone in the building, including the wrestlers, know in the moment that this is like a special, possibly even career or life-changing moment for somebody. And to me, in hindsight, this is kind of a similar thing where maybe no one that night, Bryan, the fans in the building, or me weeks or months later watching it on DVD, knew it. But in hindsight, like doing the podcast and stuff, you get to rewatch and go, oh, things did change this night. And it's one of the most fun moments I've ever seen in pro wrestling of mid-match inspiration, where you can see someone come in with an idea that will stay with him for the rest of his career. And, just that best in the world persona, that confidence, that smug confidence, some of his mannerisms, he just discovers on that night. It's so much fun. And I had to put it on the list for how much fun I had rediscovering it.
Yeah, I knew this was a very important match to you, and I was there for that with Joe Gagne, and it was great, and it's only gotten better because live there was some confusion about the finish, and like on tape it was so much better, and it really is the beginning of something really special for Bryan Danielson, and so I could see why you'd have it on your list. It didn't make mine, honestly. None of the Roderick Strong matches did, and they all were very close, but. Yeah, just a really great match and a really great moment in Bryan's career. And that is the 101st best match in Bryan Danielson's career, according to Cage Match. My number 7, so this one, I don't know how people are going to feel about this. So, Bryan Danielson and Nigel McGuinness had a lot of matches. A lot of them were great. I only have one of them on my list. And it's Bryan Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness from June 9th, 2007 in Philadelphia. It aired on the Driven pay-per-view. It was actually filmed during the taping of the Domination DVD. But this was their unified match, I think, had the drama. It had the emotion, but for work, and the 6th anniversary match had the story, had the emotion. This one had the work. Like, this one was just the peak of what these guys could do at this time. It was such intense action. It was so exciting, such hot crowd, such, brutal submissions, hard-hitting moves, dives into the crowd. They did everything they could at such an incredible pace, way faster pace than all their other matches. If you want to take points off this match for the brutality of the headbutts at the end, I would not blame you one bit. But watching this match back, I was like, oh man, this is just so special what these two guys were able to do with each other at this point. And I don't know, just absolutely incredible match to me. For the record, it is, according to Cage Match, the 4th best match in Bryan Danielson's career. Trevor, you can either talk about that or tell me your 7.
That's a great pick. I might have reason to talk about it later, but it might not be on my list. So we'll see. My number 7, I'll be interested to see if this ends up on your list, is Bryan versus Takeshi Morishima from Manhattan Mayhem 2, August 25th, 2007. You already talked about this during the career retrospective. You really gave some great thoughts, and I echo it. Talking about the Kobe match, I mentioned how my favorite Danielson is the aggressive master with the mean streak, and WWE kind of forced him more often into the underdog role, but which he was also good at. Well, what if you wanted a match where Bryan did both at the same time? This is the match for you. Bryan treats Morishima like he's the monster that he is. He works it like he's the physical underdog, but he doesn't work it like he's the emotional underdog. He's not terrified of Morishima. He has this plan early on where he's going to stick and move and not let Morishima get his hands on him and chop him down with a lot of hard kicks. And he's confident about it. He's smug about it. But unfortunately, Bryan had a real life plan with this match too that he goes into in his book, where Morishima had gotten this rep of maybe working a little too light with smaller guys out of fear of hurting them. And so Bryan's plan was to stiff Morishima enough to encourage him not to be so light. And unfortunately, his plan worked a little too well because the kicks actually kind of pissed Morishima off for real in the moment. He ended up working stiff enough to break Bryan's orbital bone early on, like you mentioned. And this match becomes an example of another important aspect of Bryan's career that I want to represent, even though it's not always a great aspect, which is this is a guy who, by his own admission, feels rewarded by the challenge of working a match with a legit injury that he just suffered. And there are multiple examples of that. The 60-minute match with Colt Cabana, where he suffers the serious shoulder injury minutes in. The first Okada match, where he breaks his arm in the middle of it. But those matches aren't the quality of this one. You can tell Bryan's hurt right after it happens. He's grabbing his eye every 3 seconds for the rest of the match. It's probably not the best thing to celebrate a guy working through that, but the real life drama does heighten the vibe this match was going for. And this to me is the ultimate Bryan is underdog match, better even than his match against Brock. It's also in my mind the ultimate Bryan works through an injury he just suffered match, which there are too many of.
Yeah, I may or may not have comments on that match. I already talked about it a bit, but I may or may not have comments on that match a little bit later. Just to let us know, that is the 14th best Bryan Danielson match according to Cage Match. So getting close to that top 10 over there. All right, my number 6. I talked about it a bit already, so I'm not going to talk much about it, but it was Bryan Danielson versus Kenny Omega from September 22nd, 2021 in Queens, New York at AEW Grand Slam. Like I said, just like a big another statement from Bryan. Like, I'm back. I'm the American Dragon. I'm going to do shit that you haven't seen me do in years, and it's going to be awesome. And I'm going to kick people's fucking heads in, and I'm going to wrestle for 30 minutes. And yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. And he obviously had a game opponent to do it. And, I'm still sad that we never got a rematch. Maybe we will yet one day. I don't know. But, what an incredible match those two guys had. It is, according to Cage Match, the 9th best match of Bryan Danielson's wrestling career. Thoughts?
Yeah, not on my list. Great match. I think the emotion even heightens it more for me. Like what I said earlier on the pod about what it meant to me as a sign of like, oh, he's back all the way. Great match. Just so many matches and different parts of him I wanted to reflect that I just didn't have room for it. But another great choice from you. My pick for number 6 is Bryan versus Kenta from Glory by Honor 5 Night 2, September 16, 2006. We did cover this already on Through the Years. This is the prime example to me of that confident 2006 best in the world front runner Bryan. If I pick one match to show someone what was he like in 2006, what was great about that persona, it's this match. Kenta was one of the hottest wrestlers on the scene at that time, and more than that, had been pushed in ROH ultra strong. He had a rep for being a guy that could be a little too stiff, almost the anti-Morishima. And Kenta doesn't even go even with Bryan here or overshadow him. If anything, it's Bryan who kind of threatens to eat Kenta up a bit. There's so much swagger and control he had at this point in his career in this environment. Like, it's a match that really builds to that one spot, that amazing go to sleep near fall. But it's actually also another Bryan Danielson working through a bad injury match where it's not an injury he just suffered. It's the shoulder injury from the Colt match, but he was in a real bad way. Kenta did not avoid it. And I think it's a match where I'm almost proud of Bryan, where I'm like, look at my confident boy. He's so self-deprecating, but on this night, my boy, he's not taking a back seat to anybody. And I picked this match as just almost as this is one of those matches I picked with what would I want to turn on a non-viewer of Bryan to in mind. Like, I think this is a great introduction to that era of him.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, just a culmination of that title reign. And yeah, everything that was great about Bryan in the ring in 2006 was present in that match. And it was, I mentioned in our review, it was the most focused match of his reign also. Like, it was clearly like super well thought out, super tightly laid out. It built perfectly to every little thing they did. Everything was perfectly executed. The intensity built and built and built. Just incredible pro wrestling. Yeah, I mean, I remember just like I was so excited after I saw that night. Like, I was just like, when is this fucking DVD coming out? Like, I have to relive that. Like, it was kind of like Joe versus Kobashi. It was kind of like that. That's something that I really don't experience anymore because everything's available right away. But like, I was just in anticipation of seeing it again. Like, that's how great it was. And that is, according to Cage Match, the 8th best match of Bryan Danielson's career. So for me, my number 5 is Bryan Danielson against Ricky Starks from September 3rd, 2023, All Out, Chicago, Illinois, the strap match. Bryan Danielson's surprise return as coming to save the day after another CM Punk incident where he gets fired and doesn't have his strap match with Ricky Starks. So Bryan just steps in and has, the best strap match in modern wrestling history. Of course, Ricky Starks does too. And I don't want people to forget that. Ricky was amazing in this match and took every bit of punishment Bryan dished out. And the facial expressions at the end as he passed out, just incredible. But Bryan set the tone. Bryan was like, young man, you are going to have to suffer for your art. And they both did. And the strap match was never like a gimmick match that I thought much of. Probably Bryan had WWE's best strap match also. Maybe against Bray Wyatt, nowhere near, or The Fiend, I guess, nowhere near as memorable as this. But just such incredible intensity. And the fact that it felt so intense, despite the fact that these two guys had not been feuding, is such a testament to how amazingly well this match was worked. And it kind of showed like, okay, Bryan, he knows how to do this and work around these injuries. It's funny, like, Bryan, after this, he had that broken orbital bone during the Continental Classic, but he really was never on the shelf again for a long time with an injury, even though he had been for a while in his early phase in AEW. So he obviously learned how to work smarter and avoid these injuries. And the fact that this was an example of that is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's a great match. For some reason, I'm kind of at a loss. I just don't have much to say but it's a great match and it's a great pick.
It's 25th on the cage match list.
My number 5 is Bryan versus Low Ki, but this is, Matt, where I went a little nuts. I knew I wanted to have a Bryan versus Low Ki match on this list. When I think of all of Bryan's all-time best in-ring rivals, I think of two guys above everyone else. The first two I always think is Low Ki and Nigel McGuinness. They basically helped put each other on the map, Low Ki and Danielson, to a lot of people with their early matches against each other. Their matches in the three-way and their singles match that you already put on your list were matches that really helped launch Ring of Honor on the first two shows. I could have picked a few matches. I could have picked their match on the second show, Round Robin Challenge, that you did, and I almost did, actually. I thought about picking their Super 8 tournament match, which is earlier just than that match, even though I think it's not as good of a match, just because I think it's still a good match. And it was just an example to show, I wanted to kind of show how good Bryan is at a really young age. I could have picked the King of Indies match for the historical value. In watching all of this, rewatching stuff for the show, one match spoke to me on rewatch, and I decided, fuck it. It's Bryan versus Low Ki from Jersey All Pro Wrestling, Smarts only, June 7th, 2002. You can see this match on YouTube for free. It's after all those matches I just mentioned. It's a tap-out match, meaning submission only, and it's also different than any other match these two had, and it's different than any other match on my list. They always had a lot of mat work, but this match is like 80 to 90% submissions and like 15, 20%, whatever, strikes. It's a match that isn't going to be everyone's cup of tea, but it is in a term that I cringe at almost as much as Final Boss that I've already used on this episode for the sickos. Like, if you look around online, some of the online reviewers who watch a ton of stuff, like the Pro Wrestling Only guys who aren't afraid to be a little more niche or contrarian, this is their jam. I've seen it kind of compared to Battle Arts, which for our younger listeners was a Japanese indie from years gone by that kind of blended shoot style with pro wrestling and was beloved by a small audience of hardcore fans here in North America, like the Death Valley Driver crew. And what I love about this match is it's a different kind of grappling that I've seen from Bryan in most of his matches. The submissions here, like most of them you've seen before, but they're so goddamn snug and tight here. There's like a grit here that isn't coming from hard strikes because there are only a few hard strikes in this match. To me, this is a match that checks like a few boxes that I want to have on my list, where I really wanted a Low Ki match on it. I really want a pretty early Danielson match to show how good he was at such an early age. And even though he was only 20 years old and only had been wrestling for 2.5 years here, and I wanted some matches that showed different sides of Bryan. So even though this is kind of off the board, it might not even be as good of a match as the Round Robin Challenge. I decided, fuck it, gonna go crazy. I'm putting this number 5. I'm going off the board.
I respect it, and I think it's a great match. I think for me personally, to get to this part of my list, I top 10. The drama has to be a little more heightened. The passion. I think that's just sort of just a quirk of mine, I guess. But man, what a well worked match this was. How great were these two at this point? And a special bonus, Trevor. This is the 69th best match of Bryan Danielson's career, according to Cage Match. Yeah, very nice.
We had to do it.
Yeah. So we're getting there. So my number 4 is Bryan Danielson versus Will Ospreay, April 21st, 2024, from AEW Dynasty in St. Louis. Another, recency bias match, but I will say this. It is the number 1 Bryan Danielson match according to Cage Match, and I'm pretty sure it is based on Dave Meltzer's ratings, which, take them with a grain of salt, if you will, the greatest match ever held on American soil at 6.5 stars. But, in all seriousness, I mean, they worked a perfect match. It was, and the crowd was with them every step of the way. The drama was amazing, especially considering, again, they didn't really have much on the line, right? It was just a matter of personal pride, and it still built to the point where the match felt like it meant something, and all the near falls had weight and heft to them. And, it's Will Ospreay, so some of the moves are just incredible. The reversals and all that stuff. And the way that there was never a doubt in my mind that these two guys would mesh well together. Like, don't get me wrong, but it was still breathtaking to watch how their different styles converged. Another one where it's like this match begged for a rematch, and there just wasn't time for it. And again, maybe one day. Trevor?
Great choice. This would have made my list if it was a top 20, maybe if it was a top 15. It was one of those matches I hated to cut. It's a great match. Maybe again, I used the recency bias as a little excuse, although I will have some recent matches here coming up, spoiler, but, yeah, it was, and one of the joys of it too was what also made me feel old was like Ospreay in the run up and afterwards talking about how like Bryan was like one of the guys he looked up to, and it made me feel so happy that Bryan could have that great match with a guy that looked up to him like that. I'm sure there was other guys before that, but also made me feel so old because I was a guy around for like near the start of his career, and now I'm old enough where I'm watching him have like incredible matches with guys who are like, yeah, he was my youthful, like in my youth, my hero. Like I was like, God damn it, yeah, I'm old. We're dying. That.
True.
So, I forgot my choice next. I got caught up in my fourth is Bryan Danielson versus MJF from Revolution, March 5th, 2023. This is the first AEW match on my list, and it makes the point like I put forth earlier in the show, which is I think this is his best run, and one of the ways you can tell that is the 60-minute matches are better. And I kind of made the case for this match in a lot of ways, talking about that, like all the stuff I said before about like how Bryan cut out a lot of the meandering and was a more the way you put it, like he was more focused in some of these matches. Maybe one of his only flaws. It is just an incredible. It was one of those matches that really made the AEW run for me, where it was like, if I talked about the Kenny Omega match being like, oh, he's back, this was a match where I was like, might be better in some ways than he ever was, which was a hell of a thing to think about, right? So yeah, it's my number 4.
All right. Well, yes, I will be talking about this match. But I will just say this is the 5th best Bryan Danielson match according to Cage Match, and my number 3, a match that you already spoke about, Bryan Danielson versus Takeshi Morishima from August 25th, 2007, Manhattan Mayhem 2 in New York City. This was not the only great match these two guys had. A lot of people prefer their Fight Without Honor from Final Battle 2008. I was live for both of them. This one, the drama just couldn't be matched. And I'm going to say this because people talk about that eye injury and what that adds to the match. I watched this match live, had no idea about the eye injury until I got home, and still thought this was the best match I had seen that year and one of the best matches I'd ever seen live. So the drama was there, whether you knew about the injury or not. I just remember standing for the entire match. The crowd was going nuts for everything. It was, again, this underdog version of Bryan Danielson that he really perfected later on. So it wasn't necessarily the ace, but it was sort of like a variation of that because he was wrestling the final boss despite being the former final boss himself. But just, maybe Morishima wasn't as stiff as Bryan wanted him to be for a lot of that match, but, Bryan made up for it. And, just the drama that it built to. And, I loved the finish. I loved everything about it. I'm sad to hear that Bryan hurt himself. It's good that he was okay though. But no, just incredible match, incredible atmosphere. One of the best matches in ROH history. And obviously, according to this list, in my opinion, one of the best matches of Bryan Danielson's career.
And great pick. Obviously, I already talked about it. It was already on my list too. My number 3 is Bryan versus Zack Sabre Jr., and I picked the New Beginning in Osaka 2024, the New Japan match, not the AEW one, nor the ones he had before he left when Zack was very young. February 11th, 2024. This is another match that shows how good Bryan was on this final run. And it's also a great example of something else I want to represent, which is something I just talked about before, which is how much these last 3 years have felt like some kind of reward to Bryan and his fans. Like, all the things he got to do, like I mentioned, like how if he had the Cody Rhodes list, he would have checked off so many. And here he is, he wrestled Zack before he left for WWE, and now he's back. And Zack, instead of being the young guy, has grown into this guy who now like shares claimed. A lot of people think he's the best technical wrestler in the world. These matches were the battle between the guy who won the best technical wrestler voting award in the Observer Award so often that Dave renamed the award after him versus the guy that started beating Bryan for the award. And it was incredible. Bryan has said now that working Zach in these matches was being in a flow state, like just the pleasure of it. And I think it comes through just how much fun he's having. I can't remember a match in recent history where I've seen a guy clearly having so much fun. I like the booking story of the AEW match better, which is about Zach actually being the better technical wrestler, but Bryan winning because he brings out more than the technical grappling. But I think this match, the rematch in New Japan, is the better match. It's more dynamic. It's Bryan really maybe getting too into it and having too much fun because he starts to bring back head trauma Bryan Danielson again, where he starts throwing some headbutts and taking some slaps to the face. And I remember watching me like I was like a concerned parent, like, buddy, no, don't do that. But like so many great Bryan Danielson matches and clean matches on our list, Matt, sometimes with great Bryan Danielson matches, you have to accept he's doing unsmart things.
Boy, is that true. This was my number 11, basically. Just such an incredible technical display. I can't say anything better than you could say, but just like it was so beautiful to watch. Just like the other, by the way, match he had with Zack Sabre in 2023. Like they were both amazing. This one was better, but they were both great. And just like it was art, it's just watching two artists do everything amazingly well. That's the third best match in Bryan Danielson's career, according to Cage Match. So you're right on point, Trevor. My number 2 is Bryan Danielson versus Hangman Adam Page from December 15th, 2021. Winter is Coming, Dynamite from Garland, Texas. Again, this is just Bryan Danielson beginning to perfect the 60-minute match for the modern era. Obviously, Hangman was awesome and like brought so much athletically, but obviously you could also tell what Bryan brought to the layout of this match. And what you really noticed, because they had to work around commercial breaks here, and Bryan was so brilliant doing it, but also the fact that he knew to basically break this match up into two parts. You had the first half hour, which built to this great crescendo and near falls and stuff, and then you had another half hour to go. So what does Bryan do? Well, not just Bryan, but also Page. They introduced blood in that second half of the match, and then suddenly you're dealing with that and adds a new element of drama and starts, the match anew almost. And, that's just an incredible way to do it. And of course, it ends up being a draw and building to that rematch, which was also great. And, it was just another match where it's just like, you see how he's evolved and now he gets to show it. Because again, he wouldn't have been able to do that in WWE. And he had such a game partner in Hangman to do it. It's probably, at least as far as singles matches, probably my favorite Hangman match too. Although I know probably a lot of people prefer that Texas Death Match with Swerve and maybe the Texas Death Match with Mox. But to me, this is it for Hangman as well.
Great match. This may be my version of your reaction to my low-key match where I admit the Rolling Honor one might have been better, but I wanted to put the one I did on. But like where I'm a little shocked, it's this. I think it's great. If I did like a top 30 or something, it would be on the list probably. It's a great match, maybe even a top 20. But it might be hurt by people think of another 60-minute match, the MJF one, more than this one. And even it might be hurt like what you just mentioned, Adam Page. To some people, it's not even the best Adam Page match he's had in recent vintage or ever. And in some ways, this is a match I did not have time to go back and watch, so I couldn't watch everything I want, rewatch everything I want to. And I kind of regret it because just you talking about made me feel like maybe this is a match where if I rewatched it, I would put it on the list because again, that was the thing I talked about up top where like for the segment where like so stressed because I know if I rewatched every match, I would have a different list. And I very well could put it on. It's a fantastic match. I remember, I believe the Winter is Coming one. I was getting vaccinated and I didn't have a data plan at that point. So I was like getting bits and pieces of the match in and out on my phone's Wi-Fi as I was waiting for them to tell me I didn't have an allergic reaction and could leave the pharmacy. And maybe also that wasn't the best way to see that match live. Like you've seen so many great matches live. That was me like going, am I going to go into shock or am I going to be okay? Watching on a tiny phone.
So yeah, that might have something to do with how you felt about the match now that I think about it. But yeah, it's number
I did rewatch it when I got home, but my first experience was on the phone, like intermittently, knowing, oh, this is great, but like, not the best first experience.
It was number 10 on Cage Match, FYI. Trevor, I'm dying to know what your number 2 was.
My number 2 is Bryan Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness from Unified, August 12th, 2006. I really wanted a McGuinness match on my list. I think he's Bryan's all-time best rival, and the two kind of were linked they were linked together for years, like just working each other in ROH. We talked about Bryan's talked about feeling like this in-ring connection to him, and also I think in his book he wrote about how he still felt closer to Nigel than people he was working with in WWE for a long time now. And then you have Bryan and Nigel leaving ROH together, having their final match there against each other before leaving what they thought was going to be WWE, but for Nigel it turned out to be something else. And then you had Nigel having to watch Bryan rise to fame as his career ended, and Bryan even texting him right after he won the WWE World title just to say, I wish you were here with me. They have like a special connection in their careers, a special chemistry in the ring, and I rewatched a bunch of their matches, and I found 3 different matches at least I could make an argument for being in the spot, and it was very tough for me because I could make different arguments for all 3 of them. So I'll just go through it quick. If you ask me what's the best Nigel Bryan match I'd show to someone that has never seen them wrestle each other before, it'd be the match you picked, Matt. It'd be their match from Driven. I think it's probably one of their most action-packed matches. It's maybe their most consistent. It's 24 minutes, and some of their other really acclaimed matches, they go to 26 to half an hour, so it's a little more tighter and condensed. It has a great, brutal finish. So if I was just picking the match of theirs to turn someone on to that had not seen them wrestle each other before, that'd be the one I picked. If I was picking the match I personally think is their best match from my pure enjoyment, that'd be their match from the 6th anniversary show. The problem is, putting that match on the list it's not really a Bryan Danielson match. It's a Nigel McGuinness match to me. Like in fact, it might be my favorite Nigel McGuinness in-ring performance of his entire career. When you watch the match, Bryan is good in it, but he's selling a lot. He's almost in the background. The match isn't his story. It's about Nigel being a heel, fighting with this antagonistic audience, crossing lines. So I go to the personal choice, which is Bryan versus Nigel at Unified. It's not their best match, in my opinion, for years. I thought it was, though. And not only that, it was one of my favorite matches of all time, not just in Ring of Honor, but anywhere for years. I did not rewatch it for years because I was saving the next rewatch for Through the Years. And if people who listen to that episode know my tastes have changed a little bit. My eye might be a little more critical in some ways. And I still think it's a great match with an amazing final few minutes. I think it's a little weaker in the first half than some of their other matches. But it was the match that I had the most personal connection to. I tell the story on that episode where Bryan's my favorite wrestler of all time at that point. I convinced myself that Nigel was going to beat him for the title since it was in England. So I stayed glued to the ROH message board waiting for results. And I remembered being so excited and happy when I read that Bryan retained. But then I remember getting the DVD weeks later, and I watched the match, and I remember thinking in those final minutes, oh no, Nigel should have won. And that's how good that match was to me on the watch, which was, it was capable of turning someone against their favorite wrestler. And I still think the final few minutes are some of my favorite stretch runs of any match of the last 20 years or maybe ever. I know people who are viscerally turned off by the Nigel headbutt into the post hard way spot, and I understand that. But to me, I just put this at 2 because of all of Bryan's matches, other than my one at number 1, or with the one at number 1, actually, in some ways, this is the one that made me feel the most emotion in the moment watching and the most personal connection in some ways.
I mean, can't argue with any of that. I mean, so many people would have that as their best Danielson match. I mean, it's so fucking memorable. You know, I mean, it's such an incredible, memorable match, memorable moment. I'd say it's definitely the most memorable match of those guys' rivalry, which is, you know, one of the most legendary rivalries of this century so far. And you know, just an absolute classic match. And it is number, I just had number 6 on Cage Match of Bryan Danielson great matches. So yeah, very high on the list. Before we read our number 1s, I just want to quickly go through some of our other friends sent us their number 1s for the Bryan Danielson best match. So I'm going to go through it right now. So our friend Aaron Taub, he chose Bryan Danielson versus James Gibson at Glory by Honor 4, the match where Bryan Danielson first won the ROH title. Just an incredible technical match. Tim Buckner from the Q&T podcast, he chose a match that I'll be honest, I had to watch after he told me this because I had not seen it. Danielson versus Necro Butcher from PWG Giant Size Annual number 4 in 2007. Brutal match, very, very bloody, exciting, and probably a match that a lot of people have not seen. So check it out. Alan Cunahan chose the match that Trevor just talked about. Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness at Unified 2006. Joe Gagney chose Danielson versus MJF, the Iron Man match at Revolution 2023. Justin Shapiro chose Danielson versus Will Ospreay from Dynasty this year, 2024. Jeff Schwartz chose the one Danielson versus Nigel match, the third one that you were considering, from the 6th anniversary show in 2008 in Manhattan. Our friend Stephen Graham chose Bryan Danielson versus Kofi Kingston from WrestleMania 35, a match that we talked about. Joe Sposto chose Bryan Danielson versus Paul London at Epic Encounter from April 2003, a match that I definitely thought about including, didn't quite make my list. And Albert Ching chose the main event of WrestleMania 30, Bryan Danielson versus Batista versus Randy Orton. He said the moment was just so incredible, so great that it elevates it to the top of the list. So wide range of best matches for Bryan Danielson. And clearly you can see that Trevor and I are going to have different picks too. Mine is also Bryan Danielson versus MJF from Revolution in 2023. It's one of my all-time favorite matches. I was not at this one live despite being at a lot of other ones, but, clearly my top 2 matches were both hour-long matches, and I just love the way Bryan Danielson did hour-long matches during this run. And this one, what made it so special for me is just like those culminating final few minutes, how insane the crowd was going, how insane I was going, how much in that moment, even though I had no inkling that Danielson could win the title there, I just had this such strong desire for it to happen. You know what I mean? And the way they played out that drama and the sudden death period and, everything about it, MJF shouldn't have thrown an alcoholic drink in that kid's face. But besides that, everything about it was just so perfect. And even the imperfections in the match made it more perfect because it added to the drama. It added to the chaotic feel. It just encompassed everything I like in a wrestling match all in one. And I could not believe how enthralled I was with that match. And I watched it again for this, and I was still enthralled. And that affirmed my decision. This was it. Trevor, what's your number 1?
It's a fantastic match. I talked about it. And my number 1 is Bryan Danielson versus Ricky Starks from All Out 2023, September 3rd, 2023. Matt, when I said I didn't have much to say about that match, I lied. I didn't want to give it away. But I also knew what your number 1 was.
Good cackle, sir.
Because I knew that I knew what you were saying. My match is going to surprise some people, and I was my number 1, and I always knew I know what yours is because here's the tea leaves I put together, Matt. 1, you said I saw you on Twitter say this is the best AEW match of all time, and 2, I've heard you say Bryan Danielson's AEW run is his best run ever. So I was 1 + 1 equals 2. But mine might surprise some people. I don't really think this is the best Bryan Danielson match ever from a cold, clinical sense. It was the most fun I've ever had watching one, and it was the most emotionally invested I've ever been in any wrestling match in years. Danielson has always been a guy that kind of kept me in wrestling fandom when my interest was waning. Like I talked about earlier, when the post WCW, ECW, the WWF starts stagnating and I start getting depressed and drifting from it. And what happens? ROH and the US Indies come alive, and that keeps me a fan, and Bryan's a huge part of that. And then Punk leaves ROH. I'm worried about the company losing such a big player. And here comes Bryan after some time off, dedicating himself to the promotion in a way he never did before, going on this great run that he had never had anywhere before. And then when I started to get sick of this never-ending cycle that I talked about, the hope and disappointment in the WWE years, who was leading the hope train at one point? Bryan Danielson during his rise to the top and with the Yes stuff. And then again, when things are starting to stagnate a bit, AEW comes along and it pumps things up again, and they go through this real hot stretch, and at their peak, they sell out Wembley, And then Brawl-In happens, and Punk gets fired right before a pay-per-view in his hometown. And there's this feeling I kind of had when Punk left. It's the same kind of feeling I had when Punk left ROH, of not that this company I've been a fan of is fucked for sure, but you're a little scared. You're where are things going? And just like the last time Punk left the promotion I loved, Bryan Danielson comes back out of nowhere, quicker than expected from a broken arm, just like he did in ROH. He takes Punk's spot, this time literally stepping into the match that was booked for him against Ricky Starks, a guy who also got heartbreakingly stiffed, not getting to work Wembley, and then having his big-time match pulled at last second. So many ways to be down. And then Bryan does the things he's done so many times for me. When my fandom's on the ropes, he does something amazing. And here he is once again working through an injury. Like Bryan talked at the presser right after this match. He pointed out that he barely used his bad arm. Like he probably came back too early. Partway through this match, like I realized it was fantastic, and I just became giddy. It wiped away all the grumpiness and dooming, and I was just having so much fun watching Bryan save things in wrestling one more time just by being him. And as a match, this is different than most Bryan Danielson matches. Like, Bryan's not a guy known for gimmick matches. In an early shoot interview I rewatched, he talks about how he doesn't even really like tags or multi-mans when he was young, because he just likes the simple one-on-one where it's two people's basic ideas. And yet this isn't one of the best strap matches I've ever seen. It's one of the best gimmick matches I've ever seen. Like, something I occasionally mention is this thing from an old message board poster John D. Williams wrote years and years ago, where he talked about how the Sting versus Vader strap match in WCW and the original Shawn Michaels Razor Ramon ladder match are two of the greatest gimmick matches ever in his eyes, but they're for completely different reasons, because the Sting Vader match was Sting versus Vader with special guest star The Strap, and the Shawn Razor match was The Ladder featuring Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon. You know, one match was all about two great wrestlers doing what they normally did against each other but adding a gimmick, and the other match was all about making this relatively new gimmick match the star of the show and exploring the possibilities of it. To me, this match is the perfect middle point between those two poles. This strap is a central part of the match. It's used often from beginning to end, but it feels like an extension of the kind of match these two guys would have had on this night anyway. It's a match where normally they'd be slapping each other in the face, but they got a weapon, so they're going to slap each other in the face with the fucking strap. You know, they're going to do spots with the gimmick that they don't do spots in the match that are convoluted, that makes you feel like it stops being a match you're used to, but you also walk away from it knowing the strap made things better. Like, there's a moment, you kind of referenced it, there's a moment late in the match where Bryan is screaming at Starks as he hits him, and Bryan ends up saying later that he likes to physically test people in the ring, and you feel that watch it, like he's putting this guy who is not known for taking this kind of punishment up to some kind of physical test, and Starks is passing it. And that moment when he's screaming at Starks, I was like, it was another one of those moments where I was like, this isn't the guy that I loved in the Indies. This is a better version of him. So to me, this match is my perfect ideal of how much to use a gimmick in a match, and how to feature it, but never have it detract from the match, but still have it feel like a fight, but still focused on the hate, still focused on the struggle. So it's not just my favorite Bryan Danielson match at this point in my life. It might just be my favorite gimmick match in all of wrestling, period.
Yeah, I can't blame you for any of that, and I think you make great points all around. Like, I mean, I already talked about the match. Incredible, great pick. No notes. Bryan Danielson, do you have any final thoughts on this man?
I don't think I'll ever have a personal connection to a wrestler like that again. Like, he was a unassuming white guy from the Pacific Northwest whose dad was a lumber grader. I'm an unassuming white guy from the Pacific Northwest whose dad was a lumber grader. The difference is just the immeasurable talent. Other than that, we're pretty much the same. And I don't think anyone I'll ever have a career like this again, where I watched it from beginning to end, and we've covered it on the show, but there were so many times where it looked like he was leaving wrestling by choice, by injury, or like he was going to be wasted for the rest of his career. And every time he came back, he found a way back to be as great as he ever was. And not only I don't know if he's the greatest wrestler of all time. Some days I say he is. Some days I might be in the mood for something else. But he had the most fun up and down roller coaster. It was the career I was most emotionally invested in. And as I get a little bit older, I don't know if there's time left for me to find another guy where I will be that emotionally invested in, that I'll buy in at the very start, and he'll go to places and heights I never thought he would. And he'll have these horrifying lows where I'll be concerned for him or sad for him, and he'll keep coming back. And it's just, I almost get a little emotional talking about, because it's just, I won't have another wrestler in my life. I think that makes me feel that way.
No, I think so too. It just, the timing makes sense, and like it hit us at the right time, and just times change, and with me, the personal connection is a lot of that. It's also a lot of just what I got to see live of him. I was there when he won the ROH title. I was there when he lost the ROH title. I was there for a lot of his biggest defenses, the Kenta match. He was there for the Morishima match, a couple of the Nigel matches that we talked about. I was there for. I saw him win I saw his final match in ROH. I saw him win the WWE title from John Cena at SummerSlam. I saw his first match in AEW. I got to see an Anarchy in the Arena match. I saw the match where he won the AEW title at Wembley Stadium. Like, this guy, his career just paralleled the biggest parts of my fandom and probably drove it in a lot of cases. So I'm very thankful for him. I don't know how much the same my wrestling fandom will be without Bryan Danielson in the mix. I mean, I still, love a lot of wrestlers, and I still love watching wrestling, but that connection to Bryan was, it was unusual. He really was, over time, be like my absolute favorite wrestler. I have childhood favorites, but something different with Bryan Danielson. Was he the greatest of all time? I mean, I just think it's an impossible question to answer. I certainly would not argue with anyone who thought it, but there's just too many factors, too many things that go into that, too many different kinds of eras and different kinds of scenes to be in. He's certainly one of the greatest, and I'm happy that we got to do this, and I'm happy that you got to do it with me. And I think it's sort of a, not that we're any close to being finished with Through the Years, but it is sort of a culmination of what we were talking about on Through the Years. This guy who represents so much. And like I said, we're not done talking about Bryan either, because eventually he'll be back in ROH on the shows that we're covering, and we'll get to talk about a lot of these matches and some of the ones we didn't talk about. So, we'll come back to Bryan, but we're going to have a little break from him for a while on the next few months of recording Through the Years with no Bryan Danielson matches. So I'm glad we got to do this. And I'm really glad that all of our friends got to help us out. And it was great talking to Alan and Justin and Joe and hearing from all the other guys and people that were involved in helping us out through the years. I hope you all enjoy this. I hope that it was special for you, or at least fun to listen to. It doesn't have to be special. Probably weird if it's special. But I hope you had fun listening to it. And Trevor, take us home.
So until next time, have a good time. Have a great time.